Mm. Hello. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good day. Wherever you are, whenever you are, I hope you're having a fabulous one. Hi, Eric. Hi, Ryder. Hi, Candace. Beautiful people. So good to see all of your shining names. They are shining on my end. Thank you, Fiends. Hello. Thank you for the warm welcomes. I appreciate y'all. Um, I know that sometimes my notifications don't go out, so we can give people a chance to come back in, but I honestly don't even know what we're going to do today. I was thinking about just keeping an eye. I mean, we have to keep an eye on the fires anyways, because at any moment I might have to leave. Um, Hopefully that doesn't happen. It's horrible what's going on with a lot of people's homes and stores, their businesses. It's a disaster here. And I hope you're staying safe, Ryder. I appreciate you. I don't even know where your new place is. Obviously, don't say it now, but text me because what the fudge. Hi, Alex. How are you doing? It's good to see everyone. Yeah, again, like, I really don't know what the vibes are today. I was just gonna kind of get back into it with y'all and see what's up. I need to pull up the news either way because I would like to know what's going on in the middle of our stream. Hold on. How was everyone's holidays? I broke my foot. I'm so serious. Nice, Alex. You made it. Hi, baby girl. How you doing? Oh, thank you, Ryder. About time. Um. Oh, okay. You're safe right now. That's good. I didn't mean to say right now. That was morbid, but also like, yes, I love that for you. What a time, dude. What a freaking time. We are a week and a half into 2025, and what a shit show it's been. You know what I'm saying? Like, never in my life did I think we were gonna spawn in to the worst first week ever known to man. The world feels like it's ending, low key, like, actually high key. But it's okay because Princess Freya is here to save us. You're here to save the day, baby. It's to save the day, baby. Yes, it is. She saves the day. Little boop boop. Boop boop, look, that's you on the screen. That your auntie made. Look it. Look it, so cute. How's everyone's holidays though? We were out and about for Christmas. We were not. We were on the beach. We were having a blast. I was 1 foot down, but that's okay. That's okay. Look at this. Are you joking me? Are you joking me right now? I'm in a full boot. Went to a hospital across the pond. How's my ankle? My ankle's fine. It's my foot that's broken. But my ankle, like, you know, I thought it was me twisting my ankle whenever it first happened. And then we went to the hospital and they were like, oh, your foot's broken. I was like, that's so cute. It's day 1 of my vacation. But it's okay. Like, I was very lucky to be able to have the resources to get to the hospital and sort it out. Yeah, Ryder made it known whenever it happened that I was just a modern pirate on a sailboat with my boot instead of a peg leg. So that made me feel better. It was fine, honestly. Like, I just didn't get to do any of the like wakeboarding or on the boat, you know, like the e-foil, none of that stuff, like the water activities, but I still could jump in the water. I was hopping around this boat, I swear. Like, hopping in and out of the boat with one leg. It was crazy. Everybody has gone to shit since Harambe 2016. You know what? There is some correlation there. I can see the connection. I see it in my mind, and I see it in real life. Undeniable connection. Harambe really was the last saving grace of this world, and we killed him. So, you know, like, what are we supposed to do with that? What are we supposed to do now? But yeah, my foot's okay. It's not really hurting as much, but I am on pain pills. And once I get my new insurance sorted out, everything should be kosher. Don't let them catch me saying that. No, I'm not going to get surgery this year. Everything's fine. I'm perfect. Everything is perfect with my health. Thank you. Please give me insurance. Not even being on vacation yet and immediately injuring oneself is very me coded. And that's why I love you. Because we would be in the hospital together if you were there. It would have been great. Not for either of us in the moment, but afterwards we'd look back and laugh, for sure. You spent the holidays alone? Alex! Well, you're not alone anymore, darling, because we're back! We're back, baby. And given my injury, I will not be working on set for a little bit, so you have my guarantee that as long as this house still stands, actually, we'll be streaming. And even if, like, something horrible were to happen, I have my laptop and I will be able to keep you guys updated. But yeah, dude, like, I'm very, very lucky. We're feeling very blessed, if you will, to not have had to evacuate at this point. We could see we're surrounded by fires, which sounds scary, and it is. However, we're not in an evacuation area yet, and it is our belief that if we do leave and, you know, try to go somewhere to seek shelter, we might be crowding up the streets for people that actually need to leave, like, urgently. And that's kind of our mentality right now, because obviously nobody wants to leave all of their belongings and stuff, but it is just belongings at the end of the day, so it's more just like we're trying to be out of the way for people that need to leave. When I first moved to LA, I went to the beach and ran into the ocean and immediately broke my foot. I'm so sorry, bub. Like, that's not even funny, but it's so funny just picturing you being like, yay, I'm here, and then running into the ocean, which, if you move to LA for the ocean and then you run into the ocean not knowing that it's about to freeze your ass off, like, the ocean here is 60 degrees. That's 18 degrees for all my Celsius whores, okay? That's, nobody wants to get in the water that's that cold. What are you talking about? Get out of my face with that. So thinking about that, just being like, oh my god, ow, the water's so cold. Oh no, wait, that pain is just my foot being broken. That's crazy. A sand hole. There's a video of me running and just disappearing on the waves. Probably terrifying if your parents saw that video. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, 2016 really was a turning point. I wonder what happened that was so pivotal in that year. Was the election that year? It was. That was the first year that Donald Trump got elected. Anyways, and now here we are back again. 10 days away from his next inauguration, and the world is in shambles. So that's fun. Yeah, it's good stuff. Ah, those are the days. Anyways, I'd love to have, like, a positive take on this year so far. That's the end of the sentence. I would love to. It's just not possible with what we've been given. But we're going to do our best to make it through together. We'll just laugh our way through this horrific experience called life. Okay, I'm done being negative Nelly now. I don't know, like, we could play a game. We could watch videos. We thrive in 25. It rhymes, so it has to be true. That sounds great compared to the East Coast. Oh, you mean like the water situation? Oh, are you saying that the water is warmer in California, in SoCal, than it is in, like, New York? Yeah, probably. True. But also, the Atlantic Ocean, at least the part of it that backs up to this country, is quite clean. I've heard. I've been over there, but I was, like, younger. But I've heard that the water's, like, so clean in Florida and stuff because of how the ocean, like, moves, I guess. And that's why all the dirty water gets dumped down into the Gulf of Mexico. Don't get me started on what Trump said about that. And, like, Galveston, which is a beach in Texas that you've never heard of because it's gray. It's gray. The sand is gray, the water's gray, the sky's gray. That's probably why, because of the runoff from the Atlantic Ocean. But I'm not like a geologist, environmental scientist, whatever. Candace! Thank you for that tier 1 sub for 15 months, dude. That's insane. That's so insane. We're about to drop a new badge for a year and a half, which you're a mod, so you have the fancy badges anyways. But just letting you know, if you're coming up on a year and a half being subscribed to me, first of all, that's incredible. How have you put up with me for this long? Yeah, I'll gift you a subby. Can I do that? That's counterproductive, isn't it? No, but anyways, someone will gift you a sub, Alex. I believe in it. Am I allowed to do that? Wait, Ryder! Ah! Thank you. That's so sweet. Thanks, Ryder. There you go, Alex. Twin. No ads for you. Woo! Ryder, I miss you, by the way. I miss all of you. My IRL friends especially, though. But, like, you guys, I, for real, have missed chatting to y'all. Because... Chatting with you. I've missed talking at you. Which is essentially what this is sometimes. And I'm so sorry that you like that. But yeah, I am so happy to be back. And so is Freya, as you can tell. Because she just can't get out of my lap. She's so excited to see y'all.
Yeah! Say hi, chat! Hello!
I'm gonna kind of leave it up to you guys what we do today, though. Because I just wanted to hang out and, like, chat. Oh, frick. I need to pull up the news, though, to make sure that, like, we're not getting evacuated. So there's that. I know that Snap's been kind of, like, up and down lately. We're gonna play Snap next week whenever there's drops. We might play a little bit before then, but I've also been playing Rivals a little bit and playing a lot of TFT. So those two things are in the docket for the next few weeks. YouTube reaction videos, yeah, we can do that. That seems pretty fun. Seems reasonable. How do I need to do hold on. Watch fires. No. Watch fires. Eva. Da, 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 da. Oh, is this live? Or is it fake live? No, this is fake live. No, this is real live. Hollywood? I know y'all can't see it. Hold on. React. And then yeah, there she is. There she is. Theater mode. There we go. This isn't the one we're watching, but I'm just setting it up. Setting it up, I am. This is the one we're watching. Wait. I feel like a noob at this again. I'm like, how do I move windows? What have you guys been up to? If you spent the holiday alone, that's just fine. There's nothing wrong with that. What did you do while you were alone? How did you party with yourself? You can always have a party with yourself, by the way. Who do I main in Rivals? Oh, I don't main anyone playing Rivals. Shut up. One Solo, hi! I hear Rivals is really fun. I've been meaning to check it out. So I played Magic a little bit. Of course, you know I love her. And then I played like one round with Luna. That was fun. That was fine. I played Punisher for a little bit. But yeah, I've been playing more TFT lately. So I want to get a little bit better before I whip out the... I mean, it probably would be funny and entertaining and fun for y'all to see me be horrible. But I also don't want to mess up other people's parties. Like, I don't want to play like a frontliner and then like not even get kills and then they're just healing me for nothing. Like, I don't want to be that person. And then I also don't want to like be responsible for healing everyone and then I don't know what's going on because I'm overwhelmed. I'm just swimming around as like little Jeff. You know what I mean? Like, I gotta make sure. I paid a witch on TikTok to make you stream this week. Wrong chat. So it wasn't for me because it worked. 2025 goal, make Alosia magic cosplay. That's so doable. I mean, technical wise, like obviously I believe that you will kill at that because you're amazing at creating cosplays. But what I was meaning is like I would kill to do that. I love magic. You're more thoughtful than most of the randoms I get with no thumbs. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you meant in general. I forgot we were talking about Marvel Rivals for a little bit. So that was kind of tee. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to hold up a team. That's what I'm saying for sure. So like, I don't know. Does it play, first of all, before this, does it like set people up to play it within their skill set? Does that make sense? Or do you just get thrown in with a random pool of people? Because it would make me feel better if I was playing in matching skill sets. You feel me? But, you know, I can't control that. TFT's been fun, though. I haven't played TFT before these last few months. The last time I played was in the middle of COVID, like mid-2020, I believe. So it's been a little different playing now because they've made some changes. I missed my 4th favorite white girl so much. Wow, I'm in the top 5. That's incredible. Thank you. Thank you. I've been good. I just stick with Squirrel Girl. I haven't even played her yet. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I haven't played her yet, but I want to. Freya, you're so cute. You're so cutie booty. She's like squished in between like the armrest and my leg. She just really wants to be here. It's crazy because when I haven't been streaming, she's just been sitting back there, no problems. Like, she's like, I don't want anything to do with you up there. But now that we're live, she's like, let me... Babe, you're not even on camera. Do you want to be? No, she's literally like a little ball right now. I wish you could see her. Okay. We can react to some vids if you want. How do you stream, bro? The hair is serving. Thank you. I actually got more blonde in it. Shout out to Lizzie. Pretty Lizzie's. If you're in LA and want to get your hair done, she's the goat. I don't know why I said it like that. Anyways, thanks. I appreciate it. What's this? What's going on here?
Word I can think
And the worst of humanity doing this, you know,
Absolutely.
because it is an example of
Oh.
just preying on the people who have lost everything.
It's a
you
new
know?
level
Are they
of-
talking about the...
And then thankfully we are seeing the best
Insurance?
of humanity on the other side, but we shouldn't see the
So, in case you haven't heard, people have been canceling... Hi, Rose! Oh my god, I love her. Woo! How is she? The Gert? Yeah, the Gert. Exactly. She's the Gertest of all term. Okay? Real couple goals is watching Bestie stream. Well, you should have Rose on One Night Stand then. That's all I'm saying. So then I can watch y'all too. Listen. Listen! I don't make the rules. So they're canceling people's fire insurance as we speak. And they started doing this before, like when the fires first started erupting. Trey Day, hi darling. I'm glad. Thank you. I'm glad we're okay too. I appreciate that. Oh, the insurance stuff happened last year? Oh, interesting. Interesting. That's... But I did see a video of a lady talking about how her parents lost their house and were previously just canceled the fire insurance, and they've lived in the house for like 90 years or some crazy shit. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing it now too. But I don't even know what these ladies are talking about. I keep pausing it and talking over them. Classic white
really
people.
Unfortunate. So the devastating Eaton fire has destroyed the Sahak Mesrop Armenian Christian School. This is in Altadena. This institution has served the community.
Me acting like I
since
never
the
lived in
80s.
Cali. Is there a
The
fire
left
season?
the school
Dude,
in
that's
ruins
literally
with
how
this.
like
So
people outside are acting sometimes. Like I've seen a lot of people being like, "Hey, y'all knew the fires were coming." Actually, that's the opposite of what you're saying. But also like, yes, everyone knows natural disasters are coming to their place. Like everyone has natural disasters at their home, whether it be hurricanes, earthquakes, whatever. Are you just supposed to get up and move to somewhere else? No, because they have another kind of natural disaster. Natural. though, so I guess that's the difference. But it's still inhumane to cancel someone's insurance that they've been paying for a long time because you think that that's actually going to happen. Oh, we think their house is actually going to burn down, so now you can't have fire insurance anymore. Which I will say, when we got this house, it was extremely difficult to get fire insurance here. They, like, a lot of companies did not want to give it to us. Dude, insurance is a fucking scam because I moved to change my renter's insurance and my policy was supposed to go into effect yesterday, but I got an email saying due to extreme weather, your insurance policy will not go until January 24th. That's insane. Yeah, no, that's insane. Because you just moved too, so, like, you weren't... That's not like you were trying to get insurance right before something happened. Like, you just... That's crazy. Y'all can move to Arizona. Our natural disaster is heat. So I can melt into a puddle? No, thank you. Zoe, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I adore you. Welcome back. You're like, I didn't go anywhere. You did, bitch. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Let's see. The Palisades fire will become the costliest wildfire in history because of the number of buildings that have been destroyed, structures, 9,000 residential units, value of 3. Yeah, and then a full-scale financial crisis. Yeah, I bet. Fair plan. Potential for near-term relief. The ultimate goal of the new rules is to get the homeowners out of the fair plan. California Insurance Commissioner. Average cost of insurance fair plan about 3 to or more than double typical homeowners cost in California to bank rate. Ugh. Insurers will have to start increasing their coverage. I'm sorry, is this article supposed to like justify insurers? It's a lot of reading for what I'm not in the mood for right now. Thank you.
So many families absolutely
but okay, yeah. So they didn't cancel them right now. Maybe. My bad.
Thoughts and tell us what's next for the community. Mara, good morning to you, or good afternoon at this point. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on.
Also,
really
I'm sure you guys have heard about
really thank you for
the
talking about it. I know you're still trying to process all of this as we look at these images.
The budget cuts for LA, and if you haven't, this is crazy too, that they cut millions of dollars from the fire department. It was approved by our lovely mayor Karen Bass, who said nothing on the subject, and they upped the police budget by hundreds of millions, or 100 million, like over 100 million. So that's pretty fun too. That's pretty fun because the cops have been so helpful for these fires. Yeah. And I'm being so sincere.
When you heard the news and then saw these images?
Honestly, I haven't gotten myself to actually.
Personally, if I lived in the U.S., I wouldn't let that happen. Hey, if it were me, I wouldn't let that I wouldn't let that shit fly. You know what? You're right for that. Cuddly Ryder, thank you for the sub. 10 months, dude. That's insane. That's insane.
I'm an alumni of the school.
I love you. Stop doing that.
So it's sort of like my childhood memories all
Your car insurance is so high right now. I'm an excellent driver. Don't get me started with health insurance that I can't acquire. Dude.
So they all share the same sentiment with me. So
yeah, also like there being a gender difference between like default costs for car insurance for guys and girls is crazy. In Florida, we have 2 natural disasters and they both happen in the summer. Heat and hurricanes. That's crazy to have a hurricane in the summer. That sounds like you're in a crock pot. I don't like that at all. That sounds like a nightmare. Like you're in a washing machine on hot. No thank you. No thank you. Do you at least live by the water? Maybe that's not as good for hurricanes actually. Health insurance, yeah, I'm in the process of trying to get a new health insurance right now, so it is a nightmare for sure. And they take their sweet time with it, I tell you what. But you know what, Alex? I wish we had the gusto that you have. I just wouldn't let that happen. You know what? You're right. Let's all just not let it happen. Hey, California, stop it. Stop it with these fires.
we're still in shock and utter disbelief.
This is a lot of trauma, I would imagine, you know, for the students and for the teachers as well. What are you telling them?
Well, we're just encouraging them that we're going to raise up again, rise up again, and we're going to rise up stronger and even better. I know that parents have texted me saying they've been crying all day. They're still feel
That's
like
really sad,
it's a
honestly.
nightmare. Everyone is just, heartbroken, and we're just trying to stay positive and
It's just lucky that like
infuse that into our,
this stuff didn't happen while
school
people were
family
in the
as well.
classrooms. Like,
You really think about families and
you think about that whenever you also think about the fact that like so many businesses stayed open yesterday. So many businesses stayed open yesterday in the midst of like the entire valley being, not the entire valley, but like our area of the valley being like engulfed in flames. And they're like, yeah, but we need you to come in because other people called out. Oh, other people called out because their houses were burning? Like, yeah, dude. Are you dumb or stupid? This is the kind of brain rot that capitalism does. Forget about chronically online brain rot, bro. Let's talk about capitalism brain rot. Nobody wants to talk about it. You lose your humanity when you get stuck in a perpetual cycle of how do I make more money? And the system is to blame, but so are the people that set it up and that perpetuate the system.
school children at this point dealing with tragedies like this, and it's so important for children to get back to a sense of routine.
Excuse
a
my
sense of
tangents, I'm off my
normalcy. They need
meds.
to go back to school, but where are they going to go now? What are they going to do?
So our board and
Don't make me come
association
down there.
members have already
Please do.
outlined the
Save
plan,
us.
to relocate to another campus so that we can give our students that.
What's
stability,
low-key cracking me up is like all the other countries being like, hey,
their homes, personal homes.
I know that you guys are having issues, so like if you want us to buy your state, if you want to become part of our country, let us know.
And so we're working
Everyone's like, yes.
to figure out how
Yes, Canada, you can buy us. We will be a province. Thank you so much. Please take us away. Get us out of this hellscape. Except Canada, like being Canadian wouldn't be much better because they're just like baby Americas in some ways. Not even baby Americas. Like, I feel like Canada government just follows suit with America. And that's not about Canadians. I love Canadians. I'm talking about the governments specifically here.
from scratch, as you can imagine, we have no desks, no tables, nothing. And so the school has a donation link that is available for this on the school's website at sahagmestrokschool.org. So if you can find
Is the volume okay for you guys, by the way?
and go ahead and begin our rebuilding process, that'll be great. The outpouring of support we've gotten from different Armenian organizations showing their solidarity and how they're willing to help us, and so that as an Armenian community we can rebuild stronger together has
These all say they're live. I'm trying to find
time,
like
they're under all of that
Okay.
smoke. We certainly hope it's not as devastating
this
as what
live?
we saw at the Palisades fire. That was sad. There were thousands of homes at block after block
because
after
this
block
looks
that were just
so it looks
decimated
like
right down to
darker, but also
foundation.
that just could
They
be
were
the
lost.
smoke
Now,
from
we
the
talked
view that
about
they're in.
As many as 5 people have been killed in this fire, the Eaton fire. We're hoping that number doesn't go up.
That's
but
horrible.
Authorities have been saying they're still trying to search a lot of those buildings.
Canada
a lot
is
of those
America,
homes and
but
those
north.
structures
True.
That got overwhelmed so quickly when this fire took off. So we have a huge battle here in Los Angeles. We've
What's
never
the
had
solution for
devastation
real?
like this ever
To the
before,
fires?
from anything that I'm aware of, even the
Or
earthquake in
to
92
capitalism?
is not gonna
Because girl, you got me there.
be as
Trying to figure that out
destructive as this.
myself.
We have the Eaton fire you're looking at. I
The
think we may be able
solution
to
is
pan all the
education,
way
but-
around if we have time.
well,
Come to our 12 o'clock,
there's many
and
different
that's the
solutions.
Palisades fire. That's the fire that really decimated Pacific Palisades, is now burning towards Malibu and threatening more homes in that area. So
Yeah, the
Jared,
problem is
key
too
for
is
us-
like a lot of people are just ignorant to the systems that are in place and to the fact that there are other options outside of the systems. And then people are ignorant to other experiences and don't want to accept the fact that everyone doesn't live the same life as them. Accepting the fact that you have privilege depending on who you are, you know, like realizing my privilege as a white girl like was groundbreaking and also like world shattering, as it should be, because even though I grew up around people of color, you still don't, or I still didn't see the disparity because it wasn't happening to me and it wasn't happening to my friends around me, to my knowledge. And I think that like people being able to see perspectives that are outside of their own, even though they can't actually feel them, but like trying to empathize with them, is is incredibly important and something that's hugely lacking. That's a solution in and of itself, is people just being able to empathize with others and understanding that like the way that it is not the way it has to be. But that would just take like, first of all, a better education system, which America like refuses to give us for some reason. Actually, not for some reason, probably to keep us dumb and divide us, in my opinion. It takes community. We need to build the feeling and instinct to help and care for one another. Exactly. And America is very much built on the protect me and my own mentality. Building the American dream for myself and my family. When most communities, like in other parts of the world, are community based and want to help each other and help everyone survive and succeed. And you see that when it comes to natural disasters and how resources are allocated to help the communities that have been impacted, and other people's responses too. Like the people saying stuff like, well, LA is rich, like they'll be fine. Not everyone in LA is rich, first of all. Second of all, people that aren't celebrities live here. Hi, hello, I'm one of them. Like there are people, which I'm not saying like feel bad for me, but I'm saying there are people that don't have resources outside of what they've the world that they've created around themselves, and now that world's been taken away from them. And yeah, LA is not just full of celebrities and rich people. So like that harsh response from people, just it's desensitization to like the class structure that exists. It's like thinking, well, I have it hard too, so like F those people or whatever, you know. Just that mentality is very toxic and not conducive to a community built and, you know, lift other people up vibe. We were communal creatures for much longer than we've been capitalist individuals. Yeah. Peasants also said that about being under the rule of monarchs. Heading back to work since my lunch is now over. Glad to catch a bit of the stream. Oh, Eric, it was so good to have you in here. Also, I'm just reading your Karen ass chat. That's so funny, Ryder.
Really the key are the winds. Now they're forecast to pick up again a little bit. If
I have pretty privilege. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate that.
Santa Ana, we may be able to contain it if the helicopters can fly.
I just can't see that happening nationwide.
One,
oh yeah.
I'm just afraid we're going to lose a lot more homes.
At this point, it's really difficult to see that happening.
Scott, if you don't mind,
but we have to keep a positive vibe around ourselves because of all of this negative stuff that's happening just within the first week and a half of this year. It's difficult to see past it sometimes, but I think that, like, you know, perpetuating a positive environment around us will at least help ourselves and the people around us, and maybe could make a wider, bigger impact. I say that after like saying a bunch of negative stuff, but at the same time, like, I'm trying to be real about it. Like, I'm trying to be realist about the state of the country right now, because I don't want to be also on the other side of this coin. I don't want to be like pretending like everything's fine when it's not, you know. Like, the next few weeks are scary. Thinking about the inauguration, thinking about like what's to come is very scary, especially with how the year started. But maybe at the same time, we just get all the bad stuff out of the way at the beginning of the year, and then it'll go uphill from here, you know? I need to move closer to y'all then, because my community sucks. Dude, come back. Please. We can fix this too, right, Alex? Blink twice if you need help, okay? You know what I'm saying? Okay, we were communal creatures for much longer than community is literally the best. Human are pack creatures, and we need help of others to survive. Exactly. That's why if you can find community even through something like Magic the Gathering, you know, like, we have a monthly thing, me and my friends, that we meet up and play Magic every month. I didn't go this past month because I was dying. I was deathly ill. Oh yeah, we got back from our vacation, by the way, and not only was my foot broken, but I was all of a sudden super sick, and ended up going to bed on New Year's Eve at 9:30 without a single drink, without a single food, without a single fun, just slept the day away, and then all of New Year's Day was bedridden, just feeling like shit. So I'm so glad to be past that, but whatever was going around, it was nasty. And I don't think I got bird flu because I wasn't even here when it broke out, but you know, I just quarantined myself, don't worry. Find the community that's working to stop Cop City. Yeah, truly. You gotta find the people in your city, in your area that align with your beliefs. Even if it's just one belief, then you find more people in that same lane. Atlanta's so ignorant and very individualistic and black capitalist filled. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe that's the silver lining here, hopefully. That's what I'm hoping, dude. That's what I'm hoping. Everybody can just move up here. Thank you. I don't have to fight any fires, just snow, and I'm cold.
Safety
yes,
and
go
wins,
Canada.
And also if you need to do some other reports
Justin
for
Trudeau's
KBC,
leaving.
because I know you guys are enrolling
He said, I'm
coverage
out.
as well.
I don't want to deal with
but,
Trump.
Yes, I'm from this area, so I can see exactly where you are and sort of visualize some of the parts that you have shown us here. But for folks that don't know the area, let's back up for a second and talk about Mount Wilson. I understand there are employees possibly that might still be trapped inside the
Okay, so this is
tower
current
there,
then,
the
because Mount
observatory
Wilson
tower.
is...
Have you been hearing that? Is that the
Eaton
situation?
is the fire that's moving towards Wilson
Yeah,
right
we did
now.
hear there were 4
Through
individuals
Wilson?
still
Is that
inside
correct?
Mount Wilson. It's double brick. They felt safe.
Have y'all been
and
able
they
to see
weren't
any of the
evacuated
fires from
quite
your
yet, but that
place?
could have changed.
My place
We
could
got
just
that
see giant
information
smoke
30
clouds
minutes ago.
in the distance.
And after
Yeah,
that,
we
we got a
saw
critical call
the
for
smoke,
infrastructure
like,
protection
obviously
outbound
we could see it
Mountain
everywhere
past
yesterday
Mount Wilson.
morning.
So, it is
And we
possible
lost
they've
power for
evacuated by now.
20-ish
We don't think
hours.
they've ever been
So
trapped by all
I was
means.
actually
You can
in
evacuate
Highland
to the
Park
north,
whenever we lost
away
power,
from
and
the fire
then
that's burning uphill.
when
So
I
they
got
have a
back
route out
home,
when we're a
the
little
power was
closer
off
and we
here.
got to look at it, we can see that. So we think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, I was in a
Just
bar,
realize-
dude, and the power just like cut off. Meanwhile, like right before that, there was stuff blowing down the wind or down the street with like huge amounts of wind. Like I have never seen, we've been through Santa Ana winds every year, of course, but like this was exponentially faster winds than I've ever seen. And like people were getting knocked forward with this wind. It was crazy. We saw smoke yesterday. Like we actually saw one of the fires yesterday go up and saw them put it out for the most part. But other than that, it's just been like huge plumes of clouds like around the house and stuff. But that's what actually spurred so much of the fire. Just like it's what seemed like made it spread so quickly and so ferociously yesterday was the wind.
Concerned that the
Dread, what's
historical,
up?
the
How are
mountain
you?
top holds a lot of communication, not only
It was
for
pushing our
us,
dumpsters
but
around the
for
parking
law
lot. Yeah, that's
enforcement, for
terrifying.
police,
Just
for
hearing, I
fire,
can't even imagine that sound,
and,
Ryder.
It would be a big loss in communication to lose that. But to give folks some perspective, you might know where the Rose Bowl is in Pasadena, the Rose Parade. Well, the Angeles National Forest is that forest.
Oh yeah,
land
another
right up
announcement. They
above
were saying
that
don't
area
drink the
to
water,
north.
the tap
And
water
then
in
if you know where
Pasadena
Los
if you're there,
Angeles is,
which
this fire is probably burning about 25
we never drink
miles
the tap water here anyways, because
to
like
the east of downtown
it's
Los
where I
Angeles.
live is not
There's a
good.
map for you. You can see as we pan to the right, you can see that
It was
down
V
in
loud. My cats were
Pasadena,
freaking out.
sadly, some
Oh,
areas in there I think we have lost. We
The
weren't
kitty
able to take a good look
cats.
because it's just too smoky. And then
we
if
saw
you,
the start of the
talk
Eaton
about
fire until it got
Alpine
covered by the
fire
smoke. We
from
also saw some of the
South
sun swept
Bay,
fire before it was knocked down.
so,
Yeah.
to the due west. And for you go to Beverly
Yeah.
Hills, you got the 405
You don't envy our smoke situation. Yeah. It's rough, dude. Like which obviously again, like I'm very, very, very lucky to be able to still have this place. And we're still hoping to, you know, not have to evacuate, but my allergies have been really bad with the smoke and stuff, which again, like the least of the issues that people are having. So I'm very happy. Not very happy. I'm very lucky to feel that way. Oh my God. That's funny. Town meeting. What's up, Premium?
Welcome in, boo. How you doing? How you doing?
Just comes in hot, huh? Yeah, okay. Let's have a town meeting then. Let's have a town meeting. Hi, Element. How are you doing, darling? Everybody, do me a favor. Grab something close by to cheers with. It doesn't have to be liquor. It doesn't even have to be liquid. Yeah, it could be a bag of chips. It could be a beef jerky stick. Hey, if that's what you choose, it could be your left sock. It could be your right sock. If you only have one foot right now, like me, it'll be your right sock. I'm not going to use a sock, though. I'm going to use this little cup. Says King, because I am one. Cheersing with your iced coffee. I love it. Cheers, babe. Cheers to us. Oh! And to all a good cheers. Animals don't deserve this. I know, dude. We saw people evacuating, like, their horses and stuff on TikTok. I was like... The crazy thing, too, is... Can we just talk about the news reporters straight up being, like, in people's faces with microphones as they're trying to evacuate? Hey, why don't you catch them outside of the smoke? Catch them outside. How about that? You know, like, let's go a mile away where there's not embers literally hitting me in the eyeballs. And then you can ask me questions about how we're evacuating. Like, we're leaving, bitch. What do you mean? Anyways. Cheersing with my iced nothing. No. Get you something. How you guys doing? Element Freemium. Dread, I know y'all just came in. What's going on? They need the content. Yeah, I know, but like, back it up, dude. Like, content is never important enough to prolong someone's evacuation. Like, especially when they're trying to clear out their horses from the barn. Like, dog, let them leave. Recovery from shingles and COVID. Oh, shingles are the worst. And I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. That's a nightmare. And COVID, too, on top of that. Jeez. I'm sorry, love. Well, I'm glad that we can at least hang out with you while you're not feeling so well. When I was packing my go bags, I packed all the cat stuff first. Fuck all my stuff. We're rescuing the babies. No, truly. Truly, truly. Freya has no idea what's going on. I got us gas masks. I got her a little puppy gas mask in case we have to go outside and like be out there. I'm good. I don't want to. But if we have to, we have to, you know? They're just giving us like a view of the plume, which I guess where they are is difficult to see it, but I was hoping that they were going to show us a map of like the mandatory evacuations and like the warnings now, but we might be able to find that elsewhere. I need cat ones. I mean, I'm sure the dog ones might. It's just a matter of, will your cats let you put it on there? You know what I'm saying? Will they let you? I feel like Caleb would be fine, but Winslow will probably kill you. Winslow might murder you if you try to put that on her. My Pokemon cards too. Yeah, dude, the Pokemon cards. We packed some of our magic cards. The car is packed right now. It's like packed and ready to go, BT dubs. Like, so our go bags are in there and such, but we definitely put some magic cards. Not all of them, but some of them. This is the Palisades one. Evacuation orders. Oh yeah, they're doing like... I just think it's not funny, but it's just, it's so, it's laughably ridiculous that they cut the fire department budget and gave so much of that money to the police department. Like, and more. So much and more. It's just like hilarious to me. And it's not funny at all. It's hilarious and I hate them. Winslow's pretty good when she knows I'm being serious. Oh, okay. Good. She had to be rescued from a false alarm fire before. Baby. Cletus was at my place when a fire alarm went off and she had to wrestle Winslow into a carrier. Yeah, that's more like it. That's the girl I was waiting for. Poor Cletus. She's like, I'm sorry. Kind of how they cut the pandemic budget before COVID. Yeah. It's like, Are y'all doing this shit on purpose? Like, are y'all playing in our faces? The answer is yes, but just how deep are they playing? Like, I just need to know. It's so silly. It's so silly. They should send the cops into the fight the fire. Yeah. No, like, tee hee ha ha. Go in with all your bullets that we know you love to fly. Like, please. Useless. They're literally useless. You can't even see my shirt, but it's a donut hiding from cops. It's fine. Okay.
We're looking at them right now. Tell me what you were doing via social media.
So at that moment, we had to leave our home because we lost power, booked at the hotel, and then saw everyone losing their homes. And I said, let me just book rooms. Posted that video that you see on Instagram. Thought a few people would respond, and it went viral.
Oh my gosh. So how many rooms have you booked? How have you found the rooms? What hotels are supporting you? Give us all the information.
Oh, so they're booking it for other people.
As of right now, we have 52 hotel rooms that are secured and fully
I'm glad it went viral though, because if you're just booking a bunch of rooms in hopes that people call you
booked
to like get those
we are
rooms,
hoping to
then
get
what if
20
people are
more
trying to call the
hotels
hotels?
there throughout
The
Burbank,
rooms are
North
booked.
Hollywood, Sherman Oaks area, which is where we're based, and we have housed about 167 people, including parents,
That's nice.
children, and pets throughout these hotels. And we have a request form that we've created for people.
That's
who
one
do
thing is
need,
like they've been good
housing.
about, from my perspective
And it's
anyways, they've
over
been good about
350
evacuation
people who are
centers,
filled
animal
out
shelter
and
centers. Like
housing.
everyone's, at least in my circles, has been
Wow. And Mike,
reposting and
hopefully we'll be able
posting,
to
and
hear you
it's
too
really
if you're close
beautiful
enough to the mic.
to
How
see
can
like
folks
the community
reach out
showing
to
up in that
you
way. Of
and
course, no
contact
thanks
you
to the
guys,
government.
for a room?
No thanks to them.
Well,
No.
we both have very active Instagram pages, and we've asked to use that as our primary contact because
Don't know why they're interviewing
logistically,
people if they're not going to do
it's
shit about
just
it. Yeah,
us, and it's kind of self-funded now.
truly.
And it's been very.
There have been some
you know, it's
news
been an adventure.
organization, like I
Please
did
reach
see
out to our
one,
Instagram pages.
I don't remember
We have
which
link trees where we have
channel it
places
was,
for
but someone was
contributions
asking
now,
like
which
a
is
mother
helping
and her kid and the
offset
dog,
and
like, are they
helping us
okay?
expand
And they were just like walking,
We're,
and
we're
they
now
had like a
doing
police
events
officer
with a
come
lot
and
of
pick them
people
up
who
and like
have offered
take
help
them
and
somewhere, which I guess that's
announcements in there. So
finally they're being
it's
useful.
just
But
one day at a time, one week at
some
a
of the news
time.
organizations are
We'll
trying to
help
help,
people
but I
move
definitely
forward
think like some of
the
them are just
following week
there for the
in hotel
story.
rooms, and then we'll go from there.
Got it. Real quickly before we let you go, tell us how
Shoot the fire
folks find you, Gina, and you, Mike, on Insta.
Sure.
Like 250
Gina,
firefighters,
G-I-N-A,
and also
Zapata,
incarcerated firefighters, which is slavery, by the way. Getting paid next to nothing to put out fires, to do an extremely dangerous job while incarcerated, and getting pennies for it. That's what we voted to keep in California.
So, Gina, Mike, thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
very much.
You bet. Straight ahead. Some of the worst times bring out the best in all of us.
Looks like these people are helping with rooms. Yeah, they were booking hotel rooms, and then their post went viral that they, if they needed hotel rooms, like to reach out to them, which is very cool. I think that's very nice.
Next.
Now, should they have to do that? No. The government of which we pay taxes to should have measures to take in which this would be provided for people, but of course, that's not a priority. That's not a priority. The priority is catch those looters. Catch those looters, you little scooters. Yeah, okay, cool. And make sure we don't have to close our business so that people can still get their services and goods, even though your house might be burning down. Like, sorry, you have to come in. Those are the priorities. Not housing the victims that have been unhoused by this disaster.
Outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America. Just
Ta-da! What's this?
Another case, deputies were driving by when they were flagged down by a resident who told them they had found human remains. Again, it's important to note the medical examiner will have to confirm this, but our sources are telling us, at least here in Malibu, they do believe that the remains found belong to someone who lived in this home, the home that has burnt down. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
I do suspect that this will be, especially when you saw the overhead look that Stu was giving us of the Palisades. You don't know what's in those homes. And
Why do that when you can give tax cuts to billionaires instead? True, you know? We really have to worry about the billionaires. They are the ones who have it the worst. Everyone wants them KO'd, you know? Like, everyone wants them gone. Poor babies. They do so much for the country. In the world. I'm kidding, by the way. Just in case you weren't aware. Oh, I was talking about the Canadian firefighters we are sending currently. Oh, yeah, I forgot we're calling on, like, outside, like, other people to help us because we don't have enough firefighters. We don't have enough water. Like, what do we have is the question. We have a lot of hardworking firefighters that are here. That's what we do have, thankfully. And it was difficult for them to do water dumps on the houses in the area, in the structures the first day because of the winds, but at least now they're able to do that some more today. But you know, the resource thing is definitely something that people are worried about, like having enough water for this stuff. What is this? Is that what we just watched? We don't just have to watch like news stuff, by the way. We can watch other videos. I'm just more trying to make sure that I don't have to leave. Ah! That got so big. Please, no. We don't want YouTube chat. Since when does the USA not have enough resources? Oh, you know, since we started budget cuts. Woohoo! I heard that some of the fire hydrants just didn't have water in them. I didn't actually look it up to see if that happened, but I did hear that. So I'm not sure if that's true, but if so, like, that's terrifying. Hi, Rubinsky. Hello, how are you, darling? How is there not enough water? There's an ocean next to you. I know. I know. It doesn't make sense, bro. It does not make sense. They hoard water here, though. Who will care about the billionaires? I low-key want to marry one, but I have a man. Don't. Oh, you meant a firefighter. I thought you meant a billionaire. I was like, girl, please. It's okay. Wara can become a firefighter. I can see that for him. No. Hello. Take us over, I guess, then. It's theirs. They buy a giant portion of their water from Canada, which is crazy. Like, how do we not have access to our own water? Why do we need to buy it from Canada? It's all about commerce, dude. Which, I don't know. I don't freaking know, dude. I don't know why we don't have enough resources. The only way to solve this, I'm assuming it's because of because the resources are held up at the price, for a price, you know, like that's what I always think of. It always comes down to money. Really, the only way to solve this is to give more tax cuts to entrepreneurs and lower the minimum wage and also get rid of the inheritance tax. Yep, that's the solution. And the rich get richer. Why? Why don't we have enough resources? Tell us. It's pretty bad here. I packed up, but luckily didn't get evacuated. Really? You've packed up but didn't get evacuated yet? I'm so sorry that you're also having to navigate this horrendous tragedy, and I hope that you stay safe. 5 more of these disasters and I might have to do something about it. Hey, next disaster, oh, try me. Next time? Try me, bro. Try me. Why yada? I know we're reacting to stuff today, but eventually I think you should play the Power Wash Simulator game. I need to look this up now. Steam open. Steam open. Open Steam. Power Wash Simulator sounds very, very nice and calming for a day when we're feeling extra stressed. I did also buy Frostpunk, by the way. I got Frostpunk to play. Is the game Power Simulator by Shitmaker? Is that the company? Oh no, Power Wash Simulator, not Power Simulator. Ew. Power Wash Simulator. Oh, there it is. $25 to wash some stuff. Actually, that does look satisfying. Actually. Oh, the detail. Oh, the detail. Oh, there's a demo. Yeah. Give me it. Give it to me.
Engage in grand theft. If you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent.
It's so funny that you're saying this because I bet you he's not talking about actual insurance, which is really the scam. What's he yapping about?
It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with.
I might have it on Humble Bundle. Ooh,
It's
heard.
so sickening to me that people would, be all too willing to take advantage.
I just downloaded
of
the demo.
vulnerable
Don't
people who
worry.
are trying to, protect their homes and people who frankly lost
Forget to cut
everything.
the. Yeah, right.
Meantime, there are people who are doing good in this world. First responders battling fires in LA are getting a much-deserved free meal. This is all thanks to one local restaurant.
Yeah, Bob, we're right now live with this heartwarming story.
There have been quite a few restaurants that have been extremely gracious and giving out free food.
A big crisis, all the community comes together. You ask where I am, we are really in the heart of Eaton Canyon. I've been hiking around here. This is not even very far where the fire actually originally started. Really,
Automod just held this up for scumbags. That's hilarious. State Farm cut house insurance right before all this happened. Scumbags. So actually, we were looking because I also thought that apparently it didn't happen just now, but they did do it in July. They cut a lot of plans for people in July, is what we read earlier. Now everyone has a different situation. I also saw a video that was happening, like a lady lost, her parents lost the house they've lived in for like 90 years, and the fire insurance got canceled right before the fires started. But I don't know which fire that was, to be honest. Like, it was on TikTok, so it could have happened last year, and we're just now seeing it. But it seems like it was this fire. Also, though, are we surprised? Are we surprised that the insurance companies are trying to get out of having to pay for what they're supposed to be paying for? Like, Guy Fieri lurks about LA right now, I guarantee it. Getting ready to take those fires. Dread, what the hell? Bus driver simulator? Oh, that's what you're saying, Alex. That's what you mean.
Because all the businesses around here are closed now because everything's been evacuated. So we were able to have a hub or a second base camp, if you will, for all the firefighters in the area to recharge, refuel, and get back on the phone.
So who's supplying the food? You bring in this Bachi Yaki.
Is that Huck from Scandal?
Food truck here from downtown that opened during COVID. Mike and his family. Nope. You reached out and you said, "Hey, how can we help?" And also they connected you with Fire Station 66, right? Tell us what you guys are doing here.
So we're donating.
Dude, Guy Fieri always shows up to these terrible events and cooks, except the ones in my county. No! I hope he does do that. That'd be cool. Unless he has to deal with some of this himself.
On the line, so we can definitely go ahead and feed them. So we have, our famous hibachi bowls that we actually do, and it's got protein, fried rice, and sriracha and soy sauce for them to go and stuff. So
hold on,
of hot meals.
Where's y'all's truck at?
On your screen because
Rose Bowl.
You kind of became a little viral here, but because you started providing
things
this,
you want,
and then
but
people started
county.
reaching out and like, well, okay, you're helping out. How can we help?
Stop.
Right.
No, I don't want it to burn. Also, no
night,
way.
And, they donated,
no way. That's the town of your county. That's the name of your county.
Night,
I'm obsessed with that name.
There's
But is that how you pronounce it, or is it Butte? That's even funnier. Guy Fieri is an angel, and I love him.
You're like, we just want to help out, and I know a lot of people want to help out. Why
I agree.
are you doing this? You're an Angelino.
But
right?
County burning, call that a pain in the ass. We're famous for Paradise Fire back in 2018.
Police officers, even though some people didn't, but
I'm a dirty liar. It's okay. I'll take a peek through and see if there's any games you might want for streaming.
I would love that. I don't even know what Humble is, but it sounds like it's something where we can share games, and I need to get it.
I want to share games with you too. The camaraderie around the community is the best thing to take away from all this. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. We're on day 2.
That's what we were talking about earlier. Community really is everything with humanity. Like, it's how humans survive with next to nothing. Is community.
The captain, right? You guys were talking, and you're like, he's heading this up, you're heading this up, and then you realize that you guys had kind of this special connection.
Right. He came out here and said, "Why you doing it?" I said, "We want to give back." I told him where I grew up and near USA, and then he said, "I grew up near USA," so we grew up blocks.
They say USA? Oh, USC. That makes more sense.
Exposition Park, or what's the
We gotta play Chained Together again. I'm down with that. That game was so fun. That game was so fun. It was frustrating at some points, but not because of like our communication. Like everybody was actually communicating quite well. It was more frustrating because I would make jumps that I thought I could make and then didn't make
A lot
them.
of these guys are working really hard. They're very tired. And Mike, obviously, thank you and your family for providing the services. Bachi Yaki. And if you're out there and you're wondering how you can help, how you can donate, they'll take the donations. Reach out to him on Instagram. I'm going to put it right there on your screen again. It's at Bachi. Tell me the Instagram again.
At Bachiaki LA.
There's underscore in there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. At Bachiaki _LA.
Gotcha.
Why does YouTube
I
have a
remember you
ribbon
telling me
next to
that.
its name
All
today?
right, there they are.
What's that
so
ribbon for?
Another great story there.
National
and
Day of
people coming
Mourning for
together
President
in the face of
Jimmy
the crisis.
Carter.
Boy, that is quite literally food for the soul right there. Go give him a follow. Bachi Yaki doing great things for the
Okay.
community. This is what it's all about, right? When you're talking about times of crisis, wrapping your arms around each other. We need people.
Good people.
Yeah, we need
It's a nice
people and
contrast
also
to the story of
resources.
people looting and taking advantage
And also
of people.
funding.
For sure. All right, we're gonna go to break. We'll be
Hey.
right back.
You know what I mean? Ooh.
Our partners there on Fox 11 in Los Angeles bringing a very great story as we are seeing Angelenos coming together to help everyone that has.
What is this? This is more of Mount Wilson. I don't know if this is right now, but that doesn't look too good either. It at least looks like the flames aren't going up right now, but also it could just be covered by the smoke. You hate the fucking light. Yeah, you are welcome to send React videos in the chat too, by the way. I know we have like the Discord area for it, but we're in chat right now, so if anybody wants a specific video, an appropriate video, feel free to add it to the queue. Okay. This might actually show us the evacuation zones at the moment. Okay. We're still... This is what I'm looking at right now, BT Dubs. So if you're in LA, take a peep. For this area, the red is mandatory. The yellow is warning. So they have kind of shrunk from yesterday, the warning areas. To pop the balloon. What is that? Let's pop the balloon. Yeah, I have the Watch Duty app. I have the Watch Duty app. App. Pop the... Is Google gonna know what I'm talking about if I say that? Pop the balloon. Oh, I know this game. Which one do you want me to watch? Which one do you want me to watch? I got feelings about this game. Talk about like, oh God. If you hate Middle Ground, you'll hate Pop the Balloon. You'll despise Pop the Balloon. Yeah, which episode you want? Which episode do you want me to watch? I watched one this morning where a man put the balloon on the ground and stomped it with his foot. First of all, if I had a balloon, I'd pop it back. Because, ew. Doing the most for absolutely what? Please be so serious. And then he proceeded to lay out the reasons for why he popped his balloon like it was an essay. Like you were writing an educated journal on it. Like, please. Please. Save your sources for never. Okay? I hate that shit. And also, why are we giving men this power? Why are we giving them balloons to pop? Baby, you wouldn't even be able to air up my balloon, much less pop it, okay? So just, these women, like, don't do the show. Don't do it. The most impressive part about Pop the Balloon, though, is when, the most impressive part about it is just, like, when the guys say the most, like, disgusting and icky things for why they popped the balloon, and then the girl's just there with the microphone, and they're like, is he your type? And they're honest. They're honest. They'll be like, yeah, like, he's my type, but, like, it's okay. Like, he's not into me, whatever. Or they'll be like, nah, he's not really my type. Girl, if someone popped a balloon in my face and then told me why they didn't like me, I'd be like, you would never make it. You would never be my type. Like, it's just the amount of control these women have. Like, self-control. Ooh. Yeah, but I also wouldn't be on that show. So there's that. Sometimes we still watch. Oh, absolutely. Alpha, hi. Hello, darling. Thank you for that tier 1 sub for 5 months. I love you. Thank you so much. Happy to have you back. Happy to be back also. You hate the golden eye. Hate the fucking eye. Huh. Am I crazy, or like, are the badges not showing up the way they are supposed to show up? That's what's tweaking me out, is I'm looking at y'all's things and the badges aren't what they're not mine. They're not my badges. They're just Twitch's. But they're here on my side. Anyways, that's not a priority right now. That's something I can fix later. I am safe from the fires at the moment. We do not have to evacuate right now. We're very lucky in that way. We have fires all around us, but far enough away where we're not in warning evacuation zones and much less mandatory evacuation zones. So we're very lucky in that way. My heart goes out to everyone that's lost their house. It's been a tragic few days here. We lost power for about 20 hours. And it came back on yesterday evening, right before it hit about 24 hour, like right before it hit a day. But again, like that, aside from that, it's been just dealing with the air quality. But we're very lucky to be in the position that we're in right now. Literally on the map as well. Is this the same clip from earlier?
Continue to partner with Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they are discussing the devastation because
it's
of the
Genji
wildfires that are burning
should, but the
across
people
Los
on the
Angeles
show are
County.
millennials just
They're
saying,
checking
oh.
in with one of the reporters live on the ground.
I mean, like, honestly, I'm right down the middle of both generations, and I think that, like,
to find somewhere to stay, somewhere to rent,
you know, Gen Alpha is the enemy now, so it's fine. Just kidding.
With prices, but also really aren't available because of the sheer amount of people who are all trying to do the same thing. And we want to show you some video of this Eden fire so you can really get
We just complained the whole time, yeah.
the impact, the devastation
About the pop
following
balloon.
this
Yeah.
fire.
No, if you send me a specific clip or episode, I'll watch it, because
People have had the chance to go back to their properties.
That show was
Tell
crazy.
me that this is something that they could never have imagined could happen to them because their homes are rubble. There's absolutely nothing left behind. And
Yeah,
many
it's
of them
insane
are
how
also
many
dealing with
houses
the
have been
trauma
impacted
of
so
having
far.
to see see their homes burned to the ground with no resources in sight, because a lot of them said there were no firefighters available to be on my street to help put out the flames. So they felt helpless as their homes just burned to the ground. All
Which
of their
is
belongings,
insane.
all of their memories with it as well.
One of the most populated
Also, the people
cities
who live in Altadena,
in the
but
country,
we also spoke with a mother
and
and son duo who live in
they cut
Pasadena
our
and
fire
never
department
thought the
budget,
fire would
and
reach them,
we don't have enough
but it did,
firefighters. We
and
barely have enough
they
water to
lost
put out these
absolutely
fires. Like,
everything.
it's insane.
I was thinking I was coming home to my wonderful place I just bought, just paid for. December 17th was my last payment.
No.
I think it's February 6th would have been
Oh.
my 13th year in the home. My first home
Okay.
ever. So, you know,
Why did I do that?
it's gone.
There we go.
I stood there and watched it go. And like I was telling another gentleman, I just have the peace of God, which passes understanding, because I can't understand it myself. That I'm not, you know, I'm devastated. I am upset, but I'm at peace. And it's different. You know, I'm a praiser and I'm a worshiper. And the home to me is things that can be replaced. We have
I
our
was looking
life,
at the aerial view, and it
that's
looks
the most
exactly like
important thing.
Paradise did after that fire. Really?
And she just kept talking
It's
about how
decimated,
grateful
dude.
she is
It
that
looks
she
really,
and
really
her son are
sad.
okay, that they
The
have
houses
their
are
lives. Of course,
gone.
everyone deals with
And the
loss and
Palisades,
grief
like-
differently. So she said she's at peace, and that's wonderful. We've also
That's
spoken
terrible.
with people who are just gutted and devastated. Some people are angry as well because they feel like they should have been helped. People have been asking, why wasn't there a contingency plan to plan for this when they knew the winds were coming? So there's a lot of different emotions out here, but one thing that is universal is the concern about what's next, what steps people should take in order to
I
get
just hope
this
they're able
ball
to contain
rolling,
it soon. It's
because
so
everyone
devastating seeing all
knows
the.
this is gonna be
Yeah,
a
that's the
very
crazy part.
long
Is like they
process
have
to
made
rebuild.
progress on some of the fires, but like they're all still very, or not all of them. A lot of them are still very active. The ones that have been really big the last few days are still quite big, and it's kind of scary.
To people who might be displaced in these fires, because she did mention
So the
that
Sunswept is
a lot of people are
completely
looking
put
at some
out, is what I'm
hotels, and the rates were
seeing on the Watch
astronomical.
Duty
We
app.
have discounts on our website then.
And I didn't know that was allowed, as you said.
I thought that there was
The Sunset Fire has been
that you can't do that.
contained but not completely shut out.
Of natural disaster like this.
Eden is still
So as
going.
the result of the ongoing wildfires continue, Caltrans did announce major lane closures, some fully blocked at various locations. So let's get into that.
Yeah, so let's start with Pacific Coast Highway. So southbound lanes between Malibu Canyon Road and the 10 freeway are closed, and northbound lanes are closed at the McClure Tunnel. For the 10 freeway, westbound lanes are closed at Lincoln Boulevard, as well as on-ramps from 4th and 5th Streets. And finally, Topanga Canyon Boulevard remains fully closed between PCH and Mulholland Drive.
Let's touch on some road closures for the Eaton Fire on Angeles Crest Highway, eastbound lanes at the entrance of Angeles National Forest to Big Tahunga
And also,
Road
like,
are
people have been telling
closed
us to
for the
leave
210
for the
freeway.
last
The
24
westbound
hours.
eastbound
And
on-ramp
while
from
I
Arroyo
understand where they're
Boulevard
coming
is
from,
closed. And
we
then
are
finally,
where we
Fort
are,
San
and we can
Gabriel Canyon
see
Road that
where we
remains
are on
fully
the map.
closed
Like, we
north
can
of
see
Azusa, allowing only
the areas that have been
residents there
warned,
to
and
be
we're
able
not
to
in those
enter.
areas. And
finally, let's
also,
talk road closures for
we don't
the
want to
Hearst fire.
congest
For
the
5
road
freeway,
when there are people
northbound
that are
truck lanes
actively
to the
fleeing
14
the fire.
freeway are
You know what I
closed.
mean? Like,
And for the
if
210
we're
freeway,
preemptively
westbound truck
evacuating,
lanes to the 5 and
okay,
Yarnell
good for
Streets
us,
on
but
and
also,
off-ramps
like,
do
we're
remain
just
closed.
causing more traffic
So Stu Mandel
for
with Sky
people that
Fox,
are
he
actually,
gave us
like,
this
trying to
incredible
escape.
perspective this morning, and this really paints a picture as far as the complete and utter devastation.
That's why we're also
in
hanging
one
back right now.
Palisades
Nah, don't leave
neighborhood.
until you're told
And
to.
here he is
Exactly.
showing
Can
us
cause
his
more impact on
perspective
traffic.
and talking
Exactly.
about what he's
When we
seeing
had the
from
fire
Sky
last
Fox.
summer right next to where I worked, it burned for like a month. We were lucky. The wind pushed the fire away from the town into the hills, and it burned abnormally fast. Jesus.
Homes burned in the Palisades. This is one of
Yeah, I'm
those
sorry that you
areas,
had to
this
deal with that,
neighborhood,
Dread.
I would venture to say
It's very
probably
scary.
500, maybe more homes out there. As I just get wider and wider, you can see some of the homes still standing, but so many of them just flattened out here. We can bring the map back up here in just a moment, but this is off of Sunset near Alma Real Drive. That's going to be the general area, and that's also part of the downtown area there as well. But take a look at that. This is, when you talk about a brush fire and you say, oh, there's some homes that have been destroyed, I never pictured anything like this. This is just blocks after
Entire
blocks
neighborhoods
after blocks of that
flattened.
neighborhood out here, and you can just see it just goes and goes.
I worked
and
with
goes.
Culver
And then
City. Wait.
sometimes there is,
I worked in Culver City during the Skirmal fires, and driving down the 405 through the flames on both sides was insane. Oh, that's terrifying. Talk about dystopian. You're having to drive through the flames. Luckily, usually the fire stops at the highway, but like, holy shit, that's terrifying. On both sides is crazy because they could jump and combine. Like, I can't even imagine how the Palisades look on the ground. I know. Every video I've seen, like, in the neighborhood is just horrific.
even with all the resources that you could possibly have at your fingertips, how do you battle an entire neighborhood burning? This has got to be 500 homes, maybe more. This is something that I personally have never seen. And again,
All political comments will be removed. This is an updates page.
in the Southern California area.
Nice.
Was it with that shot that I realized that the firefighters were no
Good to know.
for a fire that was this
So what Dogleg Nate just put in the chat is a resources page, so you can see updates from multiple sources. If you're in LA, or even if you're not in LA and just want to stay updated, this is a good list of stuff, of places that you can find the information that you're looking for. Thank you for that. Have I seen the Doom Dark Ages trailer? No, but we can watch it. Let's watch, let's take a break from this for a minute. Let's watch the Pop the Balloon or Find Love that little baby Aim sent us. Okay. Oh my gosh, this freaking show.
Hey, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy.
Oh, okay, good. We're doing it from the girls.
Hello,
Popping the
welcome.
balloons.
I'll have you hold this. All right, if we can have your name.
Immediately, she said.
My name's Aaron.
Aaron, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 29.
29. Okay, and what do you do?
I'm a licensed
I
plumber.
think I'm gonna be a lot more.
Very cool.
lenient
And now, what do you
watching
look for in a woman?
This perspective.
I look for a woman that's not promiscuous and has a career going for herself.
I would have popped right
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Deal breaker, being promiscuous,
Bro.
not cleanly, don't have a career, nothing really going for yourself.
At least he doesn't want.
All right. So we did
someone
get
that
a pop
refuses
balloon.
to work.
Oh.
Which
Go
I
ahead
mean,
and
if
go
you
on
refuse
over
to
there,
work,
see what's
pop off,
going on.
queen.
Yes.
But some guys will be like, "Yeah, you're just like
All right.
too
If we can have your
business-oriented
name
for
and
me."
age and why you popped your balloon.
Hi, my name is Karma. I'm 24.
See how nice
Oh,
these
sorry, I'm
ladies
supposed to say
were. They're
popping
like,
the
we're
balloon
gonna let
properly.
him have his time, even though he said some
For
weird
me,
things.
it just did not
you
work. I didn't
know?
feel like I had chemistry or wasn't fully attracted to you, and I feel like that counts if we are going to be going through a dating show, you know?
Yes, the feeling is definitely mutual. So that's okay. Thank you. You did me a favor.
You know, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm glad you have a great
Thank
day.
you, Queen. You too.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead. All right. We gotta
She
pop
did
over
not like
here.
that interaction.
We can have your
She was like,
name
that was
and age
gross.
and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Dude's been cheated on.
Sarah, I'm 22.
Okay. And why did we end up popping our balloon?
The comment you made.
Try not to spiral
didn't
with
really- I'd like a more humble person.
Do
not
that,
someone
Ryder.
responds
Do that,
to
baby. Have a good stream. Thank you. I love you. I will text you.
That's really it.
Hey,
I didn't really necessarily like
That's
how you
fine.
responded.
Hey, I could just all I can do is be honest.
I
you
mean,
know,
yeah, be honest.
I
Be your
came
authentic
over
self.
here to,
That's
to,
okay.
to,
Be
to
your
find
authentic
a
self.
match.
Please
that
do.
wasn't matching. That's all,
Please be
Queen.
your real self so
100%
nobody gets
Yes,
swindled
ma'am.
into dating you.
And I was, she someone that's your type?
She all right. You know, you're not really my type. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No
You know,
disrespecting.
but if I seen you in public, I wouldn't reach out to.
Totally fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is the only time I've ever seen people popping balloons in the middle of them asking someone else why they popped the balloons. Which, again, this is the first video I've actually seen where the girls are popping the balloons. Usually I'm seeing it reversed. Which, why are all these straight? Anyways, as he's speaking to these other women, women are like popping balloons, which is hilarious to me because like
we
I
did get a pop balloon over here. Your name and age and why you ended
Everything
up
he's
popping
saying
your
is
balloon.
icking me out. Look at the way he's
I'm
standing.
Lex, and I'm
First of all,
23.
why
and
is
I
your
pop
shirt
my balloon
open
because
like
I feel
that?
like you could be a tad
so
bit
judgmental.
disrespectful. Like
We
how
listen
you
and we judge.
like I don't know, arrogant, a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. Just that.
Well, voicing my opinion is not arrogant. You know, she asked me if she would be a good fit for me. If I like what I see, you know, it's contrary to the truth. So
course.
that's all I can do is just state what I see. That's not a good look for me. That's all, Queen. But thank you. You
So am I
did me
hating
a
on
favor
everything?
as well.
'Cause it's what I do.
Also, what I have to say is,
dude's been cheated on.
It's not what you
How do
say.
you know that?
This is what I mean by what I said.
'Cause
It's
he
not
said
what you say.
promiscuous
It's how you
twice?
say it.
Yes.
You could have rephrased a lot of the
That
things
part.
that you have been saying to
Mhm.
me as well as the other girls differently. But that's all I have to say.
But one thing about me is I'm not going to change who I am
Of course.
to fit somebody else's liking. You know, I'm just going to
Nobody's
tell it how
asking
it
you to.
is. If you're not it, that's not it. You know, the
Cool.
one that is
Cool.
it, I'm
She's
gonna
like,
let it be
and that's
known.
what I just
Okay.
did.
You know, for surely, yes.
Respectful.
Your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Brianna,
He's a plumber. Trust me, he's been
26.
cheated on. This makes no sense.
My eyes are.
What do you mean?
are up here, baby. Are you looking at the tattoo?
No, I'm looking at the hair on your arms. You know, women I deal with, they don't have hair on their
Don't do
arms.
too much.
Hey,
Pop.
I'm just being honest,
Don't do
Queen.
too much.
You know,
Wait for the
I
pop.
don't like that. That's all I was looking
Pop's
at.
about
You
to
trying
happen.
to say if I'm looking at particular
Y'all.
body
You just
parts,
wasn't
but
looking at
that's
my
not what
eyes.
it
No
is.
way
I was
y'all
looking
are
at the
chilling
hair on
with
your
that.
arms,
Anyways,
Queen.
she asked me the question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in heels
women
and
I
you ain't
deal
tall
with
enough.
Okay.
Don't do
no
too much.
hair on
So
her
you're not
arms.
qualified, baby. So
Why is
that's
he
all
mad that
good.
she has more hair
Let's
on her
move on.
arms than he does?
Okay.
Get over it. Stop shaving your arms,
We
sir.
do
I
still
don't know.
have
Like,
3
what's wrong with
but
you?
she looking like you gonna pop? Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where was the pop
Okay.
after his
All right,
comment?
if we can have
Where
your
was
name
that?
and age and why you ended up popping.
I'm
My
mad
name
at the
is
room
Jacqueline.
now.
I'm 25. I popped because I have hair on my arms.
Hey, just because you got hair on your arms, that's okay though, Queen. You look phenomenal though.
Thank you.
You know, she ain't fit
Look
to
at
my
the other
liking.
girl's
She ain't even
face.
fit to
She's
my.
like,
Hey, excuse me, Queen.
"Excuse me?"
I'm talking to this woman right here.
What did you say?
Oh, well, I could look anyway. I
He
could
a
look
short
anyway.
king. Yeah.
I could look anyway I want to.
I don't know about
You
Short
know,
King. He's definitely short.
But yeah, can y'all give her balloon back though?
She don't want it.
Yeah, do you want
She
your
don't
balloon
want
back, Queen? We're not talking to you, sweetheart.
Oh,
you already
okay.
been, I already let
No.
you know. I'm not interested in. You got more hair on your arms than me, baby.
Yeah, we
But,
know.
Anyways,
We can tell.
So he's saying
Because you're
get your
really
balloon back,
bothered
but-
by it.
I'm not gonna get my balloon
That's
back.
so funny.
okay.
All right, no problem. So we do still have 2 balloons.
Yes.
Do we still have 2 balloons?
No.
She said, nope. No, you
Let's
don't.
go over here. I saw you hesitate. That's why I had to ask.
They're-
So if we can have
The
your
thing about it
name
too
and
is like
age.
they're being nicer about it. Besides the girl in the red dress, she was kind of like biting back, which is do your thing. But like everyone was being so nice about popping the balloons, whereas like some of the videos where the guys are doing it, they're not being very nice about it. They're like, yeah, I just didn't. Some of them are. Some of them are respectful. But they're not like waiting to do it where like in a nice, respectful way.
Is
They're
it
just
why
like
you ended up
immediately.
popping?
My name is Kayla. I'm 23. Originally, I was not gonna pop my balloon because I know a lot of them popped it because he was being, I guess, arrogant. But to me, I like my man that's not gonna sit in every girl's face and complimenting them. So I didn't find that offensive to me. But when they started what was going on, I'm very like I don't want to say I'm argumentative, but I don't want my man to argue back with me because then I feel like it's gonna always be a problem. That was the only reason why I popped my balloon because I was just like, dang. But then with
How
me,
can you be
kinda got a little
argumentative,
bit
but then also be like, but you're not allowed to
catty with
argue
me.
back?
You a little sassy just a little bit. And since you want to come at everybody over here, I'm going to get at you too. You kind of look like a Ninja Turtle. You're not that cute. You need to relax. You stocky as hell.
Oh
and
my
I'm trying to be respectful.
God.
But, like you was really coming out like I didn't like it. I'm from
She
the
wa-
South and I can
Girl.
handle like a lot of criticism and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But the way you was coming, you just act like you got it all like that. And I guarantee you probably
She
got a
said,
roommate
since
at
you
home, and it's
decided to
just not
speak your
good
truth, I
anymore.
will too.
Well, let me say this, Queen. I'm a licensed plumber.
So, and I do real
hold on.
estate
I live
and
down-
property
Hey,
I live
Ninja Turtles,
downtown.
green is in this year. That's all I'm saying.
Do it.
I
You
live
have to compare it to
downtown.
me.
I stay by myself, Queen. And you're not even qualified to be even
You
dealing
say
with
everybody
me.
not qualified.
You definitely not. You know, if anything, it was one of these two. I wasn't even looking your way. You
and
ain't
the
in
one
my
that you
type.
wanted
If
popped
I
out
seen you, that's fine.
So what?
That is totally fine.
Okay.
But one thing
The pink
about
dress
me,
is
I could
trying
pull
so hard not
100,000
to be
out the bank.
involved, but
Can
you
do
are.
the same?
You are.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that though, baby. Yeah,
Let's
in a real
move
way,
on.
you
Let's
can't
move
do
on.
that though, Queen.
All right. If we can have your name and age.
She's just.
Hi, I'm Esther. I'm 23.
Okay. And Esther, you still
I'm
have your
having
balloon
high hopes
unpopped.
for her,
Why
but
so?
I don't know.
Are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done with the rest of that.
Okay.
You know,
Okay, now we can talk, right?
in a real way.
Okay. What do you look for?
I look.
What are
for
you looking for?
a woman, like I said, that's not going to be promiscuous. A woman that's going to be consistent. A woman that has a career
Are
and
you
things going for
done?
herself. Because I had the same thing
Are you
going
done?
for myself.
So we can
you
have a
know, as
conversation
well.
now?
I don't need a woman to.
Okay, girl, we'll just ask
give
him
me
to
her
pick you then.
money,
That's all you had to
Or
say.
anything. I'm just looking
Go
for
ahead and get on out of
devotion
there.
and some loyalty. That's all, and some honesty.
Do you believe in God?
Oh, certainly, yes, ma'am. I'm a God-fearing man. I practice monotheism. You know, I won't
Maybe
tell
they're
you what
perfect
I
for each other,
identify
honestly.
as
If she stayed through
religion-wise,
that,
but
all
we
of
can
that,
get to that at a later date and time.
cringe off the charts. He
you
walked
know,
in with
if
the
you
cringe.
choose to leave here with me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Do you know the
I'm
Bible
sorry.
says that love is kind?
Yes, certainly.
Are you here for love or are you here to just
I'm,
insult
I'm trying to
everyone?
create a family. You know,
Okay.
that's what I aspire to do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
You're good?
Sure, we're good.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh,
Any
okay.
questions for her?
No, not at all.
Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
Do you want kids?
I do. You
How
gonna
old are
give
you
me
again?
some? Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 29. How old are you?
23.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You know, we might as well get up out of here right now.
Oh, I did not like the answer to
Yeah.
that.
On over here. Let's step
Is
on,
that
step
okay?
out real
That's
quick for me.
perfectly
Step out.
fine.
All right. So it seems like there's a little vibe here. So is it gonna be a yes for you for him?
God says save souls, so yeah.
Oh, and is it a yes for
No.
you
That's
for her?
gonna be a
No.
hell yes for me.
Okay, we
She's
got
like, this
him
is a
back.
sign from God. It's my time to save
All right,
him.
let me
I
take
can
this
fix
mic
him.
and y'all can go on off.
Please. Goodbye.
Okay.
She's like,
All right,
"The
everyone. Thank you
fuck?"
for tuning in on this episode of Pop the Balloon.
No. No. No, thank you. No, I'm okay. That's bonkers bananas. Bonkers bananas.
Families and kids going back to these neighborhoods.
I cannot. Now it's on my homepage. There's no.
Fires are burning right now across the Southland. The wildfires are forcing mass evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of residents
The
have been
horsies.
ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten thousands of structures.
I gotta tell my wife about that show. She popped it after he left with the other girl. She popped the girl's balloon that he left with because she was like, "I'm not taking this balloon with me." It's like, "I'm my man now." And that girl was like, "Here, I'll pop it for you."
To that, the Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades, the Eaton
People are
fire
so
above
weird, for real.
Altadena, the Hearst fire in the Sylmar area.
She just wants
and
some
of
roided
course,
biceps.
You have that Sunset fire in the Hollywood
It was such an
Hills.
interesting experience.
Star Harvey
That show
joining
is
us
so
this
funny.
morning, or, oh gosh, I'm so robotic in
I know we
this.
keep on saying the morning.
Hi, Robo Panda. How are you? How
took
are
over
you?
for Maria.
Ugh.
Good to see you.
I'm so
And,
excited to
it
see
looks
some,
like there's
not
a
some,
little bit of
all
a
of y'all's
lull with
names.
these wins, which is good news. So
I missed
firefighters
y'all
can
a
take
whole bunch.
advantage, right? Yeah, you know the difference.
How are you
in,
doing,
you know,
Robo
what we
Panda?
did
How was your
see,
holidays?
starting on Tuesday morning.
were your
as to,
holidays?
where we are now, we're at the peak
Good
of those
map.
wins. It is a complete different story. Or at
So
least
is
it's
this
feeling like
map
one out there. But again, we are
from the New York
expecting,
Times? This is what we're looking at right now.
right on
It looks
back
like
up,
it's the
you guys. So we
biggest and worst
currently
parts of the
have,
fires.
Some of those lighter winds pushing out of the northeast, and this is going to
Or
be
I
for
guess it is
some
the
of
fires because
area, not
the
all of us.
colors that
do
we were
still
seeing
have some
outside of
breezes
this
and gusts
was
moving along,
the
some of the
evacuation
area, but we will,
areas. So
again,
like,
have some of the stronger situations
Yeah, that
pushing
makes sense.
into this afternoon. I have us as early as the 3 o'clock hour, and like our advisories, we're expecting
Tens
these
of
winds to
thousands
carry
of
us through
acres.
portions of tomorrow. We do have the continuation of that red flag warning. It has been extended several times. As of now, the National Weather Service has extended it until tomorrow.
and
at
we
6
have
p.m.
winds for the day
Rightfully
too.
So, just like as you can see
That's
right out
not
at that
fun.
picture right there with our fires and all that smoke out there. We do have an air quality alert in place. This one will carry through today.
I'm so sorry. We're gonna have to interrupt you for just a moment because we are getting some breaking news right now. This fire that has spread to the peak of Mount Wilson. We're gonna go up to Stu, who's in Skyfox right now. This could interrupt our communication system and the way we broadcast. Good
Yeah.
morning, Stu.
So we were talking about earlier, Mount Wilson has a bunch of communicative resources, apparently. So
all the way up to the top of Mount Wilson. Skyfox, we got
this
on
could
honeydew
be.
list. We made our way back out to the Palos Verdes area.
Hopefully
but you can
we
still
stay
see a
alive.
lot of that smoke. What the problem is behind that smoke are antennas, huge antennas. They're called repeaters, and that's how we broadcast the show over the
red is the
air.
burned area,
If you're
yeah.
watching us that's not on cable or not on the internet and still using
Any
an
good
off-air
plumber has
type
at least a
system,
touch of alcohol.
this might actually
Dude,
interrupt
plumbing is
that
actually like
system. So that's the reason
a
why
really
we're talking
well-paid
about this
job,
now.
right?
Look at all that smoke.
Like
I'm gonna
plumbers
talk
kind of be
about that
banking a
for
little
just
bit.
moment.
Not obviously,
Take a
probably
look.
not as
This
much
is
as their
all
value
the
is worth,
smoke.
but
If you are
yeah.
in, San
Just like
Gabriel,
farmers are always struggling
Pasadena,
with meth.
West
I did
LA,
not know that
downtown Los
stereotype.
Angeles,
That's
Hollywood,
why.
and you're like, wow, all
Because they
that
have the
smoke.
space to make
That's not
it.
actually the
That was
Palisades
crazy. I
fire.
don't know
That
where I
is
saw
all
that.
from the Eaton Canyon fire, and it made its way all the way
Framers?
up to the top of Mount Wilson. All that
Do you
smoke
mean
and
like
everything that
picture
you're seeing right
framers?
down there,
People that
that
frame
is the areas that
pictures?
are being covered by
What does
that
this
smoke.
mean?
That's Santa Monica. That's Santa Monica Airport right there in the shot.
This
Now,
Doom trailer can
Skyfox
be our
actually
next
up
commercial
over the
break.
Palisades fire,
In a minute.
And we actually had the DCA just moments ago doing some orbits. This is the actual Palisades fire. The most of the smoke from this is
It's
making
crazy
its way out
watching,
over the
like
ocean
yesterday,
and
we were
actually
watching
going out
planes
towards Ventura
fly
and
into the smoke
Oxnard.
yesterday.
So there is a lot of smoke
I
out
would
there.
be
Still a
so
lot of
scared.
activity. They did have the
If I was on that
DC-8
plane,
here. They were gonna
bitch,
do some Foz-check drops.
bring it
They were
down.
really
Land
still
us in
trying to work
Arizona.
to
I
get
don't
this
care.
thing
What are you
locked
talking
down
about?
before
What do you
those
mean
winds
you're gonna
really
fly
start
through
picking
that?
up again. Right now, there's the DC-8.
Can't see.
I'm not sure if he just
So I guess
did
you
the
don't
drop
need to
or if
see
he's
because
still
they have
setting
like
up, but
the
you
little,
can see them actually out here. They're bringing in the big
you know,
guns. They
what's
are
it
taking
called?
this
The little
moment
screen where
when
you
the
can
winds
see
are a little
everything.
bit lighter,
You don't need to
they're
actually
bringing in
see out the
big
plane.
fixed wings, and they're gonna start dropping a lot of that
Excited for the new
Foz-check,
Dune game.
that red fire
Oh, it's a
retardant
trailer
on
for a
out here to
game.
kind of
Oh, that
just
makes sense.
box in these the flames that are still active up on the hillside. So if the winds do kick up, there's a good chance that it will just basically run to a line and burn itself out. That is
She was
what
supposed to
they're
get groomed today,
but right now, though, still a lot of
and
devastation out here, and of course,
it's like a drive to your house with the grooming truck service, and they canceled it because of the fires. So now she's a little Ewok. Now she's a little Ewok.
Stu, I'm checking this, which, by the way, is an amazing app. It's called Watch Duty. It gives you updates on evacuations and whatnot, and it says the crews conducted offensive firing at Mount Wilson.
I almost kissed my microphone.
And they report that everything is going good. This is per radio traffic.
I thought it was
and
her
that
for
no
a second.
infrastructure has been impacted. Is this something that you're seeing as well up there in Skyfox?
Well, when we were on the other side of the smoke and we could actually see the antennas, I was actually wondering what was actually
I'd rather be
going
dead in
on up
California
there,
than alive in
because we didn't
Arizona.
see
That's
any active fire
a
fires
crazy
or
sentence,
anything
but
moving
okay.
around, and like
Who is
aircraft.
Lucille
When we went
Bluth?
to this side of it, which would be the west side of the smoke plume, we did see a couple of LA County fire helicopters, but they weren't making any effort to go up there. So actually, I did think to myself, I wonder if they're doing backfires just to clear the brush in the area, taking advantage of what was going on, and they know how strong those winds are. But that is,
How are the winds strong, but like the smoke's still there? I feel like it would be getting blown away with the winds. Like we obviously don't want wind, but maybe just like a little bit, just to move the smoke away, like dissipate it or move it. Actually, just blow the smoke to space. You know?
On an off-air system, they might lose that signal until we get that repeater back up. So that's one of the
Lucille
big concerns
Bluth?
right now.
Who?
All that smoke is also
Dread,
a
what
huge
are you
concern
talking
for a lot of
about?
folks out there. I mean, even up in Skyfox, a lot of times we can say, well, we're up in a helicopter, but
Smoke blows into
lately,
space where it's
today,
turned into
my
stars.
eyes are
Yeah.
watering. This is really tough
Yeah,
stuff.
or it turns
And I
into
can
not
just
smoke
imagine what a
anymore
lot of
because of the
folks
change in
dealing with down
atmosphere.
there on the
I
ground.
don't really know.
Wow, Stu. Okay,
I'm
thank you
interested
for
to see the
that. So,
chemical
as Stu
study on
mentioned,
that.
fire is burning
Boosty,
in Mount
hello!
Wilson, and
It's an
yes,
Arrested
it could
Development.
impact the way we
Okay.
broadcast,
I've
our
actually
ability
seen
to
that whole
even
show.
be able to share this information with you.
That's
The
funny.
communication towers are how we transmit
Do you
our
think these fires
newscasts
will
to you
affect
as well.
Fortnite
And you did mention
servers?
first
Maybe.
responders and emergency
Maybe
houses
now.
rely on the signal as well. So if our
Hi, Boosty,
over-the-air
how are
broadcast
you?
happens to go down, we will continue
Lovely
our
to see you.
coverage on our Fox local app and on our YouTube page, which we just had up there, and hopefully we can get that banner up and you can check that out there in case things go wrong.
Just underscores the unusual times that we're living in right now. And yes, so that being said, this is important to know that Fox 11 Los Angeles, we have the Fox local app that's available through Amazon, Fire TV, Apple TV, Roku,
They got
and Google
backup
Android
backup
TV.
And then there
surgery,
it is,
backup
youtube.com/FoxLA
servers. Oh my
in
god.
case we lose you here.
Good.
So
That's
the
the most
Palisades
important thing,
fire, of
is that everyone
course,
can still play
the
Fortnite.
largest fire in our region right now, with more than 17,000 acres burned.
Yeah, so Tom Bakar from our sister station KTVU is actually live now in Malibu. Tom, good afternoon. What can you tell us?
I want you to take a look, because this is the grim side of what we're talking about. The grim side of this is the coroner's wagon. They just a few minutes ago loaded the remains of a human being who was in this burned out building, home. What happened was that a relative of the person who is now deceased had called in, was not able to contact the loved one, and asked the sheriff's office to go out and do a welfare check. When they came out, they saw, of course, the destroyed building, but they also thought what they saw was also
No, I haven't had to be evacuated yet. Very, very lucky to have not had even our evacuation warning. However, we are in between 5 of the fires. We're in the middle of, like, kind of around the edges of the middle of a couple of them, but we haven't been in an area that's been asked to evacuate or even warned, for that matter. So we're very lucky to be in the position we are. Thank you for checking,
has been busy. But having said that, when you think about this, and I've covered these things for decades, only 5 deaths.
Yeah, depending on the wind today,
is a testament to LA
we might
County
have to leave at some point, but so far,
to the people who actually followed evacuation orders and the actual response that went on, which may be criticized for some things, but it worked. And when you think about this, the Paradise Fire, a small town in Northern California, the worst fire, had 85 deaths. And I don't think
is that
any worse than some of the stuff we've seen around here. And
Dread, is that what you're talking about?
It's not even in the top 20 here. 6 deaths are the ones that are start
the
top
Paradise
20
Fire?
most deadly fires. And LA County in this fire so far has had only 5. So it's a testament to preparation and what people actually did by paying attention.
You know the feeling
to
as
all
we get
of that.
fires like this most years now in Australia too. Yeah, it's
Cleared,
it's horrible. Like the air is
without the human remains, it's no
crazy
longer a
today,
scene of
and
anything
was
other
actually
than a
more
place that's
crazy
going to have to
yesterday.
be cleaned
And then
up.
2 days
For
ago, the
some
wind was
family,
just a
it's going to get
nightmare.
the terrible news that their loved one has
But now
indeed
having the
perished,
smoke just
and
like
that
kind of be
person
sitting in the
is
air
now, on their way
has
to
really
the
been
medical
affecting
examiner's office. I'm sure
my
they probably have
allergies and
already
stuff.
been
But
informed.
again, like very lucky that that's the worst of the problems at this moment. We lost power for 20-ish hours and got it back yesterday. But again, it could be way worse. So very thankful for the situation that we're in at the moment.
Do you know if fire officials have had a chance to go through home by home? I know that the call came in through a welfare check with that particular home, but what about the others? And there are so many homes that have burned to the ground. You wonder if there could be more.
We should cancel now.
You hope that number holds, though. You really do.
Real. Hey, who keeps letting natural disasters happen?
The reality is
Cut
that
it out.
every home has not been
Stop
looked
that.
at. Now, a lot of people are probably still being sought to find out where they
July
are.
last year in 2024, that's when they started canceling insurance policies. Well, that's what that article said anyways.
And that list gets
Not
very
started
small
probably,
very
but that's when
quickly.
they
But I think
canceled a bulk of
in a
them.
vast fire the size of this and the other ones in the LA basin, that there are other victims, they certainly do.
Thousands of people in the
Because
foothill communities
two things,
evacuated.
work here.
The last in Volcanic National Park. Y'all have a volcanic national park, and people live there.
Or something like that, or maybe couldn't get through.
Is there a
and didn't think
volcano?
much of it. And the other thing is just the sheer volume of what you're talking about. And it's not like, the bodies are laying
Fires
out in, in
suppression
easy to
operations
find
cost
form. In some cases, they've been
$351 million.
incinerated. In some cases, there could be feet of ashes on top of them. So no, I
And
think
then
that
they
there's
cut our
very
fire
high likelihood
budget.
that this number is going to go up. But at
Which-
this point
is that
in
just
time,
LA
it's
County?
way too early in that process. But when they do hear that there is a
Because that was a
possibility
BAS
that they
decision.
go out and they check that immediately
Or
because,
approval. So that makes
other
me think
than
it's just LA
saving
County.
lives, recovering bodies is a very high priority after any kind of disaster like this, because you cannot possibly let people back in if there's a single chance.
No, I meant I'm talking
have
about
something like that going on. So
the
that
budget
is
cuts for the fire
situation
department.
based on my experience, which goes back quite a few years.
Yeah, I know the one that you
Tom
was.
Bakar with our
How do you
sister
say
station,
it? I don't want to keep
KTVU,
saying
reporting there from the
Butte. Is that how you
Palisades
say
Fire
it?
in Malibu. Tom, thank you so much for
Is
your
it Butte
reporting.
County?
Okay, thanks.
Here's a look right now. The map of the Palisades fire started near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermoso drives. I haven't
This
said
one
that
that they're
since
showing
it
is
began, right?
not the
It's
Palisades
been a
fire.
while
They're showing
when
this
we
is
were
like the
talking
Eaton one, I
about how
think.
this fire began, and those red flag warnings still in effect despite
That's
the fact that we've had
here,
days of
or
this.
is that here?
The wind's in a bit of a lull depending on where you are, but again, as all
Maybe
of
it
our
is the Palisades
meteorologists
one.
have mentioned throughout the morning, those winds are going to pick up.
Say
That's
beauty?
Right. And I
Oh.
believe the red flag warnings are
Beauty?
going to be remaining in effect, until tomorrow?
Yes.
Right, tomorrow
Oh,
evening.
Butte.
So we're also hearing from
Wait,
our
I've heard of that
colleagues who live
place.
in Topanga, that's the website
makes
that you
sense.
see. Hopefully we can put it up there on your screen. This is for residents in Topanga. Well, if it's not there, let me just tell you, it's the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness. And that website is tcep.org/emergency
Yeah, because there's the ocean.
And
That
there's
means
just a lot
Topanga
of
Canyon's
resources
like right here.
that are available
probably.
to you if you want some more
That's not a
information. I
canyon.
mean, there's 3 apps that I can think of off the top of my head, and that would be the Genesis Protect app, and that's GENASYS Protect. You also have the Watch Duty app, which can give you notifications on different fires that might be popping up or evacuation zones, and then of course our Fox mobile app.
Fox app is a great one if you haven't.
Okay, quick break. Let's watch this Doom Dark Ages official trailer. Yay! Give us a little palate break from this tragedy. And also, because Alex is excited to play this, I guess. Just so excited. I'm excited for you. Maybe I'll play it too. Before he became a hero, he was the super weapon of gods and kings. It's like the intro to God of War. Bro, that could be us! Literally like flying drones while things are on fire. Are you kidding me? Flying drones. Hello, all of them fly. Are you joking me? Whoa! That's a strong gun. Yo, my guy is shooting skulls? This man is using craniums as ammo? What do you mean? Now what's that? That's not the same gun. That looks like a pistol, well, or double barrel shotgun. Shoddy. What? Was that the devil? Oh my god. Oh wait. Doom, like, are they in hell? Someone's predicting the future. Am I right? That game looks insane. That guy just punched a demon in the face. I thought they were transparent. I thought because they're in a different dimension, you can't even punch them. What is this game? I'm tweaking. That looked so sick. First of all, using fully intact craniums as ammo is insane. And then on top of that, the impact that it had on that big monster guy, it blew his guts off. Literally. They were gone. Stomach eviscerated. That was insane. The main character's OP. I guess so. You know what? That's the kind of game I need to play. I need some main characters that have like the One Punch Man status. Like, we know we're gonna win the fight, we're just doing it for fun. You know? Like, I need that. Because you know, like I'm getting overstimulated just thinking about it. Just thinking about all the things that you have to do to like win a game. You gotta play Doom Eternal. Is that the game that came out? Is that the prequel? Not the prequel. Is that the game that came out before this one? Is this a sequel? You're gonna feel like a god. It's a very hard game, I bet. So it's a difficult game even though the main character's OP? That doesn't make sense to me. If he's OP, like, he shouldn't be getting beat, you know what I mean? Unless you sabotage him as the player, but I would never do that.
Downloaded it yet, do so please. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will check in on the deadly Eaton fire in Altadena. Again, more than 10,000 acres.
Dang, I predicted their
burned.
commercial break, and then I just didn't wait for it. That's crazy. That's wild.
As our partners at Fox
Put
11
on
take a
lowers
commercial break, we will do
difficulty
the
if you
same
suck.
here at
Yeah,
Live Now
that's
from
fair.
Fox, just quickly, this
I
live
don't want to
image
do
that we
easy
continue
mode
to show
though.
over
Maybe I do.
Altadena,
Maybe I just won't
California,
tell
and
you.
can see down there really the devastation that's been seen because of these fires. We'll be right back.
What's this one?
To tell you, we're just still doesn't even feel real yet,
Mute.
and we're just trying to get through this. I haven't started, you know, really figuring out what I'm going to do at this point. So right now this is my daughter, and we're just kind of going through and seeing what little things we
It's
can
not called
find,
easy mode?
just to,
Still.
you know, for the memories of the house.
I like to do the normal mode. Or if there's, I like when games have an option to have like
Yeah, those memories really all she has
more
left
casual,
right
more
now.
combat oriented. I like that stuff.
And many,
I'm a
many
fan.
people, if you go up and down this block, just sifting through what's left of their home. And then beyond it, they look at their community, which has
It's
been
called I'm Too
really
Young to
leveled.
Die.
Businesses gone, churches, synagogues.
That's the what it's called. The
5
easy mode.
schools
Hmm.
badly damaged. The water system
Relatable.
not usable right now. I mean, the work here to bring this community back, it's going to take time. Back to you.
There's just so
All right, Zach
much
Sauce from
destruction that
Register Station
happened. Like
KCBU there
I,
for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right,
something
coming
this
up,
devastating
we'll talk a
hasn't
little bit
happened to
about what's
LA
going on with our
in
local
a very
teams
long
and their
time. I'm
game
just very
schedules.
curious,
There's a lot
if
of
even
things
at
going on.
all.
Yes,
As far as
cancellations,
fires go, I
right?
think this is
Yeah.
unprecedented.
Those details
But
next.
it's just
Today
going to
we just heard
be
live report
a
of
long
partners at KTVU,
journey
that's
to
Fox
recovery
2 in San
for
Francisco,
all of
also
these
lending a
people.
hand to
Some more than
our
others,
team at Fox
obviously,
11
but
in Los Angeles as the
is
coverage
devastating.
continues on all of these wildfires and really the devastating impact that we have seen after the fact, some of which is
Good to see
showcased
you. I
on
was
your
watching
screen
Discord.
right now
Hi,
with these
Navin.
striking
It's
live
good to see you
images
too,
that you're
friend.
getting
Welcome
from
in.
a Skyfox, the chopper
Yeah,
up there,
I was
looking overhead. Just take a look
trying to
at that,
keep
an
a little
entire
updated
neighborhood,
with you
all of those
guys
homes
just
gone,
because
and all of those
I was supposed to
families
start
with nowhere
streaming
left to
yesterday,
go,
but
many
of course
them
we didn't have
losing
power.
all of their belongings.
And then we
now,
got
in
power around
keeping with this, I know
5:30
that a lot of folks
p.m. last
watching our
night.
programming right now may not be in California,
And
but you do want to offer a helping hand.
have
So I'm
still
going to
stayed clear,
put this
just
up on
barely
the
at some
screen here.
points
It's a
of the
QR code. You
evacuation
can
zone,
scan
so
it
we're
to
very
help
lucky.
make a donation to help anyone
the
that has been
moment.
affected by these
Thank you, I appreciate
wildfires
that.
there in California.
How
So
was your
again, just
holidays? I
take
hope
out
they
your
went
phone,
well.
Scan this QR code. It will bring you to a page where you can make those donations. So the Fox Corporation
that.
has made a $1 million donation to the Red Cross's California wildfires relief efforts and continues to partner with the annual disaster giving program. This partnership does
Oh, it's
allow
a
the
Red Cross link.
to respond immediately to disasters, providing safe shelter, hot meals, emotional support, and recovery resources. You can also head to go.fox/redcross to make a donation or just scan that QR code as I have been mentioning. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond and help people recover from this disaster. We're stepping away for another commercial break, the second one of this hour, but we continue with more of this coverage when we come back.
This is the first confirmed death from this tragic fire.
Yes, and human remains were found inside the home. The sheriff's department just confirmed they've been out here over the last couple of hours working this scene. They're working with the medical examiner's office as they work to identify the person whose remains were found inside this home. They just have told me moments ago that they initially got a call for a missing persons report. That turned into a welfare check, and then the LASD Lost Hills Station, they conducted the welfare check last night, and that is when they discovered the remains. Again, the medical examiner will identify the person, but we are told this is a home along Pacific Coast Highway, again, just to the south of Dukes, about a quarter-mile south of Dukes. The detective who was working this today told me that one person on Tuesday night left the home and one person stayed behind. So right now they're trying to determine again who is the person whose remains have been found. But just a sad story all around. And I'm going to try and turn our photographer here, Tommy Bravo, because we have this story that's happening. But then let's walk and talk, and let's try to do it carefully, Tommy, because Pacific Coast Highway here is badly burned. Watch your step, Tommy. But we're going to move past and show you what the west side of Pacific Coast Highway looks like here.
Dude, all of these houses.
We were out here on Tuesday night as this fire was taking off, and there were homes and businesses for a couple of miles that were in flames.
Dude, did you guys also
at the
see
time what it would
that,
look like in daylight?
Like around Sunset Boulevard,
answer.
where people just abandoned their cars and stuff?
that
Like that shit is the
people
kind of
in
stuff that
Southern
people are like,
California know,
oh.
but it goes far beyond that.
People are like, oh, this is what the apocalypse looks like when it starts. Like that was scary. Obviously, like not a great idea to abandon your car whenever you need fire trucks to get through and stuff, but they bulldozed the cars out of the way. Luckily. But just like unhinged behavior, because like I swear it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done, but you really gotta stay calm in these situations, especially if your actions are going to affect other people as well.
You know, we keep thinking you're back, and then it kind of cuts out. And again, that's the nature. We are covering these fires in real time. Alex.
Yeah, if anyone has videos they want to. They don't have to be fire related. We're trying to break it up a little bit too with some lighter things every once in a while, just to get some react fun. But if you want to watch a certain video or have me react to it, please don't hesitate to post it.
Can't even describe what it was like to watch this iconic stretch of road in flames.
Oh my goodness.
And now you see it in the daylight, and it's really quite
This is the VidGrid. I was just sent this link.
Starting over here, and that's just what it looks.
This is insane. Wait, where'd it go? Oh my. Can you see all of them? Wait, you can't even see all of them. Hold on. There we go. Now you can. This is bonkers. So we choose... Where's the mute button for this? Here we go.
That's such a preliminary number, but it is going to, I'm terrified for the loss of life.
0% contained for the Eaton fire.
You are definitely not alone. Yeah, we're driving
0% contained is crazy.
I understand you have some of the tape that we fed in. Maybe we could run one of those interviews right now.
This link is fabulous. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have it. We'll try and bring it to you. We're going to have a lot of time here.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. We are looking at some images to the left of our screen of Eaton fire damage and people going through their properties. So we are seeing those. But thank you for this report. We're going to move on and check in with Danny Romero.
Some people haven't been able to go back to their properties.
The winds, the conditions, progression of the winds. Thanks, Rob. We'll check with you later.
Yeah, I see that.
Danny.
Okay. Yeah, Giovanna and Philip, we got a couple things working here. I guess in our favor because the winds are coming down from those just astronomical numbers that we saw,
that's cool.
70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds at the beginning of the week. Now they're coming
I'm just going to guess which one's which. Wait, that didn't work.
Ramping up, those occasional gusts even stronger.
It didn't work for the sound either, though. Or maybe it did. I don't really know which one number 4 is. That's what I'm trying to click, though.
the levels of dryness.
It is for sound. Okay. Oh, you can drag and drop them in different spots like that. There we go.
Speaking of the winds, these areas up in here, these have now been added into. We're going to get a high.
The animations on this is helping me visualize this better. Wait, what is she saying now? Now there's a chart. Unhealthy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, babe, I could have told you that. Oh, no. Ugh.
Taking a bit of a break now, but they're even 9 p.m. Now we're pushing towards the 20s and now the 30s over the early morning hours. Here's the winds really start peaking again and again. Those stronger gusts, 40, 50 miles per hour, early morning hours. Here's the winds really start peaking again and again. Those
and it's so close to water. Yeah, it seems like it should be easy to solve the problem, but alas, resources are not free, and that matters during a catastrophe, unfortunately. They must feel so helpless with the ocean a few steps away. I know, dude. Like, I really don't understand how the water situation works, but I do know that. I need you to be quiet, sir. There we go. I will say though that one thing California has done since I have lived here anyways has been very stingy with water supply. Even when it comes to like mowing your lawn, watering your lawn and such, there's like very strict rules about water consumption here. They, you know, they'll like come inspect your water meter before creating a monthly bill for you based on how much average you use. Like, they're very specific about the water usage here, so it wouldn't surprise me if they if they've turned in water as a resource into like some sort of commerce, you know, like, and that's why we don't have, even though the ocean's right there, yeah, people can like go get buckets of water from the ocean and dump it on their house, but like not everybody's on the coast. Also, it's hard to run in sand. Like, I don't know, dude. And there's no like hose that they can just stick in the edge of the ocean with the water pressure to like put out a fire. Like, I'm just trying to think logistically here.
Danny,
but that doesn't excuse like not having the resources. I don't understand that at all.
You guys were forecasting this very event. Yes. You told us all.
I will say though that cutting the fire department's budget probably didn't help.
Even the numbers of the gusts and the temperature. How is this one going to be different? Or is it? I mean,
they split up like Scooby-Doo.
35-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, how are we going to feel a difference?
I'll tell you, the big difference.
Dude, look at their backdrop. It's shaking.
What's called a pressure gradient. We had a low spinning counterclockwise.
What is happening?
This motion here. We had a ridge of high pressure.
Do y'all see that?
Spinning this way,
oh, it's gone
right
now.
next to each other. So what you get is you got the two spinning like this, and it just created this wind tunnel right in those fire zones. So you had two portions of atmospheric action going on that increased those winds, doubled that wind effect. So what's happening now, that low has moved out of
There were some people saying they were going to go to Long Beach to get out of the area of danger, but I'm like, that is also quite a scary spot.
And the high pressure ridge is generally the areas of concern when we have any kind of wind events, are usually around a high counterclockwise or clockwise motion, bringing those winds out of the northeast, pushing them towards the coastal areas. So we have that. So that's what's going to kind of run things.
Breaking. We really appreciate your reporting. Please continue to stay safe. We do want to go back now to Los Angeles County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. She joins me by phone. Supervisor Horvath, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Let's dive right in. The Los Angeles
Is she going to answer any questions?
Called this one of the most devastating natural disasters ever to hit LA. So for those of us who are not in Southern California, describe the scope of this devastation that you're seeing right now.
It is nothing short of tragic. We see communities that were once vibrant, thriving communities where people were raising their families, children are going to school, vibrant community centers, places of worship, all decimated at this time. And, you know, these are...
We're going to put it on TAC 18. Stand by.
Oh, this is their...
unconscious.
Dispatch.
14060 Astoria Street.
It's incredibly painful for the people who are here on the ground. And we know that we still have much more to go. We're still in red flag weather here. And
What's
so,
this?
Point. We've passed the tipping point of saying, don't worry about it, we can do it.
That is stunning to hear.
Oh, I'm so glad that someone has common sense about them.
Well, this morning, for the very first
I truly think that our country is just being run by idiots. Like, no one knows what's going on. No one knows what they're doing. Just my opinion, based off of speculation. I'm gonna head out for a bit. Gotta take a bath. Oh, I take a shower. Not me recreating your reality. Have fun. Don't drown. Mwah. And sand isn't good for the soil, especially after all the batteries and oil and etc. now sitting on the ground. Yeah.
Because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department.
No shot.
Distributed a little later.
No shot.
It's important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that.
Bitch.
The impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been doing.
That's so insane.
To the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen.
Karen. Jesus. This lady just said, hey, we know we cut the budget for the fire department, but we were going to give them money later on, okay? We were having a rough time with the budget. We were having a rough time. We were having to short everybody, except the police department. Hey, girl, remember the time that you gave them hundreds of millions more? Not hundreds of millions, 100 and something million. What do you mean you were struggling with the budget? What do you mean, babe? No, you weren't. You gave the budget to the cops. Be so fucking for real.
Pointing to several other questions about the initial response.
Oh, here she is talking again, spewing bullshit.
We are safe when lives have been saved and homes have been saved. We will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what.
And she's trying to blame the wind, which the wind is a big reason why the fires popped off so much. But also not having enough resources and firefighters because the budget was cut. Like, you're telling me that's not at all an issue.
While responding to this disaster, I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Dumb
I think
bitch.
those questions will come into sharp focus in the days and the months ahead for sure. These are the questions that
Someone has to fight these gangs stealing clothes from Ross. Yeah. Hi, Cheeks. Hello. GG. Thank you.
forecasting company, we are looking at $57 billion across the Southland. That's just an astronomical number. That, in fact, is more than 3 times the damage of the Hawaii fires in 2023, the fire there in Lahaina. But it's still less than the record-breaking 2020 wildfire season on the West Coast. The film and TV industry are taking a major hit, with production halts and postponed events adding to that financial toll. The state's already fragile insurance market faces new pressures as well. Some say this is the tipping point.
Yeah, we had the strikes and that halted so much work for so many people, and now this is going to impact a lot of productions too and halt a lot of people's income. It's terrible.
The flames, that is the top priority right now. Well, so many people are stepping up, as we've been talking about all day long, to help their fellow Angelinos. That's the silver lining in all this, right? But of course, there are those who are taking advantage of the situation and preying on fire victims by looting. Last night, Haley Winslow witnessed it firsthand in Altadena.
It has turned into the wild, wild west here, you guys. It is just complete insanity on all corners. We've been kind of traveling around here the last few hours. We're currently on Altadena and Lake Drive. We just caught looters.
Oh fuck, you can't hear. I'm sorry.
Down the street, held at gunpoint. Police are kind of doing the best they can, like these
Looters
firefighters, the first
were held at
responders here.
gunpoint?
They're seeing looters
By the
walking down the
cops?
street
What do
with
you
large
mean?
TVs, just taking advantage of what little this town has left.
It is. It's despicable, right? You're talking about people who are taking advantage of a vulnerable population like this. And so far, there have been 20 arrests for looting. 20. That's according to Sheriff Robert Luna.
I'll be careful
the
what
new
I say
Los
right
Angeles
now.
County District Attorney Nathan
But
Hoffman. He was at a press conference.
are
at 8
these
o'clock this
looters
morning.
not
He
a
spoke
part of
few
these
hours
communities
ago
as well?
And let the looters know that he plans to bring the full force of the
The
law
looters
at
came out
them.
in droves because they know the regular people have bailed. Oh.
Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear.
You know, looting
as
wouldn't
they've
be an
heard from the
issue if
sheriff,
insurance
as
would
they've-
agree to
as they've
pay
heard from Chief McDonald,
people
an
for what they lost.
unmistakably clear
You know?
message that if you want to go
Looting
ahead and
wouldn't
loot,
be an issue,
if you
like-
want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going
If you're
to
committing burglary
take advantage
and
of people who are
like
gonna be
my house is
seeking
burning,
insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested.
go at
you
your own
will be
risk, babe, but like
prosecuted,
take what you want.
and you
The
will
fuck
be
are you
punished
talking
to
about?
the
Like,
full
I'm sorry, but
extent of the law.
I think the focus
And the reason I
on
wanna
the
say-
looting of it all is such bullshit. Like, first of all, looting probably wouldn't be happening if people were paid a livable wage and didn't have to like do criminal acts to survive.
You see someone walking down the street and you decide to
So
hold
we
them
can
at
start
gunpoint,
there.
or you just decide to, ambush somebody on the street. It's like you're taking advantage of somebody who is just minding their-
Now, if they're
but
hurting
especially
people,
this is a
like
new
fuck
level
those
of
people.
low, right? When you're talking
Like,
about
not the people that are
who've
hurting.
lost
Fuck the
everything.
looters. If they're not just looters, and they're like violent and hurting people. That's different. But if we're talking about them like stealing stuff that's gonna get potentially burned up in flames or something, like I don't know. I'm just it's a tough area to talk about, but I also think that like there's more important things to be talking about, like the fact that the police officers got so much more money for fuck what, like for what.
Outweighing the people who are trying
They're
to
not
take
looting
advantage
houses
of
for bread and
a
water. They're looking for
full-time job
valuables.
to go and
Yes,
find
because
these
that's how you make
vulnerable
money.
people.
Time goes on, we are going to see some scams
To sell
out there.
valuable
This always
things.
happens with whether it's
I'm
like
not
an
talking about
insurance
grocery
scam
shopping.
or
You're not going to
even
risk your
raising
life
money
to
tax scams, so
steal
you have
like
to be very
groceries. I mean,
mindful of
maybe
all
you
of
are
this.
if you're down that bad.
So some jaw-dropping
But this is a
videos, right,
bigger
have been
conversation that
surfacing,
I'm always
showing some
open
of
to
this
having and
horrific
have
images
had
of the
on
fires. In
stream
total,
before, like
more than
what
29,000
perpetuates
acres have
crime,
burned. That is
such as
since
burglaries,
Tuesday.
And here's some
robbery.
videos showcasing the devastation hitting the community nearby. First, we go to Studio
And it's
City, where this house, this
oftentimes
four-story
that
home,
people
look at
are
this, it
down
just
exponentially bad and
collapsed
have no other
right
way
in front of
in
the
their
cameras.
mind to make money.
This
And I'm
was
not
just
excusing
last
the
night under
actions
the pressure of those flames. It was a total loss
at all.
falling into the cliffside below.
But I am being mindful
Take a
of
look at
how
this
the actions can be
video.
prevented
This
and
is,
how
people taking their
Los Angeles
animals
isn't
with
doing anything to
them
prevent
as they
them.
evacuate from the Hearst fire. This is near the Sylmar
Right,
area.
but a percentage of the
Evacuation
wait, why did
centers
this get held up?
are a place where large animals such as
Name
horses
calling? What are you
are
talking about,
welcomed.
Twitch?
You can take them to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center.
A percentage of
in
the population
Burbank.
are just shitbags. Oh,
And
that
here
part.
you can see
Looking
what it
for an
was
easy
like
buck.
for all of those firefighters who were out there on the front lines in the thick of the Palisades
I'm sorry, but if you think
fire,
people are risking their
embers
lives
flying
just because
everywhere,
they want
thick
some
black
extra
smoke,
money
it's a
versus like
disorienting
needing it,
feeling. Palm trees lighting up, embers
That's silly
falling
to
like
me.
snowflakes. Look at that. My goodness. Explosions happening everywhere around you. Emergency responders rushing in to put out
and
those
an
flames.
easy buck can mean because
And
they're
then
not
this
able to
image,
get
I think
the
this
money that
one
they
is
need
one
from
that
the
you
job
will
that they
all
have.
remember
Like
and not forget.
the full-time job that they have doesn't
Palisades,
actually
right? That fire
provide
moved in
enough money
so
for them to live on
fast.
their own, so they
And traffic forced residents to have to just get out.
don't have to,
escape
but
on
they
foot,
choose
abandon their
to
cars behind, right?
commit
Without even
crimes.
leaving their keys. I mean, who's thinking of this? They just took their keys and
as a
left,
way of
like a parking lot.
being able to
Evacuation
get
routes
money.
were so
Yeah.
jammed, officials had to use bulldozers
Again,
to
not
clear
justifying it,
nearly
just
200
saying what the fuck it
abandoned
is.
cars. Officials from the Los Angeles Fire and Police Department say they had no choice at that point, right?
It happens more often than you think.
move
Oh, I don't
in
doubt
because
it.
They were trying to fight a fire.
I don't doubt
They
it at
had
all
to get
because no
through.
one is
Yeah, these are
not no
some
one.
of the
A
images
lot of people
that,
aren't
you know,
paid.
for lack of a better word,
A lot
will
of
be
people
burned
work
into our
multiple jobs and
memories,
still cannot
in the
afford to put
years
food on the
come as we look
food on the
back
table for their
this-
family.
On these fires, these historic
Cannot afford a
fires.
roof over their head still
My
after
goodness.
working multiple
We're gonna leave you with
jobs.
that image and take a break. We'll be back momentarily.
That's what I'm saying. And that happens
Los
constantly.
Angeles is on fire.
It's hard to put this into words.
Is
Governor Newsom's request for what they call
and I know this is
Social
all
fires?
sounds
Oh,
like
SoCal.
government talk, but
Hello?
it's called
On
the
social
Major
fires is
Disaster
crazy.
Declaration. This declaration allows folks at the request. This is at the request
What do you mean
of
you've
the
lived
governor.
through situations like that?
This allows.
I'm very
the
sorry.
declaration allows
You mean
folks who have
you've
been
gotten like
impacted
your house
to
has
get
been
immediate
burglarized? Wait, is
cash
burglary the one where the
assistance
people are
to
there?
cover things like everything from
Yes. No.
groceries to baby formula to prescriptions, because as you've seen and you reported, a lot of these places are
Great
burned
Grandpa
to the
Joe.
ground. There's not
Here
a
he
single
comes.
thing left in their homes. And so if they contact disasterassistance.gov, anybody who's lost everything or anything of consequence,
I'm curious.
disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-2, I beg your pardon, 1-800-621-3362. That's disasterassistance.gov, 1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything
Sorry,
from the basics that they don't have access to right now.
This site can't be reached.
And this morning, due to the
Am I bad at
magnitude of the
spelling?
disaster, I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal
I'm so
funding
confused.
that was
Why isn't it
authorized under
working?
this legislation.
This is what I'm getting.
For 75%.
Can't see it. You can't
to
see it. There you go.
To
Can you see
90%.
it?
We're
Site
increasing it
cannot
to
be reached.
100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government for both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of
Oh, here
what
we
they
go.
call the disaster declaration.
Got it. It works.
So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100%
Local
of the
resources.
cost
Oh, it takes
for
your location
180
and then
days. This is gonna
gives
pay
you a
for
bunch of
things like
resources for
debris and
shelters,
hazard material removal, temporary shelters,
disaster recovery
first responders'
centers,
salaries, and all
local
necessary measures
agencies,
to
small
protect
business
life and property.
administration.
And folks, I want to underscore, I told the
Red
governor and
Cross.
local officials, spare no expense to do what they
I'm
need
interested
to
to
do
see
contain
in
these fires
people's
and in
experience
their
using
communities
these
that have really been devastated.
disaster funds and
And we're doing literally everything we
resources.
can
I
at the
hope
federal level.
they
That's also
are
why I
actually
call this
helpful.
group of folks around this table.
Our county is on fire all the time, and
relevant
people are always
federal
getting picked
departments
up
and
for
agencies
looting
together to
after the
discuss
place
what
is burned
more
down,
we
usually
can
those
do.
with drug addictions.
And some of the folks around the screen as well. Before we begin
That's
things, here's an
unfortunate.
update on where things stand right now. First, we focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning.
Talk
in
about the
Pacific
prisoners.
Palisades, in Pasadena, and in
Firefighters
Sylmar.
and also prisoners.
I want to be clear.
Putting out the
What I
fires.
know from talking to the
Except the
government,
firefighters
that
are
there
getting
concerns
paid
out there
exponentially
that
more than
there's
the
also
prisoners,
been
obviously.
a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities
Working for $3
understandably
a day,
shut off
if even.
power because they're worried the lines that they carried energy were going to be blown down and
We
spark
voted to keep
additional
that.
fires.
Go California.
But the Cal Fire, when they did that,
We love slavery
it cut
here.
off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and
30.
planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters.
Okay.
And 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires.
That's planes,
Today,
right?
the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with
Defense
governors
Department.
to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also
There
want
it is.
everyone in Southern
Shout out
California
Canada.
to know we're
Thanks for
going
your
to keep
help.
at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but
Those are
in
planes,
some
thank
areas
you.
the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're
People
going
in
to
other states love to
continue
call us
spend-
California, but
spend,
we voted to
sending
keep a form of
everything,
slavery. Yeah.
literally,
Well,
every
that's because
resource
we
can
have a
find
very
that's
progressive
appropriate
area in
to help the
California.
government and first responders. Second,
and
we're
they're
focused
like,
on helping people
you know,
who have been displaced or in many
progressive
cases
equals
lost
commie
everything.
equals bad.
You
That's
reported
how
on, you've seen the
people are
homes
like
just burned
trained
the ground.
to think
Whole
back
areas
in
burned
the
to
day
ground.
whenever
Large
history was
areas.
distorted, which it
They've
still
been
is, by the way.
displaced and they've lost everything. As I said,
In the education system,
since
I
the
should
fire
say.
started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescriptions, and other critical goods like baby formula.
And if
We're
all this
also
shit goes to
sent
shit,
FEMA
communism is
Director
probably going to be the best way that people can
Los Angeles
survive
to
because we'll
manage our
need to
response on the ground. She was supposed
utilize
to be on this
everyone's
call, but we have the deputy
skills
here
and
because she is out in the field with the governor
abilities
right now,
and
surveying what's going
space
on.
for what it is,
Let me close with a
resource-wise,
message to the people of
and
Southern California.
trading and
We are with you.
bartering would
We're
become a
not
thing
going
again.
anywhere.
And
To the firefighters
you know,
and first responders,
I mean, I know
you
it's a
are
thing in
heroes.
other places,
Many
but it
of
would
these
become a thing
firefighters
here.
are out there risking their
Money
lives
wouldn't
and-
matter.
and some, well, I won't go beyond
We're gonna
that,
get
but risking
fascism
their
first.
lives,
Ugh.
and
Gets
while
worse
their
before it
own
gets better, I
homes are in
guess.
danger.
Jesus
Their
fuck.
families are in danger.
We're already in
To
fascism.
the firefighters and first responders,
Fascism,
you really are. It's not hyperbole.
fascism.
You're heroes. You're
Fascist.
genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread.
Once those big bombers
devastating
get going off
fire
the
in
fire, we'll be out
California's
quick.
history.
That's what you
It's
think, but they've
amazing.
been out.
And there's nobody understands it better.
Like
than
we've
us
had
to
big planes
cover
out
this
dumping
on a
water on the
minute-to-minute
fires, and it's
basis.
still
And you
because of
literally
day
have to
one with all the
run
winds
into
is
the
still
flames, these
chaotic. It's
firefighters.
still some of them are just
That old
huge.
expression, God made man, then he made a few
Capitalism will
firefighters.
deploy fascism
Who runs
to
in the
protect
flames.
itself
In
as its
doing
last
so,
line of
you're leaving
defense.
your own
That's
families and who may be in harm's
unfortunately
way as well. So we owe you.
not
And we're
wrong.
going to make sure
I mean,
you
I
get
hope that
every
it doesn't
resource
happen,
you
but
need.
again, like
Every
we're
possible
already
resource you need.
facing a lot of the
You know,
issues that
To the families who have been impacted by
history
this
books would
disaster,
later call
you're
fascism.
living through a
Fascism.
nightmare.
Why
I
can't
know.
fascism?
And I promise you, we're going to help you
Fascism?
get through this and eventually.
You know what? I want to stop saying that
recover
word.
And rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the vice president before we go on to the folks in the
Okay,
various
what is
cabinet
Boy saying?
positions as
I don't
well
even know
as
what's happening anymore.
agencies that control these issues.
We lost him.
Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you
The
fire
smoke and
away.
wind can keep the big planes grounded. Once they get in the air and dumping, they'll get a hold of the fire lines quick.
Thank
That's what
you,
I'm
Mr.
saying, though. We've
President,
had
and
planes in
also
the air
for
doing
the work
that all day
everyone around
yesterday.
this table has been doing with the appropriate sense
And
of
there's
urgency.
still a lot of fires.
Because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the
No, she did
nature
not.
of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well.
Girl, don't say that.
And what we are seeing is a situation
You're not supposed to say that. We're supposed to say that as a tee hee ha ha.
Is very much in
Guys,
play.
look, we're in the apocalypse.
And to some
You're not
degree
supposed to say that, Kamala.
because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot
Literally.
praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the president has said, they are working around the clock. They are
She said, bitch, I
working
employed some of these
12-hour,
firefighters
even
myself when
longer
I
shifts.
imprisoned them.
And they are
I put it-
doing
you're welcome.
with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real
Okay,
people.
then be fucking serious. Stop playing in our faces.
Thousands
and
of families have been displaced.
let's talk about
Many of
let's
those
talk about the
families with young
changes that could
children
have been made
with
beforehand.
nowhere to
Preventative
go.
changes. Let's talk about it.
And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And
Months
on that
and
point,
years,
I will
guys.
also
Months
make
and
note of
years.
the fact that sadly many insurance companies have canceled insurance.
They cut Kamala off on
for a lot
CNN
of
to
the
go to
families
commercial.
who have
That's
been
crazy.
affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay
Why?
or place an
Why would they
added
cut her
burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I am hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of community.
She's like, yes,
And I
we
applaud
brought
all
these
those
heroes every
who are
time
approaching
there's
this
a
crisis
catastrophe.
with that
Luckily,
spirit.
we have brought these
And
heroes out of the
bottom
woodworks.
line
No,
is
bitch.
this. There
People
are
that still have faith in
incredible heroes every
humanity
day
and
who are working right now
have
in
compassion,
California on the front lines of this fire, and in
decide
particular,
to
I wanna
help
thank the
others.
firefighters
You know what y'all
for
didn't
all
do?
they are
Help
doing.
others.
They are, as the president
You
said,
know what
putting
y'all did?
themselves in
Murder.
harm's way.
You know what y'all are
And
guilty
they are
of?
doing the
So
work
much.
that is about helping
Don't tell me about
people
you. We
who are
found the
perfect strangers
heroes.
to them and doing
We're
it in
highlighting the
some of
heroes.
highest
We have
moments of
heroes
need
in
that
every
anyone could
catastrophe.
face.
And guess what? Never
And
once
with
has it
that,
been the
I'm gonna
government.
Turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay.
Why is
Back
it
to the
not
president.
the
Look,
government
I've had a
of which
chance
we
to
pay
speak
taxes
with,
to being the
a lot
heroes
of
back to
elected
the
officials,
community?
including the
No, no, no.
senators, some of the congresspersons. and
Leave it up to the people.
as
That's
well
their
as the
duty.
Vice President as well. And I want to be clear that
You lost because you were campaigning with
one
Liz
of the
Cheney.
reasons I've
Yes.
asked this larger group
Amongst
of
many
people
reasons,
is
that's
in
definitely
control
one of
the
them.
very
Hey,
agencies
not a
that are
flex.
needed from
Hey,
the federal
girl,
level to get
not a
things
flex.
done. And, you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service
She
Chief Randy Moore is here.
disregarded.
And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles. and
She
discuss
disregarded
how the U.S. Fire Service
all of what Palestine is going through. So she lost a lot of people from that and then tried to recover by parading Liz Cheney around. Babe, what?
So,
All what?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too,
Really
consider
leaning in
California
there
my
with the
home.
Republicans. She's like, yeah, I'll put
So
Republicans on
it's great to be here
the
to
bench
talk
or whatever
about
the
this
with me.
dramatic
Like, yeah,
situation that we have.
I'll have them across the aisle.
So
Come
the
on,
Forest Service
Republican.
and the Department of
Shut up.
Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies.
one
We're
of these
looking
had
at
a map
the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there,
Hearst
that's the
and
northernmost
Lydia, do they
part of
combine?
that area where the fires have taken place. The Palisades Fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start,
Oh,
which is this
it is.
Sundown Fire that just started last night. And it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of. And
Bro
this
is
a good
soft launching
indication of
global
that.
warming right now.
To give you an example, if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread.
He's like, by the
And
way,
that happens under these wind-driven
There's been some
conditions.
crazy
It's very
things that have
difficult to
happened with the
control.
weather.
Now, in
and it's
addition
getting
to this, when
crazier.
these winds are high, the aviation
weird.
resources cannot fly. So it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that was assigned to these large
Clean
fires.
body, pure mind. Love it.
600
Does that mean you got
or
brainwashed?
so were currently federal
Or you
workers
washed
being
your brain,
Forest Service
you know what I mean?
and
There you
Department of
go.
Interior. And it doesn't
I
include
love that for you.
many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire-type conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts. And the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped a potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I
Good
won't
job,
go over
Mr.
those,
Biden.
but we
You
have
did
a
so
number
good.
of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with.
Are the winds still
we're
bad right
working
now?
wonderfully with the state,
I'm not
county,
seeing one tree
and other
move,
federal
but
firefighters,
obviously, like,
also
we're
the
not-
tribal
we're
firefighters as
in
well
the valley,
in the communities. And we're looking at these maps, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System air tankers. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check rides, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They will clear customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check rides. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervisions. And so we're working with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we've responded to in the last 48
Hayden is
hours,
still
and I
alive.
mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24
Hanging on by a thread,
hours.
baby.
We continue
You
to
might be
have
thinking of
new
Jimmy
starts.
Carter, who just recently
We're
passed and
continuing
is
to
also
monitor
pretty much the same
the
age as
types
Joe
of
Biden.
activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small
Malibu.
space.
Oh.
Because as you can imagine,
That's
that's
not
only
right
so
now.
much you can put in a
think that's
space
last night
before
or the night
you
before.
create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job in what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction of where the fire starts.
They're
and we're
saying
ready
that,
to
but
assist
there
with
was
this
so
if
much
and
lightning
when
the other
needed.
day whenever the fires were
Thank you all.
starting. And
Thank you.
I guess
Randy,
that probably started some of it.
tell me about the conditions
I don't know.
that
I have no idea.
we're dealing
I'm just
with
saying, like,
on the
I
ground.
saw a bunch of
What's
lightning in the
most
sky on,
concerning to you?
what was it, Tuesday night?
Most concerning right now is the
And that was right before the
is
power went out,
the
too.
wind, because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa
What
Ana
did you
winds,
say?
what's interesting about this part of California, these Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you
Is this AI
Administrator
generated? What do you
Griswold is
mean?
off with the governor and inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob,
Am I
can
AI
you hear me?
generated? Maybe. Maybe.
Hello, Bob.
Sir,
Do I
Mr.
sound
President,
like
I
a
hear you.
real human?
Fire away.
Can you hear me, sir? I'm there.
Is this a believable voice?
So the administrators with
if you're talking
right
about the
now,
footage.
the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to
Please
the
don't bring me to a
firefighting,
world where the
which,
news is AI generated. That's
Chief
crazy.
Moore
It's
was
literally
talking
supposed to be
about,
the
but
news,
also,
not the fakes.
to
What?
regard to support for the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings.
I went to that page
and
because
so
it was
what
showing
we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorize through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with
This looks like the one that was
funding to offset their
coming down
hotel
the,
costs. So applying to
canyon,
FEMA on the
Runyon Canyon, that's
1-800-621-3362 number is
in
important, or
Hollywood.
disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there will be a huge need after fires for mental health
Which has been,
specialists, and working with
suppressed, I think,
HHS on
completely now.
providing that.
I
As
do
the Vice
believe
President talked about,
the Sunset
insurance
Fire
is
has been
problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do
never
some
mind.
of the
There's
changes
still
in our
a little
authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which we see more and more.
According to the Watch
but
Duty
we
app.
want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal and all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely.
Yeah.
Between
Just
local,
thinking
state,
about all the
federal,
old
and
houses that burned and
partners, the CPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others.
very
to be
old
part
houses,
of
just filled
that,
with all kinds of like
that
mold,
technical
asbestos,
assistance
like
help to
just all of
support
this
the safe removal,
plaguing the
so that
air,
ultimately we
polluting
could
the
rebuild.
air.
And one of the new things
In addition
that
to
we
the
will start
smoke,
doing in the next
all the
couple of days
chemicals
is starting
that come
that
up with,
discussion on
the
how do
paints
we
and
rebuild,
literally everything.
and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring
It's
together
not just
state and
smoke
local
in the air,
federal
like the air
agencies
quality
to
is
start
shit
that
for a lot of
discussion in the
reasons
weeks
right
and months
now.
ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but
I hope
already
so.
starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think
So if
the
you don't
biggest
already have
challenge
one,
is?
a good police scanner app will let you
Go
know
ahead.
what's happening around you. I've actually heard that's a good idea,
I
downloading
think
a
the
police
biggest
scanner app.
challenge is
I
going
might
to
do that,
be
even though I hate them.
the
But
mental
their
health stress
communication
that is put on
would be
individuals
helpful.
that have lost everything.
When the fires
are,
begin to encircle my town, I always put it on so I can get an idea of
they
what the
destroy
street it's
everything
burning
very
towards.
quickly.
Yeah.
Individuals don't have a lot
That
of
makes
notice to leave, and so I
We
think
have
there's going to
this
be a
too, right
significant
here.
mental health strain.
That's the dispatcher, but the fire department dispatcher, though, not the police department.
And the vice president is exactly right.
Wait, which one was louder?
Canceled by insurance companies, and I think that's something where we need to work on. As a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the two declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain.
Are these the
Not
planes?
businesses, not.
Are these
not
the water
business
planes?
centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well.
New ones?
But
Or
the
the
debris
ones we've had the
removal
whole time?
is a big deal. And
We saw
what
some of
that's
them
going to take a long time, isn't it?
putting out the fire The Sunswept fire
Yeah,
last
it will
night.
take some
It
time
was
to remove the
bright,
debris.
blaring light,
In California, unfortunately,
and a
we've
bunch
had
of
lot
water just being dumped out of the planes, like
experience with
at
fighting
amazing
fires and
forces. Like, it was
removing
crazy.
debris.
Oh
And
my
so
god!
It will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately.
So are we
remove
just
the hazards,
watching
things
the
like
president
propane
learn
tanks,
about what's
some of
happening
the,
right now? Like, what is going
power
on?
cells,
They
that
made
are
an
there
announcement. Here's all the
other,
resources, X, Y, and
contaminants
Z.
that may be
We
in
had federal
households,
resources
and
coming
make sure
in
that they're
too.
safe to re-enter, and we look for.
Are we
personal
in the
effects.
meeting? Is that what's happening?
But then
Are they
the second
deciding
part
things?
is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Hi, Scorpion.
Yes, sir. I just
Miss
want to
you
let you
too.
know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this
Oh, the
discussion.
planes.
Chief
The
Lori
plane.
Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so
What
Chief,
Dred
you
just
want to add
sent
anything to
was
this?
I will,
planes that are
sir.
coming
Thank
to
you very
help
much.
us.
And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator, getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication
is that like, wait, what is that?
between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters
like
on
we
the
need
front
sound for
lines,
that.
and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire.
This is the first time I've seen the White House responding to
who are
all
boots
this,
on the
so that's
ground
why I'm
from the
like
very moment the
especially
ignition began. So we're checking on them,
curious
and I
how
will
this
tell you they're
conversation is
exhausted.
going to go.
Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting. And so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly.
That just gave me chills.
And it is, it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't
Thank your nephew
explain
for his service.
everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as
That's
you
an
might
incredible
imagine,
job.
and are addressing. And so it's important that
And
we're
I can't
here to help
imagine how
explain
emotional that
why
can
the
get,
fire's moving
just
the way it
watching
is, the fire
catastrophe after
dynamics,
catastrophe.
helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not just, it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately,
It's
is a
crazy that
lesson,
I just got
to how to prevent the next.
clinical
And so
trial.
it's important that we do that as well.
Inquiry for asthma treatment.
For a couple other days,
Like in
to
the middle
make
of
sure
this
that we
fucking
are
fire.
part of
Hello?
this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California
Maybe it's a
yesterday
good time
and
to
met
test
with
out the
those
waters, test out your
firefighters
product, you know?
and met with those police officers
I,
because
however,
there's
do
also
not have
worry
asthma,
about
so I'm
looting
not
and
very helpful.
a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think
Social
you're
media
right
advertising
that
at
we
its
have to provide them
What do you mean?
all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want
They
to say it
do
again.
listen.
And we all know
Who is
around this
they?
table we're going to need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding to the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us
Kate
what
Hicks.
you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
They them do listen.
I'm right here.
Boo!
Yeah, that surprised you.
Yeah.
Social media advertising at its best. Are you
We
talking
are
about
very much leaning in here at the
the
Defense
video you
Department.
sent?
We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners, and of course, our interagency
Are
partners
you
in the
experiencing
federal
high levels of
sector that
stress?
you've already
Ask your
heard
doctor
from.
about
And that
Lizabrepizibrand.
includes every tool that we believe we can leverage.
They do
that
be listening. They wait for
causes
their
us to
chance to
always move
pounce,
forward
too.
to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks.
All right, we're going to interrupt
for
this
the
live press conference and go over what was said in just a second. But right now, on a special edition of Eyewitness News, it is 2:15. Devastation and despair amid one of the worst fires in Los Angeles
Bottom
history.
left
Hello,
looks like
everybody. I'm David
in-game
Ono, along with
footage.
Colleen Sullivan.
And we're going to get to our live reporters on the ground in just a moment. But moments ago, you have been hearing the press conference, President Joe Biden giving the briefing on the White House's response to this fire. We've heard a lot of information being directed
Do you
at us.
mean
while
like
you
this
look at
part? Because
live
I know what you
images
mean. It
of
looks
the destruction
cinematic a
left
little bit.
behind by the wildfires.
I don't
Again,
know if
we're
it's
going to
the color
talk about
shading or
the
what.
grants,
The
the federal
camera's
grants
great
that
quality.
major disaster
That's for sure.
approval.
It's also
So we
not
know
important at
that,
all, but holy shit.
We're taking a
Looks
look
like GTA
at
6. No,
images
truly.
apparently
And I
that
mean,
were
hey,
just recorded
it's in LA.
earlier moments ago. But you're looking at the Palisades fire. You're seeing the complete destruction, and you can see why President Biden, what he had to say about how they're going to help.
I returned from Los Angeles last night, and the devastation out there is catastrophic in California. Thousands of houses, schools,
You mean
businesses
you
burned to the ground.
visited us?
Communities wiped out, lives lost, families forever changed. They're
No,
the
you're
worst
ahead
fires
for
ever hit
asthma.
Los
Oh.
Angeles, ever.
Yeah, they're like, wow,
And as
now's a
soon
good
as
time
these fires
to
broke
test our
out, I
asthma
approved
product.
the
That's crazy.
Fire
Which
Management
honestly,
Assistance
pop
grants
off.
at
Like
the
if it
Center of Art
works,
and how we get help to
is a great
local
time to test
officials.
it.
These grants cover
I can't imagine
California's
people with asthma
firefighting
dealing with this
costs
fire right now. I'm very
for
sorry.
things like firefighting equipment,
The smoke
firefighters'
is
salaries,
not great.
and
Air
special
quality, not
capabilities
great.
like aircraft. Next, yesterday I immediately approved Governor Newsom's request for what they call, and I know this is all sounds like government talk, but it's called the Major Disaster Declaration. This declaration allows
My guy.
folks at the request. This is the
I know these
request of the
words might
governor.
not make any sense to you
This
because they're
folks-
so
this
high.
allows- the
They're
declaration
high
allows
value
folks that have been
words for the high
impacted
value
to get
government.
immediate cash
Major
assistance
disaster.
to cover things like everything from
Get out of here.
groceries to baby formula to prescriptions, because as you've seen and you reported.
What did he say? Major
a lot of these
disaster
places are burned to the
declaration? Like,
ground.
what the fuck are you talking
There's
about? You
not
just
a
said three
single
normal
thing left in
words.
their
Shut
homes.
up.
And so
These games are
that
getting
by-
too
if
realistic
they
these days. I know,
contact
right?
Disaster
How do I beat this boss?
If anybody has lost everything.
How do I beat the boss of
or anything
fire?
of consequence. Disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-2, I beg your pardon, 1-800-621.
Big harder. Are you kidding?
3362. That's what they, disasterassistance.gov.
Bro, move your camera. What?
1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now.
Stroke incoming. Please don't
And
have a
this
stroke when you're
morning,
trying to
due
give
the
people
magnitude of
resources. Please
disaster,
don't. Please don't.
I was
Stay
talking
with us.
the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal
Or don't. We have
funding
Kamala.
that was authorized under this legislation.
Not much better.
From 75% to 90%. We're
Use
increasing
big
it
words
to
to sound smart, not old.
100%.
Big words
All
included.
costs to be
Disaster.
covered by the federal government. For both the fire
that's what
management
you are.
assistance and the elements of what they call the disaster declaration. So
Disaster
today I'm announcing that
declaration.
the federal
Hey,
government
it
will
might
cover
sound like a big
100% of the
government
cost for
named
180 days.
strategy
pay for
because
things like
we don't understand that
debris
you
and
guys
hazard
don't
material
use the
removal,
same words that we use
temporary
here in the
shelters,
government.
first
But we're
responder
calling it
salaries,
disaster
and all necessary
declaration.
measures to protect
Okay?
life and property.
Now, what that means is that we're declaring
that
during
press
your
conference
disasters
is actually
that
still
we're going to
going
help
on.
you.
We just
promise.
received that live from President Biden about
Even
the
though
top
we
of
could
the
have
hour.
taken measures
he
to
went on to
prevent
say a lot more
such
things,
horrible
but,
disasters.
not to get too in the weeds to all the details, a lot of resources are coming here to Los Angeles. He understands the need. Also, a lot of funding, 100% of the emergency funding is coming from the federal government, which is a relief for local governments.
Absolutely. And I think one of the big things is hearing that people who might be uninsured
Why
or
do we not have a
underinsured,
local
they
government
are going to
fund
get some
as
relief.
well?
They're going to get some low-cost loans. So, again,
Why
we're
do we
going to
have
be
that?
finding out over the course of the next few days what that
I'm definitely
actually
paying local
means, but
taxes, and I know y'all are
180
too,
days,
at
that
the
is 100%
Californians.
funding. A lot of people displaced right now.
Do we not
a lot
have
of people need this money.
Local funding as well?
The insurance issue is
Or
going to be
did that just all go to the
At
cops?
least they're aware of it, and we could kind of do further analysis, and we'll see if
Who are
how much
doing
relief is
great
going to come
strides
to
to stop
homeowners.
this fire as we
don't yet
speak.
know the amount of homeowners have lost
We'll
insurance
send it over to
in
the
the last
LA
few
Police
months
Department, where
from
you'll
their
see
insurance
they're
companies who say
arresting
we will no longer
looters
cover fire
in neighborhoods that have been
insurance,
abandoned.
and that is a key part of the problem going on here. A lot
So
more
glad we
analysis
raised
coming,
their
but first
budgets.
and foremost, we need to talk about that weather. How are the winds behaving? The firefight continues, and we can't forget about that, Danny.
Yeah, I'll tell you, and we're going to see
Dude,
a
what is going
change,
on with his
in
backdrop?
those winds again. Now, I want to preface by saying we're going to see an increase, but it won't be anywhere near
Yo, the winds are
those
blowing your
catastrophic
backdrop.
winds we saw at the beginning of the week.
better
But there
calm 'em
will
down.
be winds, and they will be increasing. Here's a great shot showing you right now how things are looking.
gonna blow you
over the air
away.
with the smoke in play, kind of still building in those fire zones. Now, keep this
Are
in
we
mind.
done
Red flag
talking
warning
with
now.
Prezi?
Go until tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary,
This
it's
is
all
where-
yours.
What do you mean, the power grid?
On the screen, she had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end
And
of
it
the
looks
table.
like she is on her plane, so I'll
It's all you, pal. Fire away.
I'll give the update, Mr. President. And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico again on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well.
They have an island-wide blackout at Puerto
And
Rico?
of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually
Wind
been
forecast.
disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs,
Going
just
up
as you
at
mentioned as
4
well, to
a.m.
prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and
Is
the
this for
Los
tomorrow?
Angeles Department of Water and Power. And we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called Mutual Assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help,
Not him
all the
thanking
other
the
utilities,
CEOs.
and we unleashed
what are you
this,
talking about? That's like
phenomenal
thanking the
partnership,
model for
to
a
bring
product you just
40,000
bought.
utility
What are you
workers to
talking
Florida,
about?
North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back, and everybody.
Continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Thank you,
Well, having been with the
CEOs,
utilities out, we
for
were all
keeping
in,
all the
Colorado
employees
for
who
this
actually
meeting.
provide us
They
the
just
service in
appreciated you
line.
taking
Thank
the
you so
time to
much.
thank them for their personal leadership.
Thank you for
Thanks to
helping us with
utility
our
CEOs
aid, even though
themselves who
everyone
make the
else is
time
the
for
reason
these
that
calls.
it's available. Thank you, CEOs.
We're working closely with all
for
the
letting everyone
utilities.
know
We're
what our
also in
company's really
continuing
about,
contact
for being
with
the face of the
transmission
company.
operators.
Thank you.
The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader
Am I anywhere near the fires? Yes,
as of
I'm in
now,
between
we're not
5
seeing
of them.
any issues with stability of the broader transmission
that's
system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's
Yeah.
a good news part
We're
of
in
where
between
we're at now,
like
of course.
3 and a half.
We're working with the utilities trying to
Because the Sunset
restore
Fire's almost done.
power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of
But
course,
we're
is
not in
gonna
an
take
evacuation
some
zone.
time here. In particular, the comprehensive
At the
damage
moment.
assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President,
Y'all
as
are
you said at the
toasty, and
outset,
yet
with
where
a real
I'm at,
sense
it's
of
flipping
urgency
nippy
here.
out here. Hey,
but
it's
also
actually
with
cold
a
here
sense of
too.
we'll
That's the
do
crazy
whatever we
part. It's
can over
cold
the long haul
outside.
to do right by
It's
our
just smoky.
responsibilities.
And the
David, one of
cold doesn't
things
stop
that
fires, you know what I mean?
Everybody's mentioned so far.
Technically,
is
we're
the
all
mental
in between the
stress
fires
it's
because the
gonna
earth is
cause
round.
for
Okay.
average Americans who are caught in the
Okay.
middle of all.
Thank
And
you
one
so
of the
much for
things
that. You're so right,
You know,
Alex.
it's not, these aren't everyday.
We're all in danger.
No matter how well educated one is, they're not always certain how we.
Are you sure
power
that
is
it's round, though?
transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening?
Yeah, explain it to
what the
us, not to
impact
Joe. He knows
on
everything.
Some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water. Because
Why does he keep
there's a lot of
enunciating his
accusations
T's? He
going
keeps saying
around
it.
that
30
it's because
water.
that the local leadership.
They're like, you don't
didn't
want to sound
care.
like Mitch McConnell.
Explain
Okay, you
how
don't.
this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually, Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO.
I missed the whole
of Southern
question,
Cal
but I
Edison
almost don't
to
care.
talk
Let's see what the
exactly
answer
about
is.
this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing
That's
all of
different than
our
this, though.
expertise and explaining
Sure,
it to
everybody's
our fellow
contributing.
Americans. It's
But
important
that
that we
being
give
his whole
transparent
entire
information and
platform, Joe
information
Biden
they
being
can
like, it's
rely upon.
nobody's fault.
Well, I think it
Everybody's
just- people
has
don't know how
responsibility
it
for
functions.
everything.
And for example,
No, sometimes it's
since
somebody's
I've been
fault.
president, I've been in a
The
aircraft
debt of our
flying over
country,
more territory
not my
where there've
fault.
been wildfires
I know it's not y'all's
from
fault.
Arizona,
Bitch,
all
that's
the
not
way
a
up
give and
to
take. That's
Idaho,
your
beyond.
fault, sir.
And that make up an area larger than the entire state of Maryland, burned to the ground. And one of the problems has been that people don't understand that when these high winds occur, what happens is, or when these storms occur, these utility poles, these whole, those big lines, you see where all the lines are on, they fall to the ground in the middle of the forest. It's not just about raking the leaves under the trees.
Middle of the
It's about the fires that
They're in the
causes.
cities too.
And so
Power
utilities have
lines?
to shut down the ability to
What do you
continue
mean
to
people don't
transmit on
understand
those
that? Yeah, they
lines.
do.
And
I
the
think when you
consequence
see
of
the
that,
power lines
I don't
on the
think
ground,
most
you're like,
people think,
maybe
no matter
that's
how
why the
well
power's not
educated they are,
working.
unless they're in the area, that there's a direct correlation between the
Or
utility
British.
company and the ability to pump water out of a
Sure, we
hydrant.
pumped more oil than
And
ever in
so
American
it
history, but
allows
climate
for a lot
change
of
won't be
uninformed
stopped
people to
with
make
Trump in the White House.
assertions
Brandon,
or
probably.
concerns or accusations about the local officials not caring or not working. So
Well, that's because
as
Trump
I
doesn't believe in
understand it,
global warming.
the vast majority of the circumstances
So yeah, no, it won't be solved
where
ever.
the water resource
But I
has
think we're a
been
little past
diminished
our
is
due date
because
for being
of
able to be
the
proactive
utility company
in
not
solving
being able
global
to
warming.
maintain
Now we
the
have to be
electric
reactive.
transmission because they're
And
getting
cutting
knocked
the
down
budget
and
for
shutting down
resources
so they don't cause more fires.
Is not
And
the way
now what
to be
is happening
proactive in
is,
a reactive
are
environment.
we getting cooperation
And it doesn't even
with
allow
utility
people to be
companies
reactive
bring in
because there's no
generators
resources to react
and
with.
others to bring in generators to generate the energy to allow that fire hydrant to function. Explain that a little bit.
So this is the pragmatic can-do attitude, and folks who've been literally doing these, our civil servants and others, for their careers, and making sure that we're solutions-oriented. We sometimes call our department the solutions department, as Liz knows from having been Deputy Secretary of the Department of Energy. And so whatever gets the power on to allow the water, whatever gets the job done, a lot of times it's working with our defense colleagues who have terrific assets that can be brought in quite quickly. The other point I'd like to make, Mr. President, to thank you and the Vice President's leadership
Was that
and our folks in
okay?
Congress.
When they keep
your
saying the
bipartisan
defense resources, are they talking
actually
about?
provided $10 billion. It's a GRIP program for grid resiliency.
To me,
to
it's coming
improve the
off as like
resilience
that's
of
what
our
they're talking
grids
about,
so that
like
when
using
the grids do go down, they
the
come back on
prisoners, like.
quicker.
But maybe that's not. Maybe I'm just hearing that incorrectly. They're like, yeah, we have a tremendous amount of assets. Do you mean slaves?
All across the country. We need more of that.
The
We
fuck are
need
you
to continue
talking
to
about?
focus on infrastructure, but infrastructure matters.
Be transparent.
great deal
Say
because,
what
for
the
example, one of the
assets
things that
are
I
that you're getting
knew,
from
but
the
I didn't know that
defense
I didn't put a number on it.
department.
It'd be a lot easier if these
Were you going to use a tank
electric
to
lines
shut
are
down the
running
fires?
underground
Like, what are you talking about?
in contained vessels. So in the middle of forest, so there's nothing that, but it costs what, 6 times more?
It can cost 6 times more, and we're doing a lot more undergrounding thanks to your leadership on the infrastructure funding. It's not cost effective everywhere, and
Some places it's necessary.
some places it's absolutely necessary, and we need to have the funding and support to do that as quickly as we can.
Well, I think we're moving in the right direction. I know it, look, this is really, really, really difficult for.
I think we're moving in the right direction as I'm about to leave office.
Have to deal with it. I mean, the
Guys, this is a good start to our problems, or to ending our problems. See you later. Good luck with that. Trump probably won't care. So.
The detail of where he lives, I think there's something like 240 or 260
Trump literally
homes
said
that
it'll
burn
get
to the
cold
ground,
soon.
all but
That's what
14
his
or 15
response
of them.
was. What do you mean it'll get cold
And
soon?
everybody
First of
has
all,
to
it's already
evacuate.
cold here.
And people are going.
That's
"When do I
not.
get
That's
back?
irrelevant to the
When
fires.
will I ever
Like,
find that picture album? Will I ever find the jewelry that my grandmom gave me? Will I ever? I mean, there's so much anxiety that's generated, and I think
big word
that,
for you, Joe.
We've been through this once before in Hawaii, where the fires occurred, and
Trump hates us because we didn't
and
vote
we're
for him.
trying to
Yeah,
build back
probably.
up the community so they can.
I mean,
open
really,
up
Trump
and
like
things
shouts
are
out the
running,
people
but
that
it's
he said that
really,
so many
really
times. Like,
hard.
I like this person because they
So
like
I'm-
me.
I'm going to make an appeal right now to the United States Congress. They're gonna
What
have
an
to step up
incel
when we
thing to
ask for
say.
More help.
What an
More help to
incel
get
thing
these
to
people
say.
The kind of shelter they need, to get the kind of help they need.
And then when they don't like him,
because
he's
it
like, "Well, I never
really
liked you
does
anyways."
matter.
Oh,
And you guys do.
That's not what you said
I'm not being
before.
solicitous. You all do a hell of a job.
Were you lying then or are you lying
And
now?
we've learned, unfortunately, so much. And there is, in case you haven't noticed, there is global warming. It does. It's change weather patterns.
Good for you.
And as you
He even got a
explained,
little
Randy,
sassy with it. He was like, "In
wind's
case
going
you
in, wind's
didn't
coming
realize,
out. You get
global
the one
warming is
going in, but
real."
you don't want the one coming back out. And so
He's
my
a toddler,
point is that I
basically.
think there,
Whose
the more
dog
we
is
can
that?
explain to
Oh
the
my
American people in plain,
Ralpher.
straightforward,
That's so
honest
cute.
English or
Who's
whatever
a
language
little
of us understand
Then he
what
called it
exactly
pleasure
is
instead of
happening,
paradise.
the more likely we're likely to get the kind of support.
Is that what he was
and not
talking
make
about?
a political deal out of this. I'm leaving this office very shortly, but it's not about the politics. It's about giving people some sense of security that we're going to be able to get this under control, but it's going to take time. And it's going to take time. And like I said, in the next little bit, we're going to be going back to Congress asking for some more help on some of this stuff. And I hope they're ready to step up because we can afford it. And like I said, we
You
have
heard
a
it here
little
first,
infrastructure
baby.
bill
We
that's
can
over
afford
$1
it.
trillion. It's going to be able to
We can
help.
afford relief
We
funds.
have
We
done
can
a
afford
lot
it.
in terms of what we're
He
going to
said
do
it.
in terms of providing for this rebuilding of communities. And so I think the most important thing we have to do, those of us sitting around this table and on the screen, is explain in simple, straightforward language what the capacity we have is, how we're using that capacity, and what capacity we don't have that we need. And in order to keep things from just all these.
All right, if you've just joined us here,
cut
President
him
Joe
off.
Biden speaking for the last 30.
I hate you.
How we're using that capacity and what capacity we don't have that we need. And in order to keep things from just all these, in crisis, rumors and fear spread very quickly. And the most important thing is
That's why they cut it
let's
off.
just bring this down in an area, be honest with people, what's at stake, but be straightforward with them. What can be done and how we're going to get it done. So I thank you all very much. I'm proud of the job you're all doing, and I'm quite frankly proud of the job the local officials in California are doing. I've spent a lot of time with the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles and others. You know, they're doing everything that we ask of them
No,
and beyond.
you take that back right now. The
so
mayor's not
we're
doing
stepping
shit,
up
jack
as best
shit,
we
except being like,
can.
it's really important that we
There's the
make
fire
sure that people have
in,
resources,
Before we
but then
close this
also
out.
doesn't make sure of that.
Well, as the Californian
And
at the
also
table,
is excusing her behavior when it comes to cutting the budget of the fire
thank you
department, and
for
now here
all
we are.
the leadership that everyone
That's
here
what she's
has
doing.
provided,
That's
starting
what our
with
mayor's
president.
doing.
We're beyond the point of calling it fire season.
Yeah, that's right.
We really, and we're seeing this around the country, that whereas years before we would talk about a particular season of extreme weather, we are seeing that it doesn't matter what month of the year, we should be ready. The work that our administration has done in particular on the issue of infrastructure.
Also, having fire season,
together
knowing
with
that's a
the
thing,
Inflation Reduction Act and the attention we are paying to the climate
and
crisis
observing
is so important because we
our
have
local
got to
government
invest
deciding
as
to
a
cut the
country
budget of the fire department.
in
Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, you
adaptation,
know we have a
and
fire
we
season.
have to invest
You
in
know it.
resilience. And that is about homeowners, that is about families.
You know what we don't
that is
have?
about
cities,
A crime
local
season?
governments, state governments.
We don't have a
And we
crime
to
season in LA.
to this
Crime is
changing
happening
climate.
day and night, darling.
For
Yet
example,
we have a fire
fire
season.
hydrants
Cut the budget
are
for the
pretty
fire
much
department.
built
No
to
crime
deal
season.
with an individual
Up the
house
budget for the
fire.
police department? Question
Not
mark,
with
question
a
mark.
wildfire
Something doesn't
that
smell
is
right.
taking on entire residential communities, where these homes are providing the fuel for that fire to grow. We have to put more resources into our fire departments and firefighters, understanding that we are asking a lot of them that traditionally they never had to do.
I thought Joe
And
Biden
because
was
of
having a
their
munch.
commitment to their profession, they're
Oh, he's
attempting
munching
to
up over
rise
there.
to the
Are you
moment
kidding
of
me?
crisis. But we need to put more resources into those individual professionals and into the departments that sustain that work with the
look at Kamala,
mission.
such
That
a
is such an important mission. in
pillar
times like
of
this. So,
hope
Mr.
for
President,
small
I thank you for your
businesses.
leadership, your foresight. to
I'm actually half
understand
joking
what
because
over
she
these
really always
last
does
4
talk
years
about
we
small
could do
businesses. But
to
like,
leapfrog
do it then.
in front
Help
of
'em.
what
Biden
we
is
know
a
to be
munch.
changing climate to meet these types of moments.
Biden is
And-
thinking
and
about
God
corn
bless
pop.
all of the people who are on the ground right now in California doing that work.
Is that cereal?
I thank you for your comments. I think
That his son showed
totally
him.
agree with you, which will not surprise anybody. Look,
Crime season is summer.
an
It's well
expression
documented
from
that
a
crime increases with the
famous
rise in
Irish
temperature.
poet. He said,
Oh,
all's changed utterly. A terrible beauty has
homeless
been born.
season? No,
All has changed
that's not a thing.
in the weather. The climate change is real.
There you go.
Fundamentally altering, not just here, but around the world. Around the world. What's going on? And we've got to adjust to it.
Can you
We've
imagine
gotta
being
adjust to it.
someone that
And we
hears
can't. It's not
global
our power to
warming
do it. We
and
gotta
climate change is real,
first
and
to
then
begin with.
your response
Just
in your
acknowledge
mind
that
being,
there's a change taking place that we're not going to be able to legislate away. It's
That's the
real.
whole thought that you had. Like, that was the whole rebuttal that you had in
We
your
have
head
been
was,
listening
nuh-uh.
to President Joe Biden and
And then
Vice
at the end you're like,
President
because it gets
Kamala Harris,
cold.
holding
Okay.
a briefing right now.
Okay,
in
then you obviously don't know how
Washington.
climate
Our
change works.
coverage here on
Global
Fox 11
warming is
continues.
really like,
Good afternoon, I'm Alex
that's
Michelson.
what
And I'm
that's
Marla
what's
Tejas.
silly for the dum-dums
there
is
was
all
a
they
lot
hear is
that was
warming,
just
and they're
said,
like,
but
but it's
while
cold right
the
now. How about climate change? Does that do it for you?
get you some updated
Is it
numbers,
colder
and
this
that
year than it was
is
last year?
that the Palisades fire
That
has
sounds like
grown
change to me, baby.
19,978 acres, so almost 20,000 acres at this point, and more than 5,300 structures have been destroyed. This includes.
Excuse me. Hi, Amy and Juan. We are continuing to monitor the fire because it is burning dangerously
Breaking
close
news.
to the Mount Wilson complex of radio and television towers, as well as the observatory up there on Mount Wilson. And I want to take you live now to SkyCal. They're in the area right now. And the reason we're showing this to you is because you can see the immense amount of smoke that is still in the area. SkyCal is working for me to get on the eastern edge of the fire here, so they're transitioning through the south. It's still a little bit too windy based on the altitude that we would have
Darn
to get
government changing the weather.
to get on top of the
Hey.
fire to see some of the flames
Government,
from that
can you
side.
make
You
it
can see
stop
the smoke
windy here?
stretches
Can
so
you make the
far
windy
down
stop
from the Eaton
so we can
fire.
put out
It's
the
still burning pretty
fires,
significantly. I want to
please?
ask if we can go to our Mount Wilson camera because
That's
I want to show
exactly-
everyone that viewpoint of this.
That's exactly why scientists urge people to use climate change instead of global
Wilson
warming. Yeah, that
Observatory
makes sense.
Area because
Tracks.
the fire is pushing
Some people aren't
into the mountains, there, into
critical
the Angeles
thinkers.
National Forest. There you see two fire engines, ironically from the Placer County Fire
Doesn't waste
Department.
our time,
Placer
true.
County is up in Northern California and the Lake Tahoe, near the
He
Lake
said, bitch, I
Tahoe
got breaking
area.
news.
And those guys are doing the work of trying to save the towers because those towers provide critical information not only for us and for our viewers, but for police and fire radios. There's a lot of information and technology that is up there. And I want to ask Carlos if we can come to my computer here, because I can really give you a good idea of where this fire is burning, the hot spots here. So everything that you see in red, this
That
is a
looks like an
NASA
egg.
heat map, right? So
Sorry.
this is what is being seen from space, and this is the heat that is being detected here. And you can tell where the fire is pushing. And forgive me, I'm going to turn on my telestrator here so I can show that to you, because it's all of these red dots. All the red dots is the hot spots right now. That is where it's pushing. So with this fire, you can see it is continuing to push north, to the north, kind of east here, up into the forest. And that is where the towers are that we are so concerned about, up in this area right in here. So the good news, though, as we look at this map, obviously the lighter the color, the cooler, if you will, the area is. So all of the areas where the homes are, which is
gonna
of course
say,
down
it looks
in
like the
this
residential area
the fire
is-
does not seem to be very active there. And in fact, our mapping here is telling us that some of these oranges are 3 to 6 hours old, and then you have these lighter colors that are more than 24 hours old. So the good news is no fire activity where there are any homes, but we do have the critical Mount Wilson infrastructure that is threatened. Really quickly, I want to show you over here too, because I want to give you the same picture. All of this FIRES mapping, or FIRMS mapping rather, is new. that we're able to show you this afternoon. And again, a same situation on the Palisades fire, where you have the most active flank of the fire here is to the north and pushing into the Santa Monica Mountains. So in this situation, they are going to be more concerned about this portion of the fire compared to the Eaton fire, because as I talked about, the Eaton fire is pushing way up into the mountains here, where there's no homes up here. A lot of very important forest land and a lot of ecological concerns up there, but there are no homes there. When we look at the Palisades fire, though, the hottest spots of it are still on the northern end of the flank. And as you can see, there is not a great distance between there and the next set of homes that is really into the valley area, the Encino area, the Woodland Hills area a little bit as well. So that is what they're going to work on. And then you have the more western edge of the fire here that's still got some hot spots in this area, but certainly the biggest concern is going to be this one as it continues to push north. And again, you have another chunk of homes up here that would be the next things that they would be concerned about. So, with the retardant drops that are happening and all of the air assets that are in the area,
this is the one that is.
I'm sure those fire crews will hopefully be able to get a handle on it, or at least stop the forward progress of the fire before it moves anywhere close to the San Fernando Valley. But that is the current trajectory of the Palisades fire. The Eaton fire also burning to the north into the mountains of the Angeles National Forest, which, by the way, you guys, is closed and will remain closed at least until further notice while they're trying to deal with all of this fire, Juan and Amy. So, it's a situation that we'll continue to monitor here at the desk, but I wanted to give you that updated heat mapping from NASA showing the most hot spots of the fire.
It does seem like things are getting a little better when it comes to the heat map.
I mean, I can tell you the heat maps that when we were looking at them yesterday, the whole thing was red, right? I mean, everything was red. So
having the ability
it is
to
a
fly
relief a little bit to start to see some of these heat maps that are cooling down, that were not so hot, that the hot spots are more than 12 to 24 hours old at this point.
Watch Newsmax
and again,
instead.
with the Eaton fire,
Kill me.
it's terrible because there is a lot of forest land that it can chew through, but there are no houses, at least not imminently in the path of that fire.
What do you mean?
The fire over in the Palisades, though,
I don't think that one
it is
missed
burning
it. I
also
think it's
in
just
the Santa
going in
Monica
the
Mountains, but the Santa
opposite
Monica Mountains are a little bit more populated with some pockets
from where it started,
of homes.
which seems to be in more of a residential
if it goes
area.
Even further north, then you've got the San Fernando Valley that could be in jeopardy. So it's important that we continue to watch that. I can tell you the fire is not growing nearly as exponentially as it has been over the last 2 days, which is a good sign.
You mean
it
the other
seems
one,
that
the Hearst
every time there is some growth, it is less growth each time, which hopefully will continue that way with the hard work that the fire crews are doing.
Yeah, and take advantage of this break from the winds.
And I got to tell you, and maybe I can ask Carlos to come to my computer one more time, because I want to show you the amount of aircraft
I'm glad you're doing okay. Wait,
because it's really remarkable.
You're in a chill spot,
what
right?
we're able to get in here and get done. And let me make the screen a little bit bigger here for you. But so
Sarah,
this is, if you were to pull up the other map, where I'm talking about the active fire area is basically in here. In Topanga Canyon State Park, and just the immense amount of aircraft that are in the area here. I mean, I can't even, you got fixed wing tankers that are dropping retardants. This is an MD-80. You've got all of these little sky cranes that are doing work, and you can tell, look, this is exactly where they're dropping. That area that I was just showing you on the heat map is exactly where they're concerned about. That's all these lines that you're seeing right here is exactly where they are doing all the dropping. And so you've got all of these too. These are the fire helicopters. You've got some more fixed wing aircraft. So there's a lot going on here, and we'll be hopeful that all of this work that they're doing, all of the air assets that are on this fire, will be enough to be able to continue to,
I'd like to see.
The oath of office tomorrow as well, despite, again, that bounty, if you will, on his head, and obviously this regime that seems not willing to yield power by any stretch of the imagination. By all accounts, they all expect Maduro to also be sworn in, but many here, especially some of the voices and some of the people that I've been talking about, are saying what happens here has so many implications for...
It's tough. We've been through disasters before.
I know they're talking about the Venezuela guy, leader.
I don't know if we just lost you, Senator. Do you have us?
Are we still here?
Yes.
All right,
we're
just
here.
word to folks that have been impacted. Don't hesitate to ask for assistance and support. You deserve it. We're here for you. Disasterassistance.gov is a great starting place, or you can go to my website, padilla.senate.gov. A lot of information, a lot of links. We will help your family and our communities rebuild.
Senator Alex Padilla, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you taking time to talk with us. We now want to bring into the conversation Rick Caruso, who is, of course, a well-known business owner, former candidate for mayor of Los Angeles, who is joining us right now by the Palisades, the Villages, which is one of his properties. There's so much destruction around
One of his
there.
properties.
Rick, I don't know if can you hear us?
Well, that was a turn. I know, right? I was like, wait.
I can hear you fine, pal.
Okay.
We're not going to Venezuela right now.
Now that you're
Maybe
there
we'll talk about that in a
on
few
the
days.
ground, I know you're meeting with some different fire crews there. What
there's
are
a
you
lot
seeing
there.
up close and personal?
I'm right down the street from you, basically. Okay.
Well, it's like what you see
Yeah, I've never
on
been to
your
your
show
place,
and
but
all
I
the
knew that you were
newscasts.
close,
It's just
but
widespread
more, right?
devastation. I mean, it's
You're good though,
beyond
right? Are you good? You
anything
can come over
can
if you
even
need
imagine. We came out here as a family.
You know that.
We've driven
to.
through the
In case you didn't know
neighborhoods,
that, you can.
had a very tough stop. Visit my daughter's home that burnt down. Everything is literally destroyed or somehow touched by this fire. And then there's pockets where there's buildings that have survived. And there's homes that have survived. And, you know, I am actually very heartbroken, I know is the word everybody's using, but that's the best word because it's what
What
the
do you
real
mean
word
actually?
is.
Because
But
it
I
has
was
to do
walking
with you.
my wife and my family, and at the
Sorry, I
moving
don't care
forward,
about Rick
but,
Caruso.
I just have to do the best I can.
Wait, did I just come here at the end of this interview? Why is she not talking
All right,
anymore?
that is Sherry Shaw talking about her brother Victor, who was killed in the Eden fire. Obviously, it's ABC Network that is talking to her right there, but a heart-wrenching play-by-play of what her experience was like as she desperately looked for her brother, hoping he's still alive, but clearly he was not.
So heartbreaking to hear that, the desperation, thinking, calling her, knowing that she's calling her brother in that moment, she thinks he's alive still.
Yeah.
And then she realizes
So
he's
they
not
said
and
that
says,
they
I
split
couldn't look
up
at the
and
body.
she left
A
and
lot
he
to
didn't.
think about
But
when it comes
did
to her
she
story.
leave or was she just like
because
out
it sounds
of the
like
house
Victor
for a
decided
little
to
bit?
stay with the house, try to save it.
Oh.
There are other reports saying that
That's
he was found with a garden hose. We don't know if that's true, but it might be one of those accounts where he decides to
the
stay,
bottom of the mountain,
trying to
too?
do the best he can to save his property, and he paid the ultimate price
Don't
for it.
do
And this is
that.
part of what emergency
Oh my God.
personnel
I mean,
say.
it's tough,
not
though.
worth
That's the
losing
thing,
your
right?
life.
Especially if your
Antonio was
fire
just
insurance
talking
gets
about it.
canceled,
He didn't have
you know,
power.
months ahead or
He
something,
left
you're
his house
aware of
in
the fact that you
Altadena.
cannot
He
get
left his
fire
house
insurance
in
on the house
eye
that
of
you
the Eden
own, the
fire.
house you're
So
in.
many people didn't have power, so they weren't necessarily
Like,
watching media
wanting to
reports 'cause they were
save
looking at
what
the
you have
Palisades
left
fire,
and losing
burning,
your life
not
for it. Like, I'm
thinking
not
that
saying that's the
they
situation he
were
was in. He
harm's
might
way.
have still
It
had fire
is just
insurance. I'm
so
just saying,
devastating.
like,
We're going to hear a lot of stories.
what a
thing to
tough
consider
decision,
when it comes to this story, the Shaw
which,
family
you know,
story, is the
everyone,
fact that
I would
we have
obviously
5
want to say,
confirmed
like, do not
fatalities
give
in
up
the
your
Eden
life
fire.
for your
None
property.
so far in the Palisades fire.
At the same
but there's
time,
a
I
lot
can
of investigation
understand
that
why
needs
if
to go
you
on.
know that
There's
you're not
there
going to
has
get
be a
anything in
house-by-house
return from the
search, which will
government,
take place when things are safe,
or
and
believe
then we'll have a
that,
better idea.
or get anything in
The
return from
death
your
toll,
insurance, like,
could very well go up. So we
you
need to
might
be
want to try
prepared
to
for that.
save it. I can
Absolutely.
understand that.
We're going to stay with the Eden
hate
fire.
that
We're
he
going to
felt
go
like
to
he had
Eyewitness
to do
News
that.
reporter Ashley Mackey. She's there live with new developments there. Ashley.
Yeah, David, Colleen, I'm here in Altadena, this little historic neighborhood called Jane's Village. But right behind me, I want to show you is the Baeza family. This is their home, and this is the first time that they're actually walking through all together what's left of it. As you can see, a lot of destruction here. Really just the front chimney left standing and the front wall. But not much else. But they have been able to pick out a few things. But 10 years of memories lost here in this property. They said this was the first home that they owned. This is where they raised their family. And now it's completely leveled. It's heartbreaking. Another thing is the head of the family, Isaac Baeza, he has 25 plus years of fire service under his belt. He is currently a CAL FIRE captain. He kind of, when I was talking to him, he told us that he kind of saw it with the wind conditions. He knew that it wasn't going to be pretty. He was able to get his family out, his 2 dogs out. And obviously property can be replaced, lives cannot. So very thankful for that he still has his family and he plans on rebuilding. But I want to let you hear some sound from his wife and son, one of his sons. They were so worried
I'll
for
have
them,
a solo
obviously,
sleepover sometimes. Like,
very
I don't care.
emotional.
Like, get my
but take a
candles,
listen.
get my
It's
little
devastating.
munchies. Get my little bowl.
I was getting text
for some
messages
gardening.
from friends in the community, other moms, like our friends, their parents, friends, and one by one, everyone was saying how they lost their house, and I just felt so heartbroken for our community, because we're just a little family. Altadena is just a cool little town. A lot of people we know. A lot of people just know each other.
When we were evacuating, I could barely move. I could barely see.
That's a baby.
Ash and smoke hitting my face.
That's a baby.
I was feeling sick and dizzy. When we evacuated, though, and our dad was still there, I waited for him. I waited for him, and we waited. I was hoping he would make it out. He did, but it scared me to think that I could lose him.
Of course.
It's really heartbreaking hearing his son, his wife, even him talk. You know, again, like I said, 25 plus years, he's been on the other
night,
side.
Alex.
And so now being
Thanks for
simply
dropping in.
a fire
Have
victim,
a good sleep, honey.
he's still trying to wrap his head around everything that's happened, all that he's lost. Reporting live in Altadena, Ashley Mackey, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Ashley, that was such a tough interview to listen to. We have all the firefighters and the first responders on the scene, their families.
It's fire there to the south. So based on, I mean, the winds have been coming out of the north, so I can't imagine this is any kind of ember cast from the Palisades fire, because it's not, it's, you know, to the north of the fire instead of to the south of the fire. So cause of the fire obviously will be under investigation by the fire department, and I believe this is technically in Ventura County's area, but it's very close to the county line of LA County and Ventura County. So a lot to contend with here. We've got the aircraft in place right now. They are there, they are dropping, and it's going to be something that is going to be just a continuous challenge for our fire crews that are unfortunately already so busy.
The good news is the weather conditions are a little better
More
today,
favorable,
right?
yeah.
And I'm wondering if our weather team is available to just give us an idea of what's going on out there now, temperature-wise, weather-wise, maybe even humidity-wise,
Exactly.
to help with the firefight.
And how long these crews will have the milder wind conditions, and when we will in fact see the winds pick up in this part of the area. I know that Marina had been talking about it a little bit earlier about when those winds would start picking up, but anyone lives in this area knows we've got these microclimates and how the winds can be really strong in one area and not as strong in another. So hopefully someone from our weather department will give us more specifics about when those winds will be picking up in this part of town, in the Ventura County area, right around this Calabasas area that is now seeing this new creek fire burning now in the area.
Yeah, they're calling it the creek fire, very smoky there. Look at that, a little thicker brush there. And does that look like a home right in the middle of the screen there?
Yeah.
I think it really does. And hopefully they can get those air assets dropping fire retardant as quickly as possible, because right now, Mike, it does look the smoke is kind of
big.
just billowing
This is a new
softly,
one?
which the good news is it doesn't look like the fire is raging at the moment, but it's definitely burning here in the Calabasas area. And Marina is here. Marina, can you join us here to give us an idea of what it's like?
We've got wind gusts in this area about mid to upper 30s right now. So between 35 to 39 miles per hour are the gusts.
How significant is that?
I mean, it's not as bad as it was
right.
previously, of course, but during the now to 4 p.m. time frame, we're going to continue to see these winds progress. And in this region, it is under a wind advisory. And so that's what we've been seeing here until really tomorrow afternoon. So it's from now all the way up until Friday midday that these winds will increase before they get better again.
Why?
And
So you can
that's
get
what I'm
tornadoes?
talking about right there.
And then
We're at
burn
that
in the summer?
35 to 39 mile per hour
Ice storms
range
in the winter?
Camarillo.
No, I'm okay.
And
Thank
we're just
you.
continuing to see the Santa Anas now starting to build again in what is going to be a very classic event. As we move into tonight, we're going to be looking at the strongest winds in the Inland Empire and in Orange County, where you're starting to see them rev up at about 30 miles per hour right now in Riverside, San Bernardino area. And then we're going to be looking at pretty much everyone seeing up to 45 mile per hour wind gusts.
So this one is not.
And then in the Inland Empire and Orange County seeing wind gusts of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So that has been our biggest concern moving forward. So let's put the futurecast into motion right now so we can show you what we can expect as we move into this evening. So it's 3 o'clock almost right now. As we head into that 6, 7 o'clock time frame, you can see the bullseye is definitely throughout Orange County, from Laguna Niguel up into Rancho Santa Margarita, Corona, and then up into the Inland Empire. And then as we head into that 11 to 2 a.m. time frame, it really swaps into more of the San Gabriel Mountains, as well as the San Bernardino Mountains, heading into the foothills and the 210 corridor, and then unfortunately into the Calabasas area and in the Pacific Palisades region. So that's where we'll see wind gusts anywhere from about 20 to 50 miles per hour.
And million-dollar home prices, and with entire neighborhoods wiped out, insurance companies are being pushed to the limit. More than 100,000 homeowners in the area were dropped by insurance carriers over the last few years, with wildfires ranking as the overwhelming reason why. Now, there is another option for homeowners, though. The state's insurer of last resort, the California FAIR Plan, as it's known, it has seen an 85% increase in policies in the area hit hardest by this week's fires. So now it faces a huge test covering all of this week's devastation. This is the new normal, many insurance experts and weather experts say. Last year's losses from natural disasters exceeded $100 billion. And with all of these disasters, costs will continue to soar for homeowners. You know, nationally, homeowners insurance rates rose nearly 20% from 2021 to 2023. And just recently, California's regulators approved rate increases as high as nearly 35%. So just everywhere you look, the cost to cover these disasters and the cost to insure against future losses show no signs of slowing down.
Christine Romans, thank you very much. So if there is a glimmer of good news in some of this, it's that at least one of the fires that started overnight in Los Angeles up in the Hollywood Hills has now been fully contained. David Noriega is near there.
The coverage,
I think you're in
the state will let insurance companies pass on the cost of reinsurance to California
this was something that sort of exploded right around maybe East Coast time.
What I'm reading here is that
11,
they're going to be required to
firefighters managed to get a handle on it, and those evacuation orders were lifted.
They're going to have to be required to cover houses for insurance even through the wildfire. That's what I'm reading from the FAIR Plan. I don't understand what the catch is. In exchange for increasing coverage, the state will let insurance companies pass on the costs of reinsurance to California consumers. Pass on the cost. Insurance companies typically buy reinsurance to avoid huge payouts. Wait, are you saying that insurance companies buy insurance so that they don't have to pay for the insurance? What? That's insane. What's up, 999? The Pulp Fiction. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, this story is crazy. The story is crazy. And wait, hold on. Opponents of the rule say that could hike premiums by 40% and doesn't require new policies to be written at a fast enough pace. We'll just keep them on the same insurance with the same policies, regardless of what happens with the climate, because that's not our fault. The state did not provide a cost analysis for potential impact on consumers. California deserves a reliable insurance market that doesn't retreat from communities most vulnerable to wildfires and climate changes. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I took some video with my phone, which I hope they're showing you now. And what really struck me while I was following these guys up the canyon, they were climbing up, you know, this isn't a hiking trail. It's not like the families don't go up here on the weekends. This is just the raw side of the ridgeline, sort of clambering up these extremely steep dirt hills, carrying, I asked one of the guys how heavy his pack was. He sort of casually said about 60 pounds, carrying heavy axes, heavy shovels, and carrying, obviously, the hose. That was their mission, to sort of get the hose up there. What they were doing, Hallie, they described it to me, the term they use is mopping up. They were physically carrying hoses up there so that they could just, at short range, put water on any little smoldering bits of vegetation, smoldering, trunks of trees, stumps, that kind of thing, just to make absolutely
It's incredible how
sure
many people
that
are
this
having to
fire
be out
doesn't
there right
start
now
up
for
again,
this.
especially as the winds are forecasted to pick up again
Yeah, but the
tonight.
shareholders.
Now, this is a success story. There are lots of houses around here. The Hollywood
But
Hills
the
is an iconic
shareholders,
neighborhood.
how will they
I
make their
personally
money?
have close friends who live very close to here.
Off the back
All
of
their
people's houses who are fucking burning,
spared, and that
apparently.
is because these people did this work. The combination
At
of the
the
helicopters in
expense
the air
of
and the
them,
people
without
on the ground, and
covering
even after the success story
any
is
of the
ostensibly
costs.
over, even
After
we
people
think that they have
paid
succeeded in preventing the sort of catastrophe that we've
monthly
seen elsewhere, they are still here working and are going to be here
premiums
indefinitely doing this incredibly
for years and
painstaking,
years, then were
incredibly
canceled
difficult,
whenever the wildfires started getting
backbreaking
too
physical
crazy.
labor to make sure that this fire
Hey, listen,
doesn't
we don't want to
start
cover
up
your
again.
fire
It was,
insurance
the hike
because
was
it's getting a little too
hard for
crazy
me,
out
and I
there.
was not carrying a 60-pound
What are you
pack,
here for?
and
Why
they're
do you
going to be going
exist?
up and down this hill, for the remainder of the night to make
Why
sure
do
that this
you
fire doesn't
exist,
start
fire
up again.
insurance
It was
company,
honestly,
if you're not going to
it wasn't
provide
dramatic,
insurance
it
for
wasn't
fires?
like dangerous, but it was one of the most impressive things that I've seen
Burn.
in my career reporting in general,
How
not
are they
just on
supposed to reward
wildfires.
people who don't
Holly?
actually do
I
anything
think
without
that's so
making large
interesting,
amount of
David, because to your
profits?
point, there is so much about this that has been dramatic. There is so much about this that has been sort of staggering. But then there is the grind, right? There is just the tedious, sort of minute by minute, footstep by footstep, as you put it, clambering up the mountain that's got to get done. That is difficult and also critically important.
There's the planes. Those are the hell planes
Yep.
that we just got the video
Exactly.
on.
That's exactly
David,
it. I mean, and a lot of that work still has to be done, Hallie. A lot of that work.
Next week, Monday, as well as pushing into portions of Tuesday. Back to you guys.
All right, Star, thank you
What's
so much.
happening
Now that it is
until
the
next
top of the
Monday?
hour, it is 3 o'clock. We want to let you know that you are watching continuous coverage of the numerous wildfires that are burning right now in LA County. I'm Marla Tejas.
In Pasadena now. That's where the actual news conference is happening. We think it's going to begin any second. I see somebody at the microphone speaking. I'm going to ask our team if that's just the setup or if they're beginning, and it looks like it is beginning now. So we're going to listen in.
For this very important update regarding the Eaton fire and the needed support for our residents. Over the last 2 days, I've talked to countless residents, friends, and town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity
Who is this
in
person?
the
Does anyone know?
fire-impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been
Fire
arrested
department?
by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's
Get ready
standing,
for the
but
price
if
of
it is
everything to be
standing,
stupid high.
have people come in and burglarize my home. They
Yeah,
shouldn't
because
have
of
to
that,
make
and
that
also
choice.
because of the
So
tariffs.
with that, I would
Don't
like to
forget about the
introduce
tariffs.
our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Because of insurance
We're going
money
to bring you back
floating
when the sheriff
around.
begins speaking, but I want to tell folks in the upper right-hand corner
Yeah,
of
it's all
your
connected,
screen, these
so I
are
wouldn't
new
be surprised
images
if
coming in of
inflation
what appears to be, we are
occurred,
told, a
but
new
I also don't
fire
understand what you're
in
saying
Bell
fully.
Canyon. A new vegetation fire. We want to be clear. It's not clear just how big it is, just the size of it. That's what that plane is
Why'd
flying
they-
over
I
Bell
wanted to hear the
Canyon. This is
fucking
north of,
sheriff.
if you know the area.
What you got?
Kyle.
So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional request through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald,
collab with the cops.
Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the
How's
left.
it
and then the
going?
Chief,
How are they helping?
Ramon Bautista, from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires, we'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400
we got the
National
police if they
Guard
need more
members,
resources. What more
throughout
could
the
they
state,
possibly need?
ready to support us.
What
and
more
as I
could
just
they possibly
stated,
need?
They will be coming in. We expect
100 mil wasn't
that
good
they
enough?
may be on site as soon as tonight.
The are you talking
that
about?
may change a little bit, but they will.
And
be
what would they
assisting us
possibly
with
need?
traffic
Because what are
control
they doing?
and critical
Besides catching looters.
infrastructure
Cool.
protection. They will be.
Why do they need
staged
resources for
throughout
that?
the
They've
Los
got
Angeles
it. They did all the
region,
things.
And our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill, both in these affected county fire areas.
Say more.
The city of Pasadena.
The fuck are you
the
talking about?
city of Santa
Missions.
Monica and the city
This
of
isn't
Los
Destiny.
Angeles.
What are you
this
talking
wouldn't be
about?
possible without the assistance of Governor
What's the
Newsom,
mission?
who approved this request.
What's the mission that the
He's
cops
been
have? To
consistently
stop
on
the fires?
phone
To
with
scare them
our
away?
leadership asking what
To
that
arrest
we
the
need,
fires?
and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier.
Are there critical
I'm gonna
resources
switch
prisoners?
gears a little bit now.
Is that what you're moving
Earlier,
around the
there was a
county
lot
to
of
help with
questions, as
the
there should
resources? So
be,
what you're saying is the
about
police
death
department's
toll,
actually not helping, but
here
the
in
prisoners
Los Angeles
that they've
County, as it specifically relates
arrested
to the fire.
are
Anytime
helping?
I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're
I'd love to know
talking
more about
about
these
potential
missions.
looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next. We're still working in a very fluid
So
and
people will get like
active
$1 million
environment,
cash
meaning
because
that
their
there are
house burned
still
down and they're
spot
going to spend that
fires
cash
going
on
in
new cars, new
areas,
couches,
there's
new
gas
materials, and a
leaks.
new house,
So
new
when
blankets.
people are asking
I hope
us
so.
for numbers of fatalities,
If they actually,
we want to
if
give
it
them to
actually
you,
is
but we have
like
to wait until it's
recovery
safe,
like that,
for
like
our
if the government's
personnel to
actually
be able to
helping
go
like
in
that.
there and do this right, because
Used,
to
oh,
some
I see what you're
people,
saying though.
the death toll may
Prices
just
are
be
going to
a
go up
number,
because people
to
got
us
money,
on our
even
side
though
of the
like
fence
that's
and
fucking
public
ridiculous
safety,
because they're going to have to
each
buy
one of those
everything all
numbers
over
is
again.
a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number again is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is
Every
to
50 miles,
attempt
Home Depot is
to
going to be
implement
empty, and every
a
contractor is going to
curfew
bump the rates by
within the
50%.
specific impacted
Don't forget about Lowe's.
areas
Fuck Home Depot, honestly.
in around the 2 fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work
they're
through
probably
the
gonna raise the
legal
prices in
process to get that
solidarity
done, the goal
for
is to
corporate
try and
America.
implement it tonight. If
Lowe's will
we're not
probably
able
raise
to
their
do
prices
that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal.
What in the
We
COVID?
will
What are
be
they talking about?
enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today,
Having a
we
curfew
had
when there's
number of
evacuation
looting
notices is
arrests
crazy.
throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes. So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, we have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes.
It's so funny how, like,
continue to do an amazing job of
the conversation about getting resources to people that need it right now, like people that have lost their homes and stuff. Oh, that's coming. Don't worry. You'll get those resources eventually. Like that, it's just around the corner. Like, wait, the federal government is going to supply resources for stuff, but for looting suppression and burglary suppression, it's already been done. We've already allocated plenty of funds and resources to stopping it right now. Because that is the priority. Catch those criminals,
please evacuate.
Not the fire.
Preliminarily, I know
I'd like
we're
you to
talking about
evacuate
20
my
arrests.
face.
Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate. And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard.
It is
I've
very
been in
scary,
communication with the
but we're very
Commissioner of the
lucky to be
California
in the position
Highway
that we're in right
Patrol.
now. And
He's
hopefully we'll
offered
not
his
have to
assistance,
evacuate. At
and
this
we've
time we don't have
deployed,
to. So
with
that's
his
nice.
partnership or collaboration,
very, very
multiple
sad situation.
CHP officers for traffic control around the area.
They have a curfew because of the looters and the firebugs who come out at night and try to start new fires. Yeah, that's fair. But what I'm saying is, like, if people are trying to leave, which I guess can get cleared up really quickly, it's just interesting the priorities that
please
are
visit
laid out.
lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information.
I think.
And with that, I
think the more specific people are about what's going to happen and how things are going to change, that seems more like transparent to me. But when, like, they're talking about, oh yeah, we're going to have, like, resources to help people, but then they're also like talking very specifically about like the looting statistics and like
for the Eaton fire
how they're taking care
here
of
in Los
that.
Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena,
to be fair, that's like the cops'
Arcadia,
like one
and
skill
Sierra
is
Madre.
to
We remain in unified command.
stop
However,
crime.
we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations
I'm not very good at it,
consists
sorry.
of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us.
This
So
guy is
the
LA
Eaton
Sheriff's
fire is
Department,
now
the guy on the
estimated
left,
to be
yeah.
13,690
I don't know. Oh, the fire chief, that's who this is. But the other one's the
It's
Sheriff's
grown
Department,
since our
yeah.
morning press conference because the fire is
True, it's the
making a
priorities,
run
only blaming
towards
individuals
the
and not the
historic
systems
Mount
and where they,
Wilson
yeah,
area.
exactly, where they send
We are
support
still
and money
at
first.
0% containment,
Exactly.
but we now have a better estimation
Which is what our mayor
of the
was
number
saying
of fire
earlier,
personnel
essentially.
assigned to the incident. We're now at 1,527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive.
I'm curious to know
assist
if
in
they
the
are
firefight.
including the incarcerated
This morning we did have a firefighter
firefighters
suffer a significant
in those
injury
numbers.
in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition, and he is expected
that
to
was
make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation
Most likely they're including the
that we
inmates.
have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000
Yeah, make the numbers number bigger.
structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department, along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S.
It's crazy to
Forest
think that some of
Service.
these could potentially be
The
arson.
reason that the sheriff is going to be reporting fatality
I'm not saying they are or
information,
aren't. I'm just saying it's crazy to
because
think
the
that like
cause of the
they're
fire is
going to
unknown
investigate
at this
that
time.
because that's a possibility.
If it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death.
Why are you cutting away?
All
Any
right,
death
whole
will
lot
be
of new
a
information.
homicide?
Yeah, that was one of the most actually helpful.
Better posture than we were on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in LA County, and we're appreciative of to all of our firefighters from
Why'd they cut 'em
throughout the
off? That was
western
weird.
United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning condition, as I stated this morning, it's going to continue for Los Angeles
Why isn't
County and
CNN
much
on
of
this?
Ventura County through Friday,
Got
but I think we all realize that the winds have
ABC,
significantly
Good
diminished
America, whatever that
after the
is.
PDS was
NBC.
canceled 4 p.m. yesterday. So we're hoping that the weather is going to continue to cooperate so we can get some perimeter line in on the fire. I would now like to invite up the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Don Fraguglia.
Hi, Ed Murphy. Thank you. I am safe right now. I
Okay,
appreciate
good day,
that.
everybody. Like
Very good
Chief
to see
said, my name is
you.
Don Fraguglia. I represent California
We have
Team
not been
5.
evacuated
I'm gonna
thus
give you an
far.
operational update on
We
what's
are
going
in
on the
between
fire
multiple
right now as we
fires,
speak.
though, but we're in a safe
I'm
zone
going to talk
at
a
the
little bit to the
moment.
map behind me, just
Very
so you
thankful
know,
for
and I'm going
that.
to use a pointer since it's kind of a small map.
Thank you for
Okay,
checking in.
we're going to start over here on the right flank of the
The
fire.
dude who set off the big
This
fire
is
last
Santa
summer near
Anita
where I
Canyon.
work
We're currently
set his
actively
car on
engaged
fire
there
and
with
pushed it
several
into the
hotshot
ravine in the
crews,
park. That's
along the road
so
and along the
insane.
canyon bottom, and we're being successful.
So incredibly
Throughout the
selfish.
day today, we've had rotor wing, the opportunity to fly
Disgusting.
rotor wing and fixed wing aircraft. The winds are still pretty high up there, so it's kind of a hit or miss deal. We get the aircraft up and we get them flying, and then it's just too dangerous for the pilots, and they have to come back down. So it's
They
a
usually have the
constantly
inmates doing the manual
evaluation,
labor of creating a fire
constant
line
use of
instead of
that
the burn
aircraft,
area.
and we're being successful when we're able to fly them. As we come along the north end of the fire there, Mount Wilson was mentioned recently in this press conference. I want everybody to know the fire has made it to Mount Wilson. We're actively engaged there, and so far no loss to any values at risk at Mount Wilson, and we're feeling good about what we have to do up there tonight to keep that site secure. As we come across the top of this fire over here towards the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're making good progress here as well. Values at risk obviously include the JPL among other things out there, so priority for me as an operations is
Oh,
this
he's
side
got
of
a
the fire
stick.
over here is a high priority. We're concerned about the winds that are potentially
Teach us.
coming to outflank us in the coming days. So all hands on deck. We're going to work day and night, and we expect to continue. You'll see some containment in the coming days. Thank you.
You're watching that live news conference. We're going to bring you right back to it, but I want to explain what you see as we pull up this live shot here. Again, these aerials coming in from above the scene in Bell Canyon. This is north of Calabasas. This is a new brush fire. It's about 50 acres that has just started, but it is yet
I'm just,
another
like,
fire now
truly
in the Los Angeles County
baffled.
area as they're getting ready for the potential for more of those Santa Ana winds before they then begin to die down. We're watching that. We're showing that to you. We're also listening into this news conference where officials are confirming as of right now 5 people dead in those LA County fires. That number could change, and also the possibility of a curfew in certain specific areas. I want to go back to that news conference now. I think we still have it up, and listen in here.
Social media platforms. Thank you.
Now we'll have Pasadena Fire Chief Chad Augustin. Chad?
Good afternoon, Chad Augustine, Pasadena Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being here today. I had the opportunity to fly this fire this morning, and the level of devastation is staggering. We're extremely thankful for all of our partner agencies here, local, state, and federal. We could not get a handle on this fire without them. And for my residents, we're committed to get back to full restoration as long as that takes. And you'll have the continued support of everybody here in order to
I
do
wonder
that.
how the fire
Thank you.
department feels about the budget cuts at this point.
And then
I haven't heard any of them
Sierra
talk
Madre
about
Fire Chief
it.
Brent Bartlett.
But of course, that's probably like taboo for them to say anything about it.
Good
I
afternoon.
want to go now to
Brett
Jacob
Bartlett with the
Soboroff,
City
who
of
is live with us
This is
now
death intentional
from
no
the
ways
area
fires
of Los Angeles County, where we have
started
seen those
strategically
devastating fires. We're
100
keeping an ear on that news
kilometers
conference,
apart on their
Jacob.
own.
We've
Well,
also been
we did
showing
have lightning
people,
on Tuesday,
and we saw
and it
this
is
over the course of
incredibly
the
dry.
last
We haven't had
24
rain in
hours.
a while.
These other smaller fires. You've got the
And brush
Palisades
fire is
fire,
totally
the
a thing
Eden fire.
here.
Last night you saw the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills.
It
and
is
now at Bell
chaotic.
Canyon, another
It's
brush fire has
unprecedented.
popped up too, Jacob. This is
It's
the
crazy.
whack-a-mole game that firefighters are
But
playing.
I also don't want to speculate
Yeah,
that
it's
it was
northwest of where I
intentional.
am,
We don't
Hallie,
know that for sure.
from Pacific Palisades. And like you said, it's just another one of these wildfires that continues to pop up.
Winds can knock over power
here
lines and
all
start fires
across,
very
the
easily,
Southland,
yeah.
as we call it.
Yeah, there were
And
multiple ways,
just to
unfortunately, that
reiterate,
fires
as you
could
heard from the
start
officials there, and as we've been talking about for the last couple of days,
without it
this
being
really has
arson.
been a tinderbox ready to go.
Back in 2020, lightning set off a huge
we
fire
had not
right
had very
outside
much
where I
rain
live.
here in
That's
Southern
terrifying.
California over the past 6 months or so, and it was preceded by about 2 years of a relatively heavy
I'm glad you
rainfall for us.
survived it.
The vegetation has been lush. You can see just the corner of that eucalyptus tree I know behind me. There's a lot of that all over Southern California. This is a landscape where we coexist with nature. That's the beauty of Los Angeles, but you live in the foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains, or you live in the Los
Existing
Angeles Basin,
embers
as it's
can
called,
carry
or you
fires.
might even live down
Oh, wait.
by the
Existing
coast.
fires can carry embers up to 5
and
miles?
most places
Whoa.
around here will abut some form of the natural landscape. And so with all of that dry vegetation, with hurricane force winds coming here to LA, something that I don't think any of us who have lived
I'm
here
surprised none of the
as
fires have
native
combined
or
yet,
lifelong
though.
residents could ever have anticipated. It has led to the situation that we find ourselves with now, but at least a little bit of good news in terms of the response, that not only has the wind died down temporarily, but that the federal government will be stepping up in terms of the recovery effort that may very well end up costing many, many billions of dollars.
We also know, Jacob, you talk about this scope and scale of this as we talk about this one that has popped up now.
This
They're
is the
calling
one
it
you're
Kenneth
talking about,
fire.
the
Again,
North
small
Complex
fire, but there is
Fred?
now in literally the last,
The one that
I
happened
want to say
outside your
5
house?
minutes, not even, a
Different
mandatory
than the
evacuation order that has been
Butte
put
one?
in place for some people there. I think
Where's
it's around
this?
the Oak Park area. They were under an evacuation warning previously. It's in this area sort of near Burbank Boulevard, et cetera, in this neighborhood up by Bell Canyon. Can you talk to us? I know you're familiar with the area. Do you have a sense of, like, is this a
Look at Watch
heavily
Street again.
populated neighborhood? Is this what's the landscape like there?
Kenneth fire. God
The way
damn
that
it,
LA
Kenneth.
County works is that there are many
50
cities
acres?
within Los Angeles County
Stop
that are
it.
incorporated. They have their own municipal governments.
Stop it.
They have their own police forces in many cases. They have their own first responders. And then there are areas that are known as unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County because they don't have that sort of local organized governance. And Bell Canyon is one of those unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County, which means it relies on the services of the agencies of the Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Los
Those
Angeles
houses right
County
there.
Sheriff's Department.
What do you
just saw
mean?
the
Those
sheriff
houses right there.
speaking
Yeah.
at the news conference
Aren't those houses?
earlier. There are people that live in all of these places, but they don't have the same mirroring sets of governmental infrastructure to respond in a situation like this, which is why I think it's so important, this mutual aid type of
That's
situation
horrible.
for the people that live there in Bell Canyon. It's not as populated as, let's say, the Palisades with 23,000
Well,
people,
they're
but it's its
allowed
own
to come to
community
other
there
evacuation
in the Santa
centers, too,
Monica
luckily.
Mountains. People have heard of Calabasas. Just more towards the coast through the Malibu Canyon is Malibu. All of these areas are, as the crow flies, not all that far away from one another, but they're through literal mountain ranges.
As the
And
crow
that's again
flies.
part of what makes
Well,
this so
bitch, we're not
dangerous and so
crows.
deadly, is that on the left-hand side of your screen, you're
even
seeing
speak
all that
those words?
vegetation
I'm
up there
sorry.
near Bell Canyon in the mountains.
You sent me the freaking
And it
link.
makes this extraordinarily difficult because
Yes,
once this
different than
starts,
the other one last
it's
summer.
hard to
Oh,
put
yeah,
out.
that
But
one looks
luckily,
crazy.
those super scoopers have been flying, just about a mile towards the Pacific Ocean to the
That's
west
the
of
one
where
that
I
was
am,
started by
picking up
lightning?
water on a routine basis from the ocean, flying
Or
back
part
here
of it was?
over inland and able to extinguish these hotspots
Yeah,
as they come
cause
out. That's what
lightning
happened in the
strikes, holy
Hollywood
shit.
fire,
That's right.
and the Sunset Fire,
This
last
is what
night
he
in
sent me, by the
Hollywood.
way.
And hopefully that's what will happen here in Bell Canyon
that's
in a
not-
short amount of time.
There we go. This is
Jacob
what he sent me, by
Soboroff,
the
thank
way.
you very much for being there and for that reporting. Let me bring in David Noriega, speaking of the Hollywood Hills, who is out there in that location. And David, we've been listening in to that news conference here Couple of critical updates. First, that they have confirmed, we know, and this is a number that we had been consistent over the course of the last several hours.
About the fires,
5 people confirmed killed by these
hope that
fires
doesn't
so
happen.
far. But in a grim warning, you heard officials talk about how that number may change as they are getting ready to have these human remains detection teams go in as they can where it is safe to determine if there are any other casualties, anybody else who has been killed from these fires. You also heard about the possibility of curfews in place as soon as tonight, perhaps tomorrow, 6 p.m. to...
But honestly, this is what it's about. We talk about community. It's also about working together to make sure that we work to make sure that our constituents are served. So with that, I'm going to open it up to questions.
Okay, that'll conclude our speakers for today. We're going to open it up to questions. Pono Barnesby walking around with a microphone, so just state your name, who you want your question to be to, and what media outlet you're from.
Okay, yes, Amy Powell from ABC7. Question for Sheriff Luna. I know you said the details about the curfew are still being worked out, but can you talk about, would that involve blocking access roads to certain parts of these communities, and how that might affect residents?
There's definitely going to be an impact on residents, but we will do whatever we can to brief the deputies and or National Guard members that are out there to be very sensitive to the needs of the residents. They've been through a lot, and we'll try and help them out as much as we can. Obviously, a big part of what we're doing is to protect the properties that are there. So in regard to specific details of road closures, we will be putting those out to what that looks like. We will try and minimize the impact to our community, but we're also trying to maximize the security around there. So we'll try and find a good balance.
Yeah, you know,
But
I think you should actually just station
that
cops
as we
at
talk
all
about
of the burning locations.
The National
Maybe
Guard
that will
being
help.
deployed and or once the curfew comes on board, it's only
Just, like,
going
in the
to
houses,
affect
you know
the
what I mean?
areas that have been heavily
Maybe.
impacted by the fires. It is not a
Wait, 20
countywide
people?
curfew. It
What?
will not impact other cities in the
No,
county
they're
that have not been impacted.
especially in an area that's been in a drought
what we're looking
for
at as we're
8
drawing up the
months.
paperwork, we're looking at the zones
20
that were
people?
evacuated, that
Are
were
you saying
mandatory
20 people?
evacuations. That's where
It's
our
been 20
primary
months,
focus
people.
is.
What are you saying? 20
Keeping
people
in
are?
mind that the wind's still blowing, the fire's still not contained, and we will be flexible enough to adjust to those areas and then take away areas where eventually we will be repopulating certain neighborhoods.
Can the items that President Biden has ordered be undone after January 20th?
That is a very good question, and executive orders can be undone by the next president. But I just hope that President-elect Trump sees that he needs to be a president for all of America, and
Not just his
wildfires don't
supporters.
have a political party.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
And if he wants to represent all of America, then he needs to make sure this continues to go through for the next 180 days.
Will he?
Sheriff Luna, Joe Kwan with Spectrum News 1. This may be a dumb question,
This
but
man doesn't even
as far as
believe
the
that global
curfew,
warming is
it-
real.
somebody walks
So-
in at past 6 p.m. in those
Quote,
evacuated
science
areas,
doesn't
how
know,
will that work?
unquote.
Just so,
That's-
you know,
that's
I've
our
seen a lot of
president,
people
Mr.
walking
Donald
just to
Trump.
see if their homes are okay,
Mr.
their neighborhoods
Trumpet.
are okay, they're frustrated. How is that going to work? They just cannot walk in there. They'll
I just saw
get
something that said the
arrested? What,
budget cuts
you
on
know,
the fire
just
departments isn't
lay
true.
that
Have you
out
seen
for us.
anything?
Yeah, it's not
yes,
a dumb
I've
question
seen
at
many
all.
things
It's a
that
very
say
good
it is
question.
true.
Our
I'm
deputy
interested
sheriffs,
to know
police officers,
where you saw that. And also, I will be
will
looking
use
for
very good
sources
judgment,
right now.
common sense. They'll approach people. They'll ask them
All right, we've been
questions.
listening to officials giving us the very latest here on the Eaton fire. They're telling us that right now 20 people have been arrested for looting. 400 National Guard members are coming in to help with the law enforcement part of all this. And also, Sheriff Robert Luna telling us that they're working on getting a curfew in place for the areas affected by the fire, specifically the Eaton Fire, the Palisades Fire.
Cal
that
Fire
may
is
run
different
from
than
6 p.m.
LAFD. No,
till 6
absolutely.
a.m.
Yes, and we do want to explain that on the right of your
President-elect, don't
screen
give him
is
the
that
title
new
yet,
fire
true.
that we've been
Might be,
talking
might be.
about. Mike Rogers is getting us the latest on the Kenneth Fire, which is not associated at all with the other fires that have been burning.
Yeah, right. And I wanted to, part of the reason we got off this press conference is because I need to let you know about evacuations that have been issued in that area. You're looking at live pictures here from the chopper, and you can see the large column of smoke that is being put up. So if we can put my computer in an inset here, because I want to make sure that I can show people where this is happening. This is the community of Oak Park. And at this point, the evacuations are voluntary. So these are voluntary evacuations for the community of Oak Park. We're going to get my computer here in just a second, but I can tell you that anybody that is in the area of Oak Park near Canaan Road and Agora Road, east of Canaan Road to Deer Hill, those are the evacuation orders that are in place. There's my computer. Thank you for that. Here you see anything that is outlined in orange. Let me draw it a little bit more clear for you so you can see. So we're talking about this neighborhood right here. This is where the voluntary evacuation zone is. So
yeah, that could have
it's
been
this chunk, this western chunk, eastern chunk of Oak Park. This is, I believe, Oak Park High School right here. So for reference point, if you know where Oak Park High School is, if you were to the east of Oak Park High School, in this box, you're being asked to voluntarily evacuate. That's all of this area right here that is now under this voluntary evacuation order. So for reference, I'll show you the fire is burning in this area. So it kind of started over in here. So this is the Bell Canyon area up here, right? The fire started basically at the end of this trailhead or near this trailhead right here. And right now it is burning to the south and to the west. So that is kind of the direction it is taking. And that is why Oak Park is under a voluntary evacuation zone. I can tell you, and I'll show you while you're still looking at live pictures from the chopper, I want to pull this up because I want to show you the intense aerial fight that is going on right here. There are 6 helicopters that have been on this. I've also seen the fixed wing access. There's another one that's picking up water right here that's coming in, and you've got more of these aircraft that are coming in. So there's a very large aerial fight going on right now for this. So there are a lot of people that are trying to put this out. And again, it started kind of here in this Las Virgenes open space and has been moving to the east. And you can see from the chopper there, even where it's already charred, the blackness there of it, and then it's starting to move. So hopefully they'll be able to get this under control very quickly here, but those are where the voluntary evacuations are right now for the Kenneth Fire. And let me see if there's an acreage update on it just yet, but it doesn't look like there is. So that's what they're working on right now. They're getting some more resources in there. I can hear them calling for more. We've got a helicopter that's actually even coming down from Central California right now to help in this. So again, the Kenneth Fire now having voluntary evacuations for this new fire that is burning in the, well, technically, I guess the Oak Park area now, more into the, it's on the Ventura County side.
No, it's
for
okay.
Sure.
The only thing you missed is that I was
because
saying I was trying to find a source.
It's burning right up against a home there. It doesn't look like that's a home on fire, but it looks like it's certainly burning right up towards the backyard of that home.
For the entire county.
Let me get a better look on that. Yeah, let me look right now.
As far as like the actors post
look like,
that you're talking about goes,
let's see, so
maybe they're talking
Farmfield
about
Road,
the Cal Fire Department
Eden Park
instead of the
Drive,
LA Fire
Thousand Oaks
Department,
Boulevard. So this is actually the community that is even more to the east of Oak Park, I believe, right? This is the I guess the Hidden Hills area. Is that what that is? To the north of the 101 freeway right there, off of Las Virgenes Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard is where we're looking at that. So the fire is much closer to that area. That's on the LA County side, I believe. So I assume there are evacuations there as well, but I will try to look and get that definitively.
It looks like the smoke, though, unfortunately, is heading towards Oak Park area, going in the direction there towards Ventura County. Right. And, you know, we were talking a little earlier about how, you know, we have friends and family across the country that are calling to check on us, and people have been checking on me and my family all day, and I've said, hey, you know, this fire isn't too close. Well, now, you know, the story has changed, and it is close, and my family is being evacuated now in our community. Right. So certainly things are changing drastically, and we've been talking to people about making sure that they are doing their due diligence, and when you hear that you need to go, you definitely need to be packing up things and getting ready. Even if it's a voluntary evacuation, you definitely want to be prepared.
And I do want to tell you, and if we can put my computer back in the inset, because there are mandatory evacuations on the LA County side. So Hidden Hills, all of this is under an evacuation order. So that area north of the 101 freeway, basically from Valley Circle all the way over to the Ventura County line and then into Agora High School, those are all now under a mandatory evacuation. So you're seeing them on the red here, all of this Hidden Hills area, this Calabasas area, all of this under a mandatory evacuation because the fire is burning up in this area and then burning, as you mentioned, Amy, to the south and to the west. And that's what we're looking at. So those homes that we just saw from the chopper where it looked like it was getting pretty close to those homes there,
I feel like
that is the Hidden Hills area and the north end of the Calabasas area, north of the 101 freeway, where that is burning. And it butts up, and it's really unfortunate because it butts up right against the other evacuations. I mean, there's hardly anywhere in this area that is now not under an evacuation zone because of these fires, either the Palisades fire or now this fire that is burning in the Ventura County area / LA County area. So we've got mandatory evacuations there as well. As we look at those live pictures from the helicopter as it burns right up towards these homes here. Very, very large homes, as we can see. You see an LA County fire engine pulling into the cul-de-sac there. You can see the wind blowing around. So while it's not windy everywhere, look at those trees. And I don't know if Marina's around and maybe give us some wind updates there, but you can definitely see the trees blowing still in this area of Calabasas, north of the 101 freeway, in the Hidden Hills area.
And Mike, I was just checking the Kenneth fire that we're calling this. Apparently right now it's at 50 acres, is where it's sitting at right now. Containment absolutely zero.
For the police.
As fire crews now head into this area. Marina?
And then in 2025, they now have
1.9 from about 29 to 32 wind gusts in that exact area right there, which isn't what we were seeing before, but it's still well enough to push that fire along, and that will increase the
fire department went from
45 to 50
837
the evening hours
million,
and
not
overnight.
even in the billions.
So unfortunately, it's
down.
just going to get worse before it gets better.
837 million to
tomorrow,
819 million.
will start to improve, but for now, they will only increase.
Insane.
And like I said,
no worries.
I
don't know why this was so difficult to find, honestly.
Anywhere from about 10 to 15.
I'll put the link in the chat just in case anyone
anywhere
wants to
from about 29 to 32 over the last 30 minutes. 32 has
this
been
is good to know
the
just in
largest
general
wind
for
gust I've seen so far.
budgetary stuff
and
as well.
Then it's going to slowly start to creep up.
Why does it look like this didn't even
next
exist
2 to 3
before
hours
2018? The fuck?
Incredible. And we are expecting those winds, Marina, to pick up tonight into tomorrow, correct?
Correct. And so that's why a lot of the areas are still under a high wind warning until 6 a.m. Friday. And that's because the overnight is going to be critical again, where we're going to be looking at those wind gusts peaking at about 40 to 50, possibly even 60 to 70 in the Empire and Orange County.
That's what this is.
And then everything starts to die down starting at about 5, 6 o'clock in the
Human
morning.
Resources spawned in 2018.
Once we head into
that
the
can't
rest
be
of the
right.
day. By
Where's the other
evening, we're looking at
what
winds
happened
at
to the
5
other
to
human
10 miles per
resources
hour.
that
So
existed
we
before?
just need to make it through the overnight tonight, but that's a lot of hours.
Yeah, and look at the sizes of these homes. Marina, thank you so much. We're, of course, continuing to monitor the situation there at the Kenneth fire. As you can see there, it looks like there's a firefighter possibly going door to door, or at least trying to locate the people who live here, just to give them just a warning. And there is fire trucks already in the neighborhood, so that's a good thing. And air resources are heading into that area. But look how close the fire is to these homes right here.
It just blew up not long ago. We're continuing to try to get more data on exactly what's going on here. But this is kind of giving us an idea of what you were seeing from Skyfox. Again, it's this western portion of the West Hills neighborhood. Obviously, you go farther south, farther down here, like you were talking about. Calabasas is down in that direction. And so another...
have really been taking care of the brush clearance after the Woolsey fire. We just know how critical it is. We want to get to our Michelle Geely. She is live at Temescal Canyon and PCH. Michelle.
I want to share with you kind of an impromptu situation that it's been developing here in the Pacific Palisades. This is at Temescal Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway. You see this group of people behind me here. These are residents. They're wondering whether their homes are still standing. They need medication. They're wondering whether their animals are stranded up in the neighborhoods. They're wondering whether their homes are still standing. So they have shown up here. They have walked for miles, for hours to get here. And they've reached out to the LAPD and the Port Police asking them to please take them up to their neighborhoods and let them see something. That is happening. They are ushering people. They're taking them up in the patrol cars giving them 5 minutes to go inside if there's anything left. This couple here just came back. This is what they managed to retrieve. Please tell me what this process is, how long you waited here.
Well, we came here with bikes, and we know we couldn't get here through cars. My wife actually was so anxious that she walked here. I encouraged her not to come, but she did. But then we got here and they checked to
She's
see
like, she never
if you
listens.
actually live here with the cops before they let anybody in. And so we got
Literally one
escorted
goes up
because
while
we happened
one
to
goes
be
down
three
at
of
the
us
same time.
in
Yeah,
the
that's
same
crazy.
street.
It's crazy.
So they escorted
And for
us
what?
up there. And
We have enough police
to be
here. We're
honest
good,
with you,
actually. Thank
I've
you.
never
You can
seen
stop
anything
funding
like that
them.
in my life.
You didn't know going in if there would be anything there.
Absolutely not.
Not you, Ray, obviously.
Well, I've seen
Hey,
it on
you
TV,
stop
but
funding
in
the
live
police here.
is a different reality.
What was there?
My house sticking amongst many houses that were just destroyed. Destroyed. I get
What is
goosebumps
this?
just talking about it. And as I was saying earlier,
And a half an hour ago, at that time I checked, and it was like, they had like a 10-mile coverage area on this fire. And now, I think you mentioned like up to 50 miles per hour, or 50 miles of burn zone there now. And so this thing is growing quite rapidly, and we can see, boy, on Christie's shot on the left there, we can see how much smoke is getting over those inhabited areas. So it's just really absolutely an area of concern there.
Yeah. Chris, you're showing, I think, is that still Colette Way that you're showing? We have that on the map over here as well, where they have the cul-de-sac, and that's what you had mentioned. It's kind of lapping right up to that first
Sometimes
street
I feel like
there.
Watch Duty
This
is like
is
a
that
little
open
slow
space.
with it.
This
Is
is
that
Colette
just my
Way
phone,
that Chris
or,
is
like,
showing
what's
you right now.
happening?
I'm going to expand out a little bit further so you could get a better idea. That's the cul-de-sac right over here that Chris just showed.
Maybe I just don't
And
know how
then
to
this
read
is
this
the area where the fire department is starting to do some structure protection. But as we know, they're spread really thin. These winds are really pushing this fire fast. And then let's say hypothetically, if it continues to move around this whole
It's already,
area.
David,
Go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes, go
It's
ahead.
already west. We're already moving west of that neighborhood now.
Okay.
Already now
Oh,
you're looking at
geez.
Malibu Canyon, Gates Canyon Park. The Gates Canyon Park area is now under the gun. This is just west of the neighborhood. Your headset's off. Sorry about that. I should tell you, the reason my audio is cutting out is because the county and the city are sending out emergency alerts, so everybody's cell phone is blaring right now with the updates on the evacuation orders in this neighborhood. And of course, when that happens, and it does interfere with our audio. So when you hear that, that's what's happening, because everybody
that's
down there is getting these alerts. But we're now talking about the area around Malibu Canyon, just next to that neighborhood that we were talking about. Now we're purely in Upper Las Virgenes. Farm Field Road is one street that already seems to have flames surrounding that block.
Okay, yeah, I've got it on my map here as well. I see what you're talking about now. We've moved from Colette Way, which is right here. Here's Gates Canyon right over here. And then right over here is Las Virgenes. So I'm going to expand out and show you now how quickly this is moving. I'm going to move like this. This is Colette Way, where we first saw
You're not
it hit.
expanding out, you're
And now
zooming in. I'm
what Chris is
confused.
talking about, it's gone beyond Shady Grove Place right over here into this area and all the way over into these homes right here. So you can see how rapidly this thing is moving, and this is Las Virgenes right here. So all these homes now are in danger. Chris?
Yeah, wait, yeah, is that it right there? Yeah.
By the way,
yeah, I'm looking at houses. I think we have a structure involved right here, guys.
Okay.
Go ahead, right off right in there, right along Colette Way. Right along Colette Way, a large body of flames in the middle of these homes. I don't see any homes touched yet, but look at that. There are homes on both sides of this brush area. That was Shady Grove Place, Sloan Place, Newcastle Lane,
Okay.
Melbourne Court.
I'm going to read this really quickly because
so I don't want
this
to
is what was
confuse
sent in.
everybody. It's a large area now.
Are you prepared to evacuate? Yes, we have our whole car packed. We're ready to go at any point. Like, we're definitely ready. I appreciate you. Don't worry about us. I'll keep you updated if we do have to evacuate, but at the moment we don't have to, so that's good. We're in between a couple of fires, but we're packed and aware that it could very much so come to like us having to leave.
Chris, as you're getting interrupted
What
with
happened?
your headset
Oh.
and getting interrupted by talking,
Have
we're
fun
looking at
with
these
your
active
overtime.
Los Angeles Fire
Said nobody
Department,
ever. Bye, Scorpion. Have a
alerts,
good time
and
at
then
work.
and
You know,
David's
I'm
trying
sorry
to
they have to
pinpoint
work. Love
them
you.
on
Mwah.
the touchscreen, but we do know
sorry,
that
Freya.
they have
Less than
added
12
an
hours after
evacuation
massive
warning
fire began
onto
ripping
Woodland
through the
Hills
Pacific
in addition to
Palisades,
the other evacuation
on
warnings that we've been
Tuesday made a
talking
rare
about
request.
and the
All
mandatory
LF
evacuation warnings.
D
So,
fighters,
again,
including those off duties, were asked to
Woodland Hills, this is in
phone in
addition
their
to the
availability.
areas. This is bordering
Stoked by high winds, the blaze was growing quickly, and the LAFD was already fighting a losing battle. Such summons hadn't been issued in nearly 2 decades.
So again, Woodland Hills, just be on alert. You're seeing a lot of this smoke.
Palisades fire was
Chris,
zero.
I
Yes.
can't imagine.
In June. Oh yeah, here we go. We're talking about it. There we go. This is an actual article about it. In June of this year, or last year, I guess. This is a new year. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, boo, signed and adopted $12.8 billion budget that cut the fire department's funding by more than $17.5 million, or around 2% of the previous year's budget, $837 mil. It was the second largest departmental operating cut to come out of the city's 2024-25 fiscal year budget, which shaved funding from the majority of the city departments, but not the police. The Los Angeles Police Department received a funding bump of nearly $126 million. Finally, I have that number. I've just been saying $100 million. I don't know. I'm dumb. I'm learning it as you guys are learning it. 12.6 million bump. The LAFD makes up about 6% of the city's expense budget. The LAPD receives 15% of the funds. 15% out of a fucking 100. It goes to pigs. What is currently happening and unfolding, as we've been warning about, said Riki, a lawyer and organizer with the People's City Council. The consistent defunding of other city programs in order to give the LAPD billions a year has consequences, and those elected officials do actually have blood on their hands. The city is unprepared to handle that this fire, and Los Angeles shouldn't be in that position, literally. And that's why Karen keeps going, we're gonna send money to the fire department. We were gonna send it later. Do you know what a budget is, bitch? Like, what are you talking about? You would have sent it right off the bat with the budget. That's when the budget comes in. Oh, we're gonna get money later in accordance to the budget. Not, we provided them with a budget where we cut millions of their funding, but don't worry, we're gonna give them more money later. Why not just give it to them up front then? No, now you're just trying to cover your ass. Be so serious. Only 3 city council members, Hugo Soto Martinez, Nitya Raman, and Eunices Hernandez, is that how you say that name? That looks like it. I said it wrong. Voted against the budget last May, noting in a press release that it allocated tens of millions of dollars to fund LAPD positions that would likely remain vacant. That's because the LAPD has struggled to recruit officers in recent years, even as it continues to request and receive funding for those empty positions. That's crazy. They're like, hey, we know we're having a problem hiring people, so could you give us money to pay them more? Which, in hindsight, makes sense, but that's probably not why people aren't wanting to be cops, because of the lack of pay. Probably because they don't want to be cops, because the system is sick.
Blowing towards your property, there is not
Maybe that's why they don't want to be cops.
And that's the problem here. You see people trying at all costs to save their properties, and you sympathize with them, and you can empathize. But at the same time, it is more important to grab your belongings and start getting ready, or get ready to get out.
Yeah, and people are worried that they're not going to get refunded for literally anything, and then they'll have lost everything because insurance is unreliable.
One thing here is the direction of those winds. Again, it's that
No wonder
Santa
people
Ana
are trying to
profile.
save their stuff.
Out
Like,
of
be
the northeast,
serious.
Blowing to the southwest, and you can see that's a perfect example of that. There's that fire right there to the west of Hidden Hills, and pushing everything to the south and to the west. Below that, so there you can see, heading right towards, as Chris was showing us so great.
They have
the
self-respect and would
101
rather be
towards
firefighters.
Agora, towards
Yeah.
Agora Hills. That's
Which,
all,
hey,
like,
the
right there
fire
in that
department is
path
not flawless
of where
either in the
winds
Department
are
of
blowing things.
Racism.
And as Chris mentioned, a wind-driven fire that's going to push those.
There's
flames
no,
that way,
I don't want to
push
say but,
certainly
because it's not
smoke
like,
in the ash. And
but
here's
it's
the scary
okay.
part. It blows those
Racism
embers in that direction too.
is
We talk about
ingrained in
this
our
so many
system,
times, how these embers
unfortunately.
can just travel
It's
such great
polluted
distances.
with it.
So as that fire moves,
The police department
and
is
it's
just very
pushed by
open
the
about
winds,
it.
Those embers
The
also
police
puts out
department will
winds, and
just
those can just
is very
scatter
open
around to
about
get those spot fires. We
incarcerating
talk
black
about
people.
spotting.
They just like
You'll
are
see
really
another
down
little
to do
fire
that.
pop
So.
up, basically in that path that the winds are going, and as those winds
But
right
yeah,
now,
the
we're
fire
seeing them
department at least is, like,
measuring
helpful.
At the moment, right around 25, 30 miles per hour, which are areas of concern. But then, of course, always talk about this too. Within the fire zone, it
I
creates
hope
its own
that the fire
weather.
department
It
has
creates
changed
its
and
own
evolved a
winds when
lot.
you
I
get
hope that.
The effect of vegetation catching on fire, it bursts. And
Cops are a
releases
branch of our
gases,
military,
which-
a way to
and you
bribe
have that
people with
going
free
on, you
school or
kinda
health
create
care
this
instead of
wind
it being a
field. So we
human
can see
right.
right there in that area. Those numbers are already approaching 40 miles
Yeah.
per hour. 37 miles per hour is Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks,
Yes,
also 34
using
miles per
rights
hour,
as
so
resources
Malibu Hills at 15, but you're gonna get those occasional
obtainable
gusts, and then also,
by
of course,
money,
you're going to get the fire-generated winds as
resources that
well,
are not
just
actually
serve to
rights for
push things
people,
along.
even though they should
And so
be,
that's the
like
big concern.
housing, like
We're heading
water,
towards this time of the day where we
food,
showed you earlier, the winds are gonna start
healthcare,
ramping up. So we
things
have
that
been
should
on
be
the calmer
rights
side, calm being a relative term.
are
You
used
know, again, compared to the beginning of the week, we
to
saw
dangle in
70,
front of
80
us,
mile per hour
so
winds. We're
that will
seeing
work.
now 30,
So that will
35, 40 mile
engage
per hour winds. Those
in
winds just on their
capitalism
own
and
are
work
pretty
to make
strong
money.
winds. And so they're
Well, yeah, they
certainly
actually
doing
save
the
people.
damage right now
Exactly.
of fanning those flames, sending those flames, and causing major areas
I'll
of
say, but at
concern
least they do their jobs.
ahead
No
of
one's
that
ever
fire
made a
line.
song called "Fuck the Fire Department." No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Dan,
yeah,
thank you for
like
the
at least the fire
explanation, and we'll
department like
get
actually
deeper into
saves
the weather
lives.
in a few minutes. But
I
let's get back to
just
Chris
want to
Christie,
also
who's watching
acknowledge
this fire
that it
progress,
is
and
still
I
within
don't
a
wanna
system
pull
that
the
was
camera
built
off
on
of where the firefight is going on. But
racism.
we're looking at our maps, Chris, and it shows that the 101
But that
is
doesn't
bogging
mean
down
that
in that area.
they're not doing the Lord's motherfucking work. Like,
southbound side of the 101.
cops pretend like they live in this crazy, dangerous lifestyle, but it's not true.
Folks are
Yeah.
just trying to get away and use the 101 as the main artery out of here. Makes a lot of sense, obviously. But
I worked for
it is
AAA
seeing
during
a
the
lot of slow
campfire.
traffic through here.
Now,
As
they
I
were
do
good,
that,
but
I'm
I heard
also
some
looking,
horror stories from
just to
other
the north
insurance
of us here,
carriers. I'm
and
sure
just trying to
AAA has
figure out
actually been
because there are
pretty
so many
based, I'd
active
say, from
situations here
my
between these two
experience.
neighborhoods. Fire approaching both of these neighborhoods.
Sidebar, I can't
gotta
get over
tell
how
you,
good the blonde looks on you. The world
some
literally on
cases,
fire.
you already see
Thank y'all. I
where
appreciate
the
that.
brush clearance behind some of these homes has already spared the homes. If
Shout
the
out
brush
Pretty
clearance
Lizzie's.
wasn't there, if they hadn't cleared the area around their property and their backyards, they would already be on fire. But some of these fires that are not jumping or spotting are kind of running in to dead ends. They're running out of fuel once they get to the brush clearance, and those houses could be saved because of that brush clearance. That brush clearance.
What did you do for
buys
AAA?
time
Do you mind
for
me
those
asking?
homeowners
You
and
worked
for
like with the fire.
department to get there.
Like, what did you do? Were you customer service or were you roadside assistant? Like what did you do? I like AAA. I think it's very helpful to the community. Obviously, it's expensive, but it's at least provided a lot of relief for people.
Some of the clearance where you can see the fire kind of running up and then just kind of running out of fuel in some cases. It's really illustrative of the benefit of that brush clearance, but in other cases, that's not the case. And already, as I look out the right here, Rob, I'm not sure if you're looking in the same direction. There's a whole line of flames, again, coming close to another group of homes. What street is that? That's going to be Ardmore, Adamore Road. Fire, a line of fire running up right towards Adamar Road. It looks like there's some degree of brush clearance, but there's also a lot of trees, and again, lots of opportunity for those embers to blow through here. But Adamore Road, right here, fire right along the backyards.
Is this still the new one that just broke out? The new fire that just broke out?
And Thousand Oaks Boulevard, or Eden Park Drive. Eden Park Drive between Adamore Road and Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Thousand Oaks Boulevard is the main street that runs through this neighborhood, and there is fire in this community that is brushing right up against these homes.
Okay, at least we're getting some air drops on there. That's going to do a huge help in getting this thing out. And a great point when it comes to the open space, Chris. If they could fight this while it's in the open space before it gets to the masses
Obviously,
of
the
the
rights
homes, that's going to be a huge
as resources
advantage.
is one of the
And
many
unlike
issues with the
2 nights
military
ago,
and racist
we
complex.
have
Yeah.
air
Oh my God. Yeah,
support
the
in
military
this
part
case,
too.
and that could be a
Don't even
big
get me
help.
started on that. All the funding they
There's
have,
a
and they
lot
can't
of
even
it. We've
support
already seen,
veterans properly. Like,
a couple
please.
of tanker drops here and repeated drops by LA City Fire.
After, yeah, providing everything for them to be in the military, only to like turn around and shit them out onto the world and be like, good luck, bye. Take your PTSD and your lack of resources and go f yourself. Like, that's literally what they do.
Now,
for veterans.
Valley, you've
Nothing.
got the Palisades, you've got the
It's a
Eaton fire
business.
that's
Money is
being
all they
worked
care
on.
about.
There
Yeah,
are
of
so
course.
many active areas, but they are bringing
I was front
new
office customer service
aircraft into
manager.
this
Don't give
situation,
AA props,
trying to
really. I had them
smother,
for my
but
home
the
insurance. They dropped me.
concern
Wait, they
here,
do home
my
insurance too?
worry is that there's
After
so
a
much
campfire,
fire
they could pick up
blowing
more
in,
policies
a
and Chico
number of
offering them cheaper
different areas
coverage.
now.
Ew!
It's almost like, we use the term whack-a-mole.
That's gross.
Even these drops,
I
it
hate
takes
that.
Just to get one head of
I'll
the
take my
fire,
props back then.
knocked down takes repeated drops just to get one head. I count at least 3 separate areas that are really under immediate threat, and those are going to take many, many water drops.
Somebody driving with their door open.
Scorpion,
I don't
get outta
know,
here.
What they're doing here, but obviously it's a.
Look at those
Scorpion
palm
said,
trees.
"Who's in
Look at
charge
the
here?"
breeze. Look at the
Who's in
breeze
charge
running through this
here?
neighborhood. Look at those palm fronds. It gives you a sense of just how windy it is down there. The winds have certainly picked up in the last couple of hours, just as
Props
Danny was talking
revoked.
about. And now you see it looks like
Yeah,
an
props
off-duty
revoked,
unit,
exactly. I
going
actually
house
take
to
back
house
my
here,
props that I was
trying
giving
to
them.
Get the word out in this neighborhood. Looks like an off-duty, he's on duty now, but that's a private vehicle.
Triple
He's
A can
using his
eat
personal
battery
vehicle
acid.
to start going
Guess what
house
kind of
by house in the
battery?
neighborhood here, start door knocking to get folks out. This is all
Did you
shady
guess?
place that we're watching.
Did you
as
guess what
this
kind of
deputy,
battery?
It looks like a deputy, but
Always shop for the
from
cheapest
my
insurance you can
vantage
find
point,
and pray
looks like a
nothing
deputy
bad happens.
walking through this
Maybe.
neighborhood.
They did look like somebody in uniform that is on some sort
Maybe.
of official duty. Another water
Double
drop
A
there,
batteries? You goof.
Yep, that's
Because they
the,
don't give a
Wortham
fuck if you
County
need them.
Hawk.
They're going to do whatever they can to
I'm
not
sorry,
pay
that's
out.
a
Of
call center. It's a quick
course.
reaction force.
That's the
The quick
thing.
reaction
That's the whole
force
thing with
now,
insurance.
Jumping into action here as that Sikorsky just dropped a couple thousand
They'll cover
gallons
you
of
as long as
water
they don't
on
have to
that
cover
hotspot
you.
just behind that very large home. At
Unless
the
you're going to
end
get covered
of
in debt.
Colette
Then
Way.
they're really
This
down
is
for that.
Colette
They're
Way
okay with
at
that.
At the cul-de-sac, and you can see all of these homes here where the fire is literally feet away, just feet away from these homes.
Man, but they've done a remarkable job so far. You got to admit, as fast as this fire was moving, and suddenly things are starting to.
Oh,
I
this
hate
is
to
the
use the
Kenneth
term
one.
slow
Okay, I
down
do
a
see
bit,
that on my phone
But
then.
the fact that it's several minutes later and we're still saying nothing has been hit so far when it comes to people's property.
Yeah. Well, they've been. Yes, you're right. It's certainly moving. The forward progress.
Is the Eaton
has
fire
certainly
still
not slowed
growing?
down, but they have certainly jumped into action to make every effort to see hotspots, identify the properties, identify the homes, specific addresses that are under immediate threat, specific cul-de-sacs, specific edges of this neighborhood that are under immediate threat, and prioritize those areas with those water drops. If they do that effectively, they could hold this off and prevent a lot of damage, obviously, and that's the goal here, right? Is to protect this property at all costs. But you can see the precarious situation because there is fire in the midst of the neighborhood. It's a very lush neighborhood that we're talking about. There are lots of trees and lots of palm trees at that are the real threat here once this fire penetrates the neighborhood.
Yeah, but you didn't see a lot of cars in there, faced forward to get out of here when you first caught upon this in Air 7. But again, you've been looking at Colette Way. David, you pinpointed that area.
On a map of where I didn't want a fire to form. The only windy spots we have. LA's
The
at
fire
2
is
miles per
making
hour.
good
Mount
run
Wilson,
up
it's
to
high elevation,
Poima
only 7 mile per hour winds.
Canyon.
That's where the Eaton fire is. This fire is located right where my hand is here. The only spot that's still windy. So that's why firefighters, they're fighting this one. This is not an easy one. Last night the winds were down on that Sunset fire near the Hollywood side.
And now
so it
they're gonna
wasn't
go
that hard
up
to put
all
out.
throughout
But
the
they
night,
got
aren't
20
they?
and 30 mile per hour
Oh
gusts.
my
And
God,
as we
thank
go
you.
throughout the night tonight, this is about the only windy
My back
spot
just
we're gonna
cracked.
have. We should see winds between 30 to 40 miles per hour
Your
all
workday is
evening.
done?
And so, while it's
I'm
still
glad.
relatively
Woohoo!
small,
Go be
Hallie,
off of
they're
work.
putting
I love that for
everything
you.
they have on this.
Fire
You can
moves
see
really
some-
quickly and
you can see
erratically
some
when it
boots
gets.
on the
Don't fuck
ground
around and
there.
find out. I know. I appreciate you,
Yeah,
Dread.
so they're,
We will
this is gonna be-
definitely
this
dip
is gonna
at
be
the first
interesting 'cause,
sign.
you can see the winds. Look how
At the
fast
first
the winds are
warning.
blowing this thing.
We're ready to go.
This is not going to be an easy
Of
fight
course,
to put
like
this
after
thing
I
out.
finish up here, we'll
And the
keep you
risk
updated
here,
in the
Bill,
Discord. If
and
you
we
want to
talked
jump in
about
the
this a little bit
Discord,
with some of our correspondents earlier,
can
is
type in
they're
exclamation
in,
Discord and get that
Beltane, in
link.
that area now, but when you get down off the hillside, when you get down off the slope, you're in areas that are
We
maybe
chat,
not as
we
densely
gaff, we
populated as
laugh.
something like Brentwood or Santa Monica closer into LA, but there's certainly neighborhoods.
Squirt.
Plenty of people
Yes.
live there. You get a little further south, and you're
When
right
you
there
ruin
in the
nature,
valley
oh,
by the
there it
Willow.
is.
Yeah, this isn't like Palisades or Aladino. You know, this is obviously a little further out from the city center, and you can see, you know, that picture. It looks like you don't see any homes or any structures, but there are.
Is that for us?
A lot of new ones that have popped up in pockets around there.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, we just got a notification
you said it yourself,
to evacuate, but I'm not sure
listed,
if it's for us or if
fires
it
have been
was.
reported in your backyards.
Bill, let me pause you for a second because back on KNBC, one of their experts is talking about technically what these fire crews are doing, these boots on the ground that you mentioned. Let's listen in for a second as we're watching this live coming in.
Those are difficult conditions, and right now our alarms are going off here to tell us evacuation orders. You probably can hear them right now.
Well, if that's for you guys, I don't know if the alarm's going off. Is that for you in the studio?
I guess it's the area. It must be an area close to us. I've had
the evacuation warning here. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes.
They're saying it is for them when they got the, like, I know that sounds like a dumb question, is it for us, even though we got the notification, but like, it could span in a wide range of people, and we could just be included in that cell tower. Why is it not going to the site, please? We're gonna figure out if we need to evacuate though right now. The important thing is to stay calm. It will be okay. Whatever happens, I will keep you all updated
the sad part is
as best as I can.
A lot of these hand crews, you know, it's been a big concern is, you know, with the feds, they're, you know, the federal government, they need more pay.
And LA, we're gonna make it through this, babes.
We need more better efforts with recruitment and retention of these hand crews.
Chief Sam, what I find remarkable is that we, as Kathy mentioned, we saw about 10 fire units making their way to the scene. But the immediate and just quick nature, I mean, they waste not a single second to get where they need to be. And it's remarkable to see.
It's good to see you even if it was last year. I know. It's been a whole, it hasn't been a whole year, but since last year. It's sad.
20-25 minutes ago.
Do you know of a space where money donations would be helpful? Yes, the Red Cross. The QR code was up earlier. I will find it really quickly. Yes.
The hand crews are out.
Let
me in position. Air supports in there. It's so well choreographed, and we train doing this all the time. And this is what we do because we know, living in Southern California, this is what we're up against.
You know, typically we talk about the choreographed nature of the aerial attack, but again, it works very much the same here on the ground as well, Chief Sam.
They were sharing earlier for people within the city, and I know Red Cross is taking donations
and then, of course, our law enforcement agencies
to help with resources and such, I assume. I'm going to look more into it when I'm done this, but we also just wanted to make sure that we didn't need funds for ourselves as well at some point.
Evacuation orders in place.
Obviously,
this is in the Calabasas area. This is different and separate from the Palisades, the Eaton fire, among others we've been talking about. Those deadly fires that have created, frankly, a hellscape
I'm sure that this
We're
is,
going to have more coverage coming up
you know,
right now.
Legit, it's Red Cross, but yeah, that's where I've seen the donations going to. I'm sure there are other places that are accepting donations, like some of the shelters, which we can find out. That website that I sent you though has all the emergency shelters and such, housing and homeless shelters, animal shelters.
Homes and businesses burned. Officials saying they fear the death toll will rise. The flames closing in on a pivotal transmission tower, putting city radio, broadcast, and cell phone communications in jeopardy. The winds expected to pick up tonight, dealing another blow to the already perilous situation.
I'm assuming that the Red Cross is facilitating most of these. Yeah, they look like they're the same locations as a lot of these evacuation centers, so I'm sure the donations to them will be utilized for helping
just moments after finding out he lost everything.
With resources for people in this time.
What they're telling us tonight. Some of the families whose homes were reduced to rubble now dealing with an insurance nightmare. Homeowners dropped from their policies, left reeling.
This website is the best one I would recommend for right now, but that's also like what the main one that's getting blasted, so I'm not really sure if there are other ones that are accepting donations. I do know that the evacuation centers are up and working right now though in LA for people that need them, and
completely decimated by the fires. His childhood synagogue remarkably still standing, a glimmer of
and the
hope
Red Cross
amid
is
the
there.
devastation.
at most of them, it seems, based on the locations I'm looking at.
Top story starts right now.
Good question. Very good question.
Hey, good evening. We are live tonight from the Pacific
Thank you, Dog Lake
Palisades,
Nate. I
a
appreciate
community
that.
on the west side of Los Angeles, once a beachside paradise, now left unrecognizable.
Perfect.
The Palisades fire, now the worst in Los Angeles history, and this is why. Look at this devastation. This was a shopping area.
Nice. Yeah, this bottom one is really good too. It's very it shows everyone.
You see this all over the areas that have been affected by these wildfires. You look at something and you have no idea what you're looking at.
Yeah, so chat, there's
Communities,
multiple
residential areas,
donation
neighborhoods
links in
wiped off
the
map. The Pacific Palisades
chat
located
if you would like
22 miles
to
northwest of
take a
downtown
look at
Los
them.
Angeles,
The
home to more than
disasterassistance.gov is what,
24,000 people.
if you're in
They've
LA
lost
and you need
schools,
resources.
they've lost houses,
Also,
they've
you
lost
can
small
check
businesses,
my
grocery
Instagram,
stores, and so much more.
my story
At
for a
this
couple
hour,
of
new
resources
fires
as well,
popping
but
up
there
and
are
rapidly
a
spreading.
lot
This is
of
a live look at the Kenneth Fire,
donation
sparking near Bell Canyon and West Hills.
places
This
that
is
are
just
taking
north of Indian
donations to
Hills
help
in
fire
Calabasas.
relief,
If you're not familiar with
and the
area,
links
this is roughly
that
about
Dog Like Nate
35
sent.
miles
Thank you for
northwest of
that.
downtown LA.
Appreciate you, Dog.
Portions of Los Angeles County engulfed in flames for a third straight day. More than
Yeah, I'm still not really sure if we're
180,000
supposed to
people
evacuate based on that.
and countless others on alert. As the smoke
World
cleared
Central
this
Kitchen is-
morning,
we're
aerial
not?
video revealing the
Okay.
widespread devastation in the Pacific Palisades. The first time we got an aerial view of some of these
We
areas.
are not.
More than 1,000 structures destroyed in the Palisades fire alone. And remember, when we say 1,000 structures, most of those are people's and families' homes. People returning to their neighborhoods. left
People got
shocked
it
at
in
the scale
Palmdale
of
and Long Beach. Okay, so yeah, it's places that are out of the evacuation zone right now.
Burnt to the ground.
It's the worst thing I've seen. Looked like a bomb just went off.
Also, it's not something that we could even have foreseen, that we are all having so much loss and devastation.
And here are where the active fires are burning right now. Firefighters struggling to get the upper hand as they face a lack of water, stronger winds, and extremely dry vegetation. These fires continue to burn out of control, and you can see in how many parts of LA they are right now. Our reporters tonight are spread out across the fire zone with a look at the dire situation on the ground. The question's tonight about why firefighters are battling a blaze without sufficient access to water as the fires burn out of control with little to no containment.
This is what the most destructive wildfire in Los Angeles history looks
Yeah,
like.
and if you got the evacuation notice in LA, just make sure to check your Watch Now Duty app. Just make sure to check like actual evacuation spaces so we don't crowd the streets for people that actually need to evacuate that are right next to the fires right now. A lot of people just received those alerts on their phone
0% contained.
This is one of the eeriest scenes we've seen so far.
that are outside the immediate evacuation or even the warning evacuation sign. So just be mindful of where you are in relation to the fire if you are in LA.
Cars right here were stuck in the inferno. You can see how hot it got. Look at that. That's molten metal that was rolling down the bluff.
And today's stunning video showing the threat to Los Angeles' infrastructure as the Eaton fire approached the transmission towers on Mount Wilson, threatening radio, cellular, and broadcast signals citywide.
Please no.
Roughly 2,000 firefighters are still stretched across the front lines, but it's not enough. Residents pitching in to save their own homes.
This is a tragedy. You just never think it's going to be you. And now that it is me, I can't tell you the amount of heaviness in this disaster.
We met the Champion family who lost everything.
Dishes, you know what I would give to do dishes in our own house, which is like so basic, but things that you take for granted.
Their
All
last
the
name is
life that we
Champion?
built here,
That's
all
cool.
of our friends,
That's
this is
cool.
a collective, massive grief.
In one of the first moments, I said, I didn't grab all of my favorite things. And then I realized I have all of my favorite things. So I feel extremely fortunate that we are
can barely
not
hear her 'cause I
harmed.
can
We
barely
love
hear
each
her.
other. We are resilient. We'll find a way.
How's she doing?
She keeps asking to go home. And we are our home now. You know, wherever we go.
Completely burned down to the foundation. It is devastation throughout the entire community. A few homes left standing while neighbors all around them lost everything.
Okay.
Businesses in the area as well gutted by the flames. And even for those left standing, they now will need to deal with smoke damage inside that could still leave them with nothing.
All right, my darlings. I think that'll do it for me for today. We got a little bit of daylight left, and I'm gonna try to get, I mean, we do have power now at least, but we might need to leave in a bit. We're trying to figure out if that's gonna be an issue with the winds. So I just want to have some food and be in the house for a bit. But I really appreciate you guys sticking it out through this horrible, catastrophic event that's happening in my city. Again, we're very lucky to have not been impacted directly by it yet, aside from the smoke. Very lucky that that's the worst of our problems. Our power's back on. And I'll keep you guys updated in the Discord channel. If all goes well, I will be on tomorrow at noon. So I hope to see you guys then, noon Pacific time. I love you guys so much. The winds are blowing away from you, so at least that's something. Yeah. I hope it stays that way. And the winds are blowing away from me, but there are multiple fires around us, so you know that means that the other ones are maybe blowing in the direction of us, but hopefully that's not the case. We'll just have to wait and see. So I love you all very much. Let's see if we can maybe raid somebody really quickly. But I appreciate you all for sticking around and chatting. I missed you so much. Like, so freaking much. You have no idea. Literally missed y'all like crazy. And I hope you have the most beautiful evening. If you have work, I hope you get through it quickly, babe. If you're already done with work for the day, fabulous. Congratulations. Frick that work. But I adore you all very much, and I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. The schedule on my channel is accurate as long as, you know, the house still stands. I'll be streaming with y'all, so I'll see you tomorrow at noon here, and I love you very much. And I'm gonna send y'all over to Bailey because that's my girl, and I love her, and I love you. Okay, take care of yourselves and have a good night.